Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Finley. I'm the chairman of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. This morning we have 6 of our commissioners here out of 7. Commissioner Woolley is attending to family business and is excused from this meeting. As you may know, but I think it's worth repeating, we are required by law to meet around the state in each congressional district. And then we also choose to meet in locations that are appropriate to the topic, if we can do that. We're working harder toward doing that. In other words, not doing wolves in Newport yet. But that's what we're required by statute to do. Today we have a full agenda. If you look at the agenda, you'll see that it's going to take most of the morning. So if you're here to talk about wolves, I'd like to give you the opportunity to do some other things with your time if you choose. You're welcome to sit in here and listen to all the other aspects of the programs of the department that are on the agenda. But if you have to make phone calls or you want to do some other errands, we are probably not going to start till after lunch. And I would target about 1 o'clock. We'll break for lunch. Hopefully before that. We can pretty much control that. And then we'll get to the wolves. So best use of time.
The wolves are in the director's report.
Yeah, there is a report in the director's report, but public testimony and the presentation of the plan is the draft plan. It will be about 1 o'clock. So this morning in the director's report, we will get to an update on the wolf. But then after that, we won't come back to the wolf till about 1 o'clock. So that's the best we can do to try to help you utilize your time. Okay. I think there's nothing pending right now. We'll go right to the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Finley. And good morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here this morning. I did, just in follow-up on your previous discussion, I would mention that I think that the wolf plan item would not occur any earlier than 1 o'clock. So we wouldn't start any earlier than 1 o'clock. There is certainly enough things on the agenda that it may in fact be later than that. We did provide you with field reports in written form, and so I won't go over those here today. You do have an expenditure report in your packet, which I'm trying to find mine right now because I'm covering that item for you, or for Cameron Smith. But
There you go.
perfect, thank you. So you do have an expenditure report in your packet. If you'll look through that report, if you have not already, you'll see that we're basically tracking in all categories, and in fact in most categories, well behind our legislatively approved budget for the current biennium. The budget period is essentially 83% of the biennium has occurred, and you'll see down the right-hand column that all of our expenditure categories are well within that 83.3%. I did also just want to mention that our cash balance continues to remain strong. We're holding steady at about a little over $25 million in unobligated, unrestricted cash balance that we use to conduct the department's operations month to month, and that remains strong, so we're in good shape there. On the back side of the expenditure report, there are just a couple pie graphs that indicate our budget through February 28th of 2017. Be happy to answer any questions you might have on this. And we chose to spare the extensive travel for Cameron Smith in providing this report. So with that, we'll move on. Wanted to have Sarah Reef, who's in the audience here, give you an update on the Oregon North American Bat Monitoring Program that the department is partnering in, and really some pretty exciting work that's going on we wanted to share with the Commission with a short presentation here this morning.
Welcome, Sharon.
Good morning, Chair Finley. Can everyone hear me? Good morning, Chair Finley, members of the Commission. I'm Sarah Reif. I'm the Energy Program Coordinator for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in the Wildlife Division. And I'm pretty excited to be here today to tell you about our bat monitoring work that we started doing last year in Oregon. And I'm presenting this on behalf of a group of scientists that are all collaborating on this project with me, including Roger Rodriguez with ZOTS Ecological Solutions, Pat Ormsby, who's retired Forest Service and has been working on bats in Oregon for a long time, Tom Rodhouse, who runs the monitoring program for the National Park Service, and Kathy Irvine, who is a statistician with U.S. Geological Survey based out of Bozeman. So a little bit about bats generally in Oregon. We have 15 species of the 44 that are found in North America. Pretty amazing critters. Most bats only weigh about 25 to 30 grams, very, very tiny, and yet they live 20 years, and they have some pretty incredible movements. Most of our bats in Oregon, because our winters are cold, most of our bats either hibernate or migrate southward in the winter. They're very difficult to study because they're so small, but some new technology was applied in Colorado recently where they put these teeny tiny little satellite transmitters on the backs of some bats, and they only stay on for a couple weeks, but they documented one bat in particular making a 1,000-kilometer migration. So for a small critter to move that distance is pretty incredible. So they're a neat asset to Oregon. So they're also of pretty big economic importance. They're insect eaters. A single bat will eat thousands and thousands of mosquitoes in one night's forage. They're basically nature's pest removal system for the agricultural industry. There was a study that came out in 2011 in the Journal of Science that found that they estimated that roughly $22.9 billion was saved per year in terms of pesticide cost because of bats. In the Oregon Conservation Strategy, bats are highlighted. 8 of our 15 species are strategy species, mainly because of conservation concern about their populations. There's some threats to bats that we're aware of. And then also they're on the strategy species list because we just don't know that much about our bats in the state. We don't have a really good handle on their distribution and their trend in population. So those primary threats that we're aware of at this time are white nose syndrome, which is the fungus that is recently introduced to the United States and is kind of marching its way westward. In fact, there was a recent detection in Washington and another recent one in Minnesota. But we don't have it in Oregon yet. We're doing some surveillance. We do not have it in Oregon yet as far as we know. But then also some land use changes, energy development, in particular wind turbines. Bats, for some reason, are attracted to wind turbines. They hit those blades, and it's a source of mortality for bats. So we're aware of these threats. We need more information about their populations and about their trend. And so that's what this project is all about. We're lucky here in Oregon because there was a previous monitoring effort for bats. It was called BatGrid, and it ran from 2003 to 2010 in Oregon and Washington. It was led by the BLM and the Forest Service, and they inventoried presence of bat species using a standardized survey effort. It was acoustic monitoring, which I'll tell you more about in a minute, and also trapping. Big volunteer base, relatively intensive in terms of staffing. From those 8 years of data, though, there's some pretty neat results that came out through partners, through mainly the lead authors were the Park Service and U.S. Geological Survey. But this is just 2 examples that you see here on these predicted distribution maps. So these are the probability of occurrence. On the left is the Yuma myotis, and on the right is the hoary bat. And the red indicates where those species are most likely to occur, based on that trapping and acoustic monitoring that was done, the yellow and green being the least likely to occur. And one thing that you can do with maps like this is over time, you can compare and look for where you're seeing range contractions or range expansions. And if you are seeing a range contraction, you can then start to ask those questions of what's possibly causing that. Is it disease? Is it changes in land use? And explore those questions and identify conservation actions from there. But it's this baseline surveillance of populations that we're most interested in. So that program ended in 2010 simply because of a lack of funding. After that, a lot of those same biologists collaborated with biologists from around the country, managers from around the country, in developing the North American Bat Monitoring Program. So this is throughout North America. It's a standardized. It sets up standardized monitoring and promotes conservation of bats. So with those two things in mind, we were fortunate enough to have some Fish and Wildlife Service state wildlife grant funding. And I came up with this project where we were interested in getting a refresh of the bat grid information. The last time the data was collected was 2010. It was good to get a new snapshot of what's going on. But we also wanted to tier to this new nationwide monitoring program. And so we have come up with this project called Oregon NA BAT, or you'll sometimes hear it referred to as Bat Grid 2.0. And the goals are to collect baseline distribution data, revisit areas that were surveyed during the original Bat Grid, contribute to the national program, and we're doing it this time only through acoustic monitoring, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Right now, we've got funding to run this as a 2-year study, so we're really kind of piloting what it would take to set up what we hope will become a long-term monitoring program. So we're establishing protocols for data collection and for data management, testing those protocols. We're testing the statistical rigor of our sampling design, and we're working on gathering partners to kind of spread out the workload. In Oregon, our goal was to have 65 sampling units, and we were following the methodology from the North American Bat Monitoring Program, so it's a random sample that's spatially balanced throughout the state. And of those 65 sampling units, we tried to repeat about half of them are at the same sites as the original Bat Grid effort, and the other half are new sites. We're only doing acoustic monitoring, as I said, and our field season is the summer, June 1 through August 30. This map shows you, all those squares are where our sampling units occur around the state, so they're randomly generated but spatially balanced. The green are the new sites, the blue are the repeated sites from the original Bat Grid effort. And we try to, these color coding, it's really, we just try to march across the state from east to west so that we hit the east side before it gets too dry and a lot of the fire restrictions are in place, and then we hit the west side when water has become more limited, because that's the best way to have bats congregated. They're not as widely distributed, they're more concentrated around water sources because they're pretty dependent on water. Within each of those squares, we set up 4 acoustic detectors, and I'll show you those detectors in a minute. And what's nifty about this method, these acoustic detectors, they pick up the echolocating calls of the bats, and now there's some new whiz-bang software out there that can identify those bats down to species just based on their sonogram of their calls. So it's really kind of a hands-off monitoring method, and the biologist goes out, sets up the acoustic detector, goes home and has dinner with their family, sleeps in their bed, comes out the next morning, collects the detector, and on the data card then are tons and tons of bat calls, which then get processed. So it's a pretty hands-off method. This work's being done mostly, the field work's mostly being done by our department biologists, as well as some biologists from our federal land management agency partners. We're using Pedersen D500X detectors. These are top-of-the-line detectors. This little box is where the detector is housed with a data card inside, and then up this PVC pole is a cord that runs up to the microphone. And so this is the apparatus that sits out in the field for just one night at each of the sampling units. As I said, the detector picks up the echolocating calls. This sonogram here, this is for a big brown bat. Each call looks different, and then the Sonobat software is the one we're primarily using, can classify those calls down to species, though there is some error, and so there is some human vetting of those auto-classified calls that needs to be done to ensure that you're getting an accurate detection or species classification. So how did we do in 2016, which was our first field season? Our goal was to hit 65 sampling units, and thanks to our hardworking biologists and also some great participation from our federal land management partners, we ended up sampling 92 sites, which is great because this statistical method that we're using is actually a fairly data-hungry endeavor, so the bigger the sample size, the better. So we're really proud of that, hoping to continue that again this next year. From that, we ended up with about 46,000 files that had actual bat calls. The rest of the acoustic files that the detectors picked up was just noise, leaves rustling, bugs buzzing by the microphone, et cetera. But we ended up with 46,000 bat calls. Most of them were classified by the software. A pretty high number of them had to be manually reviewed. And we're really grateful, we're really lucky on this project because we have statisticians with USGS and National Park Service that are helping do analysis. So they're going to do the probability analysis of those data for us. We did detect all 15 species around the state in 2016. Some of our most common species that were found at the sampling units include the silver-haired bat and the western long-eared myotis and the little brown bat. Some of our more rare species were the spotted bat, the Townsend's big-eared bat, and the Mexican free-tailed bat. And that's as expected. Just a couple of maps I threw in here for you to see kind of what the data looks like up to this point. This is the pallid bat. The light green shading that you see on this map is their known range. And the red squares are where we detected pallid bats in Oregon in 2016. What's really nice is that we already, thanks to our partners, we have a database where we're storing all of these data, which a lot of the other states that are trying to get NA bat going, they don't have a database that's functional yet, and it's a bottleneck for them. And because we have that, Oregon has really kind of leapt out in front of a lot of the other western states in being kind of a leader on the NA bat effort. And so we've been able to push these data out to our field biologists already, and they have their species detected for their sampling units in their districts in hand already, and they're able to use those when they're reviewing land use projects or designing their own habitat restoration work. Here's the spotted bat, one of our more rare species. You can see it was just detected a small handful of sampling units. It'll be interesting to see in future years whether, how these shift and change. And then the Mexican free-tailed bat, really a species that's mostly restricted to southwestern Oregon, but we did have some detections up near Bend, and this is one of those things that points to the value of having multiple years of data. We don't know if that was an anomaly. Perhaps, even the software and the human vetting of those classified calls were inaccurate, and that, we don't really have Mexican free-tails up there. But if in future years we find them there, that would be significant because it would be a range expansion for that species. Covered all that. So we're continuing to work on our statistical analyses and making sure we're matching up with the national program. We're working on our standard operating procedures for our field work, and we're participating, providing presentations around the state when we can. For 2017, we'll be back out doing our acoustic monitoring again. We're coordinating with agency partners, recruiting more participation, and our big effort right now is fundraising for to turn this into a long-term program. We recently submitted a competitive state wildlife grant proposal to the Fish and Wildlife Service with 4 other western states, including Arizona, Montana, California, and Idaho. Fingers crossed on that one. And with that, I'll conclude and take any questions if there's time or if it's appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Buckmaster.
Sarah, thank you. I find this fascinating. The work you're doing is extraordinary. I just want to know how quickly you'll have an app for this so I can put it on my phone and know what I'm listening to out
Oh,
there?
that's a great idea. I don't know, but it's because bats are so difficult to study, there has been a lot of creativity in technology lately. So we may get there.
Commissioner Weber.
Sarah, now, when you said the bats migrate 100 or 1,000 kilometers, are they doing little hops, or they get up at higher altitude and go some distance at a time, or do you know?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, I think they do hops. I mean, so they'll fly at night, and then they'll find a day roost, and then they'll keep moving. I think there's some, they'll stop for multiple days and forage for a couple of days and then keep going. I think that 1,000-kilometer, that documented long-distance movement took several weeks. It was not an overnight journey or anything.
Thank you.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Thank you, Sarah, for that presentation. I've been involved with bats both in Oregon and Idaho, so I was happy to see what's continuing to go on in Oregon. I was wondering, with this protocol, is it primarily looking at occupancy, or are there any measures of population size?
Commissioner Atkinson, it is just looking at occupancy with this method, with using acoustic detectors. You don't get a measure of density. But if you were, you'd have to use more intensive methods, and we're really looking at just kind of having a streamlined baseline surveillance approach to this. So no, it's really just to look at occupancy, probability of occurrence, occupancy, and then over the years, seeing how that occupancy shifts and changes.
Do we have any sites in Oregon that are being monitored for population size?
There are additional studies that are ongoing. One in particular, Pat Ormsby, one of our collaborators, has a pallid bat study where she's looking not only at distribution but also density. And there are likely others that I'm not aware of.
I was also interested in the selection of those sites. I know you said they were random sites, but originally were they considered prime habitat for bats or any particular species? And I guess I'm wondering, like, cliff sites have specific, for bats that use cliffs and canyons, have sites been designated for those types of habitats?
Commissioner Atkinson, the sampling units themselves are randomly selected, but they're 10-kilometer square areas. And so within that 10-kilometer area, the micro-siting you can prioritize areas where bats are more likely to occur: cliffs, caves, large trees, water sources. So that you have that discretion once you're within that 10-kilometer square.
Okay, thanks.
Director Melcher.
Sure, thanks. Just in following up on Commissioner Buckmaster's comment, for me, the ultimate would be if and when the technology advances to where you can identify individual bats by their call, so species and individual, then you actually would be able to tie in this abundance question. I don't know whether we'll ever get there, but that would be ideal. But I had a question also about bat roost sites. And in Oregon, we don't have the giant roost sites like many states have, the huge, very large roost sites. But in our roost sites, is there cross-species utilization, or is it always just like a single species unit that uses a roost site?
Director Melcher, I'm not sure if I'm the most knowledgeable person to answer that question. I do believe, though, that when you identify a roost, it's primarily one species that's using it. And they're usually small groups for us in Oregon. We don't have the really large colonies. But I believe there you would, for example, if it was a Townsend's big-eared bat roost, you might find multiple Townsend's big-eared bats, but it's possible you could find maybe one or two other species that chose that same roost.
All right.
I have a question. On a typical night, how many individual bats might you pick up?
Chair Finley, I believe on an individual night, so the question is how many individual bats? It's hard to know because you'll detect a species, but you can't tell from the call whether that was one bat that kept flying by the detector over and over and over again,
Okay.
or whether it's multiple individuals. So it's kind of hard to say.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Commissioners, then, next up on the agenda under the director's report would be a report from Rob Lynn Brown. Rob Lynn's going to report on the 2016, for the 2016 Wolf Annual Report.
Welcome, Rob Lynn.
Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director, good morning. I'm Rob Lynn Brown of Enterprise, Oregon. I work out of the ODFW office in La Grande. I've been filling in as the Wolf Program Coordinator while Russ Morgan focuses on the Wolf Plan revision. I'm here today to briefly present the highlights of the Oregon Wolf Annual Report for 2016. I'll briefly talk about wolf population and distribution, legal status, monitoring, livestock depredation, and our wolf cougar ungulate research. For 2016, our minimum count's 112 wolves. This counts wolves confirmed during the winter and verified through direct evidence. Wolves are counted during the winter when individuals are most likely to be traveling together in the pack. It's a minimum count. Of course, there are more wolves in Oregon than 112. And it is very challenging to count individual wolves or pairs, and sometimes even packs. Sometimes we've discovered packs in the next spring or summer that we didn't locate in the winter count. We found 11 packs at the end of the year. And a pack is 4 or more wolves traveling together in the winter. We also confirmed 8 breeding pairs. A pack is determined to be a breeding pair if 2 adults produce and at least 2 pups that survived to December 31st. So this chart shows the annual minimum counts of wolves since 2009. You can see the population growth this year was less than in past years, but it's important to remember this is just 1 year, 1 data point, does not represent a trend. I mentioned that we can miss wolves during our count. In fact, this year was probably a higher percentage of uncounted wolves than any other time before due to weather. Maybe some of you know that we had a little bit of a hard winter in Northeast Oregon. In Oregon, November through February is the most common times for wolves to disperse from their packs. This year, due to weather and snow conditions, most of our aerial and snow machine surveys were delayed until well into February, about a month and a half later than normal. So we missed counting any of the young wolves that had already dispersed from the packs. This graph shows the number of packs in yellow and the number of breeding pairs in orange. We had 14 packs active at some point during the year. But we were unable to locate 2 of those uncollared packs during our winter counts, the South Snake and the wolves from the Hepner unit. And the Amnaha pack had been lethally removed for chronic depredation in March, so they weren't counted as well. We saw a dip in breeding pairs in 2016. The percentage of packs that are breeding pairs varies from year to year. In 2011, you'll see that 75% of the packs were not designated breeding pairs, and in 2009 and 2013, 50% were not designated as breeding pairs. 2016, just under 30% were not successful breeding pairs, or maybe we just didn't count the required 2 pups to count them as a breeding pair. So we'll talk a little bit about distribution. Wolf distribution has expanded again in 2016 with resident wolf activity in a couple new areas. In Northeast Oregon, OR 30 and a new mate are resident in the Starkey and Ukiah units. That's Umatilla and Union County. And that's south of Interstate I-84, south or west of Interstate I-84. The Chestnut pack is up in Wallowa County, and they're using an area that previously was used by other packs in the winter, but there hadn't been a resident pack year-round. And also in Baker County, there's 2 new areas. There's a pair, both of them collared in the Pine Creek unit, and there's also a single wolf that's resident down in the Lookout Mountain unit. There's also in Northeast Oregon 2 areas that were previously used and then vacated, and those areas now have new wolves already filling in behind them. That's in the North Emily and also the Harl Butte Pack. The Harl Butte Pack is the wolves that we currently hadn't named because we weren't sure about their identity, and they're the ones that are using the previous Imnaha territory. And a little bit more local, down here in Southwest Oregon, we had OR 28 and OR 3 using an area west of Summer Lake, mostly in Lake County. Throughout the year, we did lose OR 28 in October, but OR 3 seems to still be in the same area based on track evidence. And we also had OR 33, as another collared wolf that dispersed from the Imnaha Pack, then came down to Southwest. He was resident for a while in the north of the Keno area that's mapped on here. His collar has failed, and the last time he was documented, he was outside of that area, so we've taken down that area of no wolf activity. We don't know his status at this point. Also in this area, we still do have the rogue pack. OR 25 is moving around in a pretty large area, seems to still be alone. And then the Keno pack, we've documented 3 times, 3 different months during the year 2016, but at the end of the year, in 3 different wolves, but at the end of the year, we just knew of 1 wolf in that area. So I'll talk a little about legal status for wolves in Oregon. For the federal status of wolves, we need to look at the blue line with the white dots in it. That blue line is the federal delisting boundary. West of that line, in the western, basically 3/4 of Oregon, wolves are listed as endangered under the Federal Endangered Species Act. In this area, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and ODFW work together to monitor, investigate depredation, and implement non-lethal measures to reduce depredation. But only the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has the authority to make decisions about harassment and take or removal of wolves. For the state level, we're going to look at the red line that goes roughly down through the center of the state. And this is the area that determines whether it's the West Wolf Management Zone or the East Wolf Management Zone for Oregon. The current Oregon Wolf Conservation Management Plan prescribes a 3-phased approach to address both conservation and management needs in the eastern and that western areas. Since we recently documented a 3rd consecutive year with at least 7 breeding pairs in the East Wolf Management Zone, we moved into phase 3 for that area in 2017 as directed under the Wolf Plan. The West Wolf Management Zone is still in phase 1, and it will be until we have 4 breeding pairs for 3 consecutive years. The only pack in this zone that we know of is the rogue pack, and they did not count as a breeding pair in 2016, as only 1 pup was documented at the end of the year. At the end of 2016, there was 8% of our Oregon wolves were in the West Wolf Management Zone. So for monitoring, we collared 11 wolves that were radio collared in 2016. We counted 9 wolves dispersing from their packs. 3 of those moved out of state during 2016. In 2015, we had 1 move out of state, just as an example. We had 7 radio collars fail throughout the year. And at the end of the year, we had 9 wolves monitored in 4 packs. We analyzed 20 wolf DNA samples. And this is important because we continue to want to show connectivity between the Oregon wolves and the Northern Rocky Mountain meadow population of wolves. 19 blood serum samples were analyzed. These samples were collected from 18 different wolves during 2014, 2015, and 2016 when we did captures. They were analyzed for exposure to common canine diseases. Canine distemper was not detected in the samples we collected between 2010 and 2013, but it was detected in 3 wolves from 2 different packs during 2016. So we now have documented canine distemper in our wolf population in Oregon. Parvovirus was found in 89% of serum samples back in 2013, and only 5% of those showed active or recent infections. But our 2016 results showed 68% of the wolves that we collected blood serum from had active or recent parvovirus infections. Both distemper and parvo can increase pup mortality, and they can affect short-term population growth. But neither are expected to impact long-term population survival of wolves in Oregon. Also under monitoring, we documented 7 known mortalities in 2016. 3 of these were collared wolves. 4 wolves were lethally removed by ODFW from the Imnaha pack for chronic depredation after we confirmed 5 depredations in a 3-week period. One wolf was legally shot by a sheep herder. The herder saw 4 wolves harassing the bedded sheep just about dark. He shot one wolf that was caught in the act of killing a sheep. And all non-natural wolf mortalities are investigated by OSP or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service law enforcement, and 2 wolf mortalities from 2016 are still under investigation. These observed mortalities may have the effect of slowing population growth, but it's still within the parameters of our recent population viability analysis. So livestock depredation. The department has made depredation management a high priority. Our intent is to minimize depredation by still ensuring the conservation of wolves. As the wolf population increases, the incident of depredation is expected to increase across the state. Wolf depredation remained the single largest commitment of wolf program activities in 2016. We did 67 investigations in 10 different counties. 24 of those confirmed as wolf caused, which is an increase from 9 in 2015. So this chart shows cows, sheep, and other livestock, which could be goats, llama, livestock protection dogs. While the number of depredation events increased in 2016, we're still seeing less depredation per group of wolves than when wolves were first new in Oregon. For instance, in 2010 and 2011, those 21 cows were all killed by one pack, the Imnaha pack. Whereas if you look at 2016, the 11 calves that were killed in 2016 by wolves were killed by 6 different groups of wolves, 6 different packs of wolves. Also, if you look at 2009, you'll see 28 sheep were killed. That was by 2 wolves in the Keating unit. Just to show an example, 2014, there was 30 sheep that were killed, and there was 4 different packs of wolves that were involved in those killings. I believe that this may show that ODFW and livestock producers have really learned from the experiences in the first few years of wolves in Oregon, and we're implementing non-lethals that are helping reduce depredation, such as removing attractants, such as bone pile and carcass cleanup. The only thing I wanted to show on this graph is just if you look at 2015 and 2016, you'll see a similar number of packs that were active at some point during the year, but we had 4 packs that were depredating in 2015 and 8 packs depredated in 2016. So that's going to lead us to an increase in depredation across the state. In 2016, the ODFW and OSU cooperative study continued, looking primarily at examining wolf diet and investigating competitive interactions between cougars. Field work for that was finished in November of 2016, although they are still collecting some data from the cougar callers and the wolf callers in the area, and they anticipate having the results of that study in 2018. And I see if you have any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thanks, Rumlin. I was looking at the depredation. Were there any confirmed wolf depredation events that would indicate the presence of a wolf in an area where you didn't expect them, or ones that were surprising to you that we didn't have any wolves there, but we have a confirmed depredation?
Yeah. So, Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, we certainly had that happen in 2009 with the Keating pair. We found out that those wolves were there because there were a large number of dead sheep. We haven't seen that happen a whole lot since then, but it did happen in 2016 and one time I can think of, where OR 33 was on the outskirts of Ashland, and we had a depredation. Our district biologist there called in and said, this looks a little different, sent some pictures in. We took a look at him, and sure enough, it looked like wolf, and the next morning we had a download from OR 33's caller showing him in that pen. So that was an example where we would have already confirmed that as wolf, not knowing that that wolf was present in that area, but we did get that caller data afterwards.
Thanks.
Commissioner Aikenson.
Thanks, Rob Lynn, for the update. I had a question about the Phase 3. Are there differences in management options between the eastern part of Phase 3 that's federally delisted and the central part of Oregon that's federally listed but state delisted?
Right. Chair Finley, Commissioner Aikenson, that's a great question since we moved into Phase 3 and I didn't cover that. So Phase 3 has 2 differences between Phase 2, and I'll cover that specifically just to differences in the rule before I talk about the federal listing or not listing. the two changes for Phase 3 is that one of them is the opportunity for Wildlife Services to be making the determination about whether or not an investigation was a wolf kill, or if it was probable or possible, unknown, or other. Wildlife Services has chosen not to do that at this time. They're not going to actively make determinations. So that change doesn't really affect anything. And that change would have been the same in the western part of the Phase 3 area as well as the eastern part of the Phase 3 area, because they already can make those determinations with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services blessing as well. The second part that's different in Phase 2 to Phase 3 is that there's the ability for controlled take in certain situations in Phase 3, if approved by the Commission. And those two places are if there's a reduction in ungulate numbers, controlled take can be authorized in specific circumstances in specific areas. And the second one is controlled take can be authorized for the public to help to reduce the conflict, to reduce depredation. So in that particular change in the rule, that would not be effective in the Phase 3 part that's federally listed, because that refers to take, and controlled take is monitored by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in that area. So.
Okay, and so what about ODFW, removal of wolves? Is that still possible in that middle section that's federally listed?
It is not.
Okay.
No, it is not.
The other question I had was on the disease monitoring. Are the results we're seeing in Oregon similar to the other states?
So, Chair Finley, Commissioner Eggleston, to the degree that we know, some states haven't done a whole lot of serology looking at their wolf population. They increased very fast, and they probably didn't have the opportunity to do that. We have made the opportunity to do that here. But in Yellowstone, there is very significant data to show that distemper could actually have a huge effect on pup survival in certain years. And then there would be a decrease in the population in those years, but the next year that population would rebound and the pup survival was usually quite good until they had another distemper outbreak. Parvo hasn't been looked at as closely in wolf populations in the West, but it certainly has been looked at in other places like Isle Royale and in the upper Midwest, where same thing. It's one of those things that affects pup survival. It doesn't usually hit every year, and it may either decrease the amount of survival or it could actually wipe out certain pup groups in a year. So. But typically it has not affected long-term recovery. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rob Lynn.
Thank you.
I want to repeat an announcement that we made early this morning regarding wolf testimony and the draft plan. We have a full agenda this morning. We probably will not get to that till at least 1 o'clock. So if you have phone calls to make or you have other things to do, I just want to make that your choice. You're welcome to stay and listen to all the other program things, but this is the last of the wolf discussion probably for the morning, okay? All right. Director.
Thank you, Chair Finley. Well, that takes us to the portion of the agenda where you need to ratify the temporary rules that have been signed by the director over the last, since March 17th, since your last meeting. So on your TAN agenda, you have a list of 16 temporary rules that require ratification, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have about any of these individual rules.
Commissioners, any questions about the temporary rules?
Assuming no questions, I would move that we approve the temporary rules 1 through 16 listed on the TAN agenda.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Weber, seconded by Commissioner Atkinson. Commissioners, indicate your support. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously of the commissioners present.
Very good. Thank you then, Commissioners. That concludes the director's report. We would turn it over to you then, Chair Finley, for Exhibit A. And
Question of the director.
what was that?
Chair, thank
Commissioner
you.
Buckmaster.
Director, can you give us a quick report on any progress, if any, on the achieving concurrence on our Columbia River fisheries.
Sure. Chair Finley, members of the commission, we have not had any extensive discussions with Washington. I understand, I have spoken with the Washington director fairly recently. I understand that he is continuing to work with his commission in terms of what their next step is, and I think from our perspective, the ball is clearly in their court. We're waiting for them. You all have adopted a package that we stand firmly behind, and we're looking to them essentially to make the next step. They continue to have those internal discussions. Don't have a timeline for you, but he did assure me that they were having those discussions, that it wasn't. They were expecting to come back to us, I guess.
Thank you.
Wouldn't we have someone for public testimony?
Do we have public forum on the agenda? I didn't think we even had it on the agenda.
Well, I received a phone call.
No, we do not have public
Okay.
forum on the agenda.
All right.
It means your prerogative, Mr. Chair, if you'd like to add that in an ad hoc fashion, I think we could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it?
I think Tom McDonald had indicated that he wanted to
Was he the,
Desert Springs.
yeah, Desert Springs. Mhm. Tom McDonald here?
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, come on up. Five. I think I'm gonna listen to this. The commissioners may like it.
Thank you. Go ahead and sit down.
Okay, Tom, 5 minutes, please.
My name's Tom McDonald from Desert Springs Trout Farm, and I'd like to talk to you about our fisheries. And in your packet there, I'll go through this stuff and then we'll take any questions. On the first page there, you've got a set of pictures. That's one of our artesian wells that we just put in. It's 1,800 gallons a minute of clean, pure water. The next page shows you the pressure coming out of the ground on this well. That well will produce about 100,000 pounds of clean fish. Third one over shows a legal trout and a 4 to the pound trout. The rest of the pictures are fish that we raise, that we sell into California, up to 12 pounds. The next report in there is our fish health report. And as you can see, no sufficient pathogens were detected. We've had this same report since 1989. We've never had a disease or a pathogen outbreak. You go to over to, it says page 122. This is from ODFW's fish propagation report. And there's about 3,000 outbreaks of bacterial, parasite, viruses, funguses a year. Turn the page over, and you can see the diseases through 2011 to 2015. And we have none of these diseases at all at our facility. The next point I'd like to make on this is a bond issue that has come up with ODF&W. We put a bid in for the 2018-2019 program that they put out. And when we got our approval, that we were approved for $166,000, there was a requirement for a bond in there. And that's from the letter from ODF&W. In the contract, it says ODF&W may require a bond. We've been delivering fish to ODF&W since 2000. We have never had an incident, and we really don't know what they want in a performance bond. This performance bond is going to cost us roughly $10,000. They say in there that if you make deliveries in 2018, they won't charge you in 2019. We're making deliveries today. We haven't had any issue with the bond in 6 years now. And it's a huge burden on us because we put the bid in without the bond being required, and then when we get the bid, then they come back and say the bond is required. On the next group of papers I have there, you have a little clip there that you can go to, and that shows you the fish that ODF&W is planning. And you're looking at Cottonwood Creek, 10,200 pounds. These are just tiny little fish, and there's always been an argument of what the price per pound of fish is. And ODF&W can do them way cheaper than we are when you have these kind of numbers, and these fish are not going to be very survivable at all. And you can look at the 2 pages of that. All this information has come from ODF&W's reporting. On the next one, it's ODF&W's 25-year angling enhancement plan. And on the next page, it has that full plan if you'd like to read it. And the goals, I underlined the goals in there, but on the 3rd page over on the back side, growing demand for stocking larger fish as opposed to fingerling size. And then they go down and talk about the quality of water, what they need to do, and possibly using LHOs or ultraviolet system in their hatcheries to improve the quality of fish. The LHO is a low head oxygen box. And we just spent $85,000 putting them in our facility. It is unbelievable to see the growth of the fish. They're much more healthy. If the oxygen level is too low, it'll take up to 24 hours to digest the food. They can digest the food now in about 8 hours. The next thing is from Mono County and Alpine County. They buy big fish from us, and as big as we can give them is what they want because it just has really improved the fishing down there. And the last one is a letter from Dan Drexel from Prairie Springs asking that we try to be able to work together with ODF&W. It's what we would like to see is 100 to 200,000 pounds of trophy fish going in our lakes. It absolutely has done wonders in California. And we have, and the other private facilities have the only clean water facilities in the state. And if you go through their 2009 business plan and their angling enhancement plan, and then the last one is a 2009 bill that we passed, having ODF&W start looking at pathogens and clean fish and pathogens where they have them in some of their facilities, see if there's any way to get this cleaned up. And we really feel that we can be an asset to ODF&W and a good working partner, and so does the other private hatcheries. But it's just become, we don't get along, I guess would be the easiest way to say it. And having the clean fish is an unbelievable asset. Our water's disease-free, comes out of the ground about a little over 10,000 gallons a minute. It all comes out of the ground on our property.
Okay, you're out of time, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? Oh, Jim.
Tom, on this bond, performance bond, you say you've been working with the department since 2000, 2002?
2000.
Never needed that before?
Never.
Occurred any reason for a performance bond all of a sudden?
Sure, Chair Finley, Commissioner Biddle, absolutely. When we put out the 2018-2019 contract to bid, we broke it up into smaller units so that as opposed to one statewide contract, we were fully expecting other producers to bid on segments of that contract. And we cannot just select out contractors and say, this one doesn't, we want it to be fair, so equitable across the board. The language was in the bid, the request to bid document, essentially. And so it went out to all producers, and in fact, some other producers that we have not done business with recently were successful, and they too are required to provide a performance bond.
So you sell how much of your product in California, Tom?
We sell about 85% of our product. That's around a little over 300,000 pounds goes into California.
So why is it so important you sell to Oregon if you sell so much of your product there?
I've been an Oregon resident. I left for a while and went and fished in Alaska. And I've seen the fish disappearing in the streams all over. We have a superior product. That's all there is to it. There's nothing west of the Mississippi with the volume of clean, disease-free water like we have. And I know that it would help ODFW a lot if they would plant these bigger fish. You can see Mono County, Alpine County, plant these bigger fish and give more opportunities. When you're planting, I think it's about 2.3 million fingerlings, it's just a waste, and we can help out, and the other hatcheries can help out in the state.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. As a former vendor to the department, I know it's not always smooth sailing, but they can be great customers once those things get ironed out and everybody working together. The wording of a contract on, I'll just make one comment about the bond. The wording of the contract saying it may be, I understand it says it may be required.
Yes.
But you did not include it in your bid.
No, I did not.
So, based on the fact you'd never had to. So the question would be, have you asked the department if it's possible to amend your bid to reflect only the increased cost of providing the bond?
Yes, I did, and I sent a letter to Kurt, and I haven't got anything back because I really don't know what the performance bond is for, because I buy the eggs, I raise them, I feed them, I pay my people, then I deliver them to ODF&W, and it's just put them in the water, drop off. I don't get paid for 30 days. So anywhere in that process, they could do what they wanted. And my insurance agent told me, he said, I've never seen anything like this, because my insurance, we carry a $4 million umbrella. And I can't understand what the bond would do, because they have no liability at all. Cal Fish and Game, they do a PO on their stuff. There's no signatures. There's no contract. We just
excuse me, Tom. I don't want to cut you off, but that's interesting. But the fact is, as a purchaser, they have we as a department that have a right to set the parameters and the requirements for any outside vendor. So whether or not you think it's good or bad, that's
okay.
That's really beside the point. The question is, since you did not do it based on past experience, can you? So hopefully you'll get a response. I think for the other commissioners, just a point of information, all of these fish that are being provided are triploid fish. They are not breeding fish. They are to be placed. They are in for harvest. And what we heard at our meeting, and I believe it was our visit to the Clackamas hatchery, where we talked about going to more trophy fish. This gets out of the realm of what you can produce in our hatcheries and more into the marketing. We start talking about how do we attract more people to buy fishing licenses, to young people and hunting, fishing, and all that. And there does seem to be a trend within our department, certainly with other agencies around the country, to go to these larger trophy-style fish with the belief that they actually encourage more participation. There's no question that clean water, the ability to have consistent temperature, clean water, no disease, puts you in a wonderful position to produce large fish.
Yes.
Trophy fish and even larger, 1 pound, 2 pound fish. Hope that is consistent with what I understand our marketing to be, and hopefully we can get these things worked out depending upon what can be produced at our half dozen hatcheries that currently produce trout. Kurt, is that right? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, it's certainly more than just 6. We have trout production at many facilities. Many times it's on site in available space. So I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it's
And
more than 6.
that fact that you have that we have trout production in hatcheries that Kurt just talked about makes the dollar and cent comparison very difficult, because it's not just. We're still going to have those hatcheries. We're still going to have those people. We're still going to have those utilities. The additional costs tend to be, variable costs tend to be just the cost of feed if we have space to produce fish. But these are specific kinds of fish, and hopefully they might be something we can work. I hope you keep us up to date on what's going on. Certainly some of those fish are things I'd love to see at the end of my line. I don't know how to tie a pellet fly, but I'm up with it.
I do.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, commissioners, any others? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that then concludes the director's report. I would hand the agenda off to you under Exhibit A.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Commissioners, Exhibit A are the minutes of our March 17th meeting. Michelle, thank you very much for these minutes. You know, it was one thing to make your work more efficient, but it's another thing to make our reading more efficient. And I just asked for a comment. I mean, I like the new format for the minutes. I think it makes sense. Commissioners? Okay. Thank you. Gold star for you.
Does she like it?
Yes.
Yes.
He does.
Yeah,
No, does she like it? I think.
oh, yeah.
Yes.
She loves it.
Yes, I do.
All right. Any questions, comments? Anything you noted in the minutes? Oh, okay. I would entertain a motion.
I move to accept the minutes of the March 17th meeting.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Atkinson and seconded by Commissioner Biddle. Commissioners, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously of the commissioners present. All right. Exhibit B. 2017 Sport and Commercial Halibut Fishery Regulations. Chris Kern. Morning, Chris.
Good morning. If I cannot do that again. Okay. Good morning, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. B. No, B. The one that was up. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, thanks. So for the record, Chris Kern, Deputy Fish Division Administrator for the Columbian Marine Programs. This is usually a presentation that Lynn Mattis, our biologist out of Newport, would be giving. We decided, since I was going to be here for salmon anyway, that I'd attempt to do this item for her to save some travel. She travels enough as it is, so hopefully we can give her a little break. And I am here to talk to you about the 2017 halibut fisheries, as well as some background information. So on this item today, we're going to be discussing both sport and commercial halibut fisheries. And there's several separate items for you to consider. One is the adoption of the International Pacific Halibut Commission harvest levels. Second is adopting changes in state rules that match the federal catch sharing plan changes for this year. Adopt mandatory descending devices for rockfish releases during halibut fisheries. So this is an action similar to what you did a few months ago on rockfish, following up with the halibut side. Also adopt recreational season dates and the IPHC commercial opening dates. So some background on the process. It's a long one, so it's got lots of parts, so it's good to kind of go through them. There's lots of players in this process, all trying to work on how to provide annual halibut opportunities while managing the stock for sustainability. The IPHC sets the harvest levels for each of the sub areas. We're in area 2A, which is Washington, Oregon, and California. PFMC then, Pacific Fishery Management Council, will develop the catch sharing plan every year, including changes to regulations and allocations within that area. NOAA Fisheries will implement those regulations and run the fisheries through federal rule. And then our responsibilities are setting some specific seasons as well as matching in state rule the federal rules. And also we do the in-season tracking of catches and reporting to IPHC to make sure we're on track with our quotas and guidelines. So every year there's a fairly long process on halibut, and this is just sort of a timeline for your information. Let's see here. We're at the last step, but we've gone through all the others. Starting in August of last year, we started working with the public to solicit input on how the seasons could look in the coming year. Things like bag limits, size limits, allocations, season dates, things like that. I point out on a personal note, I'm really proud of Lynn and her folks in Newport for the outreach they do on this. They have done some really new and interesting outreach efforts through web services, go-to-meetings, as well as some surveys they've implemented to try and solicit more input as opposed to sort of our long-term standard of show up to the public meeting, which we also do. And so I'm really proud of their efforts on that. It's been really good. So let's see if I can get this on. So that's stage one. And then in September, PFMC will start narrowing down the considerations for what they might do in the catch sharing plan for the coming year. And then they'll meet again in November to finalize those. In January, IPHC sets the limits for the U.S. and Canada, all areas, including 2A. We come back and solicit public input for how we can split that up, in particular on the sports side, for fishing dates. A note here for folks that are interested in this process, we will be having the 2018 meeting in Portland. And so that's a good opportunity for folks in the public or anybody else to drop in and see how that meeting is conducted if they're interested. They move around, so some of them are in Alaska, some of them are in Washington, and others. This next year it'll be in Portland, so that's a good opportunity. So mentioned at their annual meetings, the IPHC sets the coastwide allowable catch for all 8 management areas, and there's a map here. The overall coastwide allowable catch went up by 5% compared to 2016. And those differences vary by area based on their survey data that they use to inform it. So you'll see some areas went up a little, some areas went up a lot. And that's just reflective of survey data on where they found fish in the most recent survey. We're at about a little over, almost 17% increase compared to 2016. So that's good news. Gives us some opportunity. So I already talked about how they apportion out the allowable catch. In some recent years, they added some new stations in Northern California, which led to an increase in the amount of the coastwide population that was tabulated to be in Area 2A. So that brought everybody's portion up a little bit for the Area 2A compared to what it had been. By 2%. And our stock trend has been pretty stable in recent years within the Area 2A. The 2016 survey had the highest catch rates per effort in the last 10 years, so that's a good sign that things are going well in our area. mentioned already, our TAC is 1.3 million pounds for 2A, which is up almost 200,000 pounds from what it was last year, and so we'll get a piece of that. And so this is a big flow chart, but it illustrates at least how complicated this is. And from left to right, it shows, starting with the overall TAC that IPHC sets for an area, how it gets split. And so you can sort of follow through the pathway there for how things get split down. And you'll see our Oregon sport is down there in the grayish boxes towards the bottom, and the commercial is tabulated up in the blue. And then Washington and California are in the other areas. So, but working through that, a couple of things we're going to talk about today is the Columbia River is shared with Washington, and Central Oregon coast and Southern Oregon, we'll be talking about those today. And then there's some subdivisions within those to split that fishery up throughout the year on the sports side to sort of manage opportunity through the year and provide some different opportunities over time. One of the issues in the catch sharing plan that I think we probably talked about probably after the halibut meeting last year, so probably sometime during the discussion of rockfish descenders. One of the issues in the catch sharing plan prior to this year that we have changed is under the old plan, you could only close the halibut fishery, sport halibut fishery, due to attainment of the halibut quota. And last year we had a really large spike in the handle of yellow eye rockfish, particularly in the halibut fishery, that got us to having to change some other fishery structures in order to stay within that limit. And we couldn't take that action on halibut because of the limitations of the catch sharing plan. So under the new catch sharing plan, there is now a provision that allows us, if necessary, to take action on the halibut fishery relative to their bycatch of yellow eye rockfish if necessary. And so it's about accountability within the individual fishery and saying that if you have caused the handle of a sensitive species like yellow eye rockfish to go up, then we can manage your fishery to do that. So that gives us some latitude. It doesn't require that we do it. It gives us the conditions under which we could. So it's a latitude that we didn't have before, and we'll have that now. And this chart is just showing sort of the spike that we saw last year relative to some long-term averages. And we attribute most of that to just a decline in the usage of descending devices, which we have, I'll talk about a little bit. We have reversed that decline substantially, largely by the action we took to require it for rockfish fishing. So, and I've got a figure to show you to illustrate that later. So, enough on that. So, in 2015 and 16, for the first time since 2006, we were able to have the Central Coast summer all-depth season last into October. In most years, the recreational bottom fish fishery is able to return to an all-depth structure in that time frame, and that queued up a sort of a mismatch between those two fisheries. In that they hadn't operated together very often, and now they're starting to. So, even though they were both fishing all depth, we had a rule that prohibited retention of most species of rockfish during that halibut fishery, just because it wasn't anticipated to occur. So anglers were asking that we change that, so that if both were open, that they could legally retain both species on the same trip. And so that's been included in the new catch sharing plan. So that's a flexibility that we have now that we didn't have in the old version. And so that's good. And it's not a lot of trips during October, so we don't anticipate problems with yellow eye, which would be a concern, or could be a concern. We think that'll be fine. And so it's really just about squaring those two regulations so that we don't have an inadvertent mismatch that prevents us from providing that flexibility. I apologize, I should have been clicking through those. We do still have a rule pending in the federal rule on what we call the long leader fishery. It's a sport fishery targeting midwater rockfish. This provision I just discussed wouldn't apply to that. That rule isn't filed yet, so it's not active anyway. We expect hopefully this summer to be able to implement that rule, the federal rule. And so at that point, we'll need to tell people it doesn't apply to that. But just as a note, it won't apply to that. And I mentioned a low number of anticipated trips, so we think yellow eye impacts will be fine. Similar issue is on all depth halibut days, we have a provision that allows anglers to retain other species of flatfish. And beginning in 2017, anglers participating in that fishery will also be allowed in the nearshore fishery will also be able to retain other species of flatfish. And that's makes it a consistent regulation, provides a little bit more opportunity for anglers without any real risk to the yellow eye impacts. So descending devices. At your 2016 meeting, you adopted the mandatory use of descending devices in the recreational bottom fish fishery. What we're proposing today would add that same requirement for the recreational Pacific halibut fishery. As you recall, we get a credit on mortalities for released fish if they're released with a descending device, and that saves quite a bit on yellow eye mortalities in particular. The groundfish staff and halibut staff from ODFW have really been pushing this issue pretty hard and doing a lot of outreach. We've handed out, I don't know how many devices through Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission has bought a lot of them for us, and we've distributed them to the fleet. And none of them purchased with our own funds. So, oh, there it is, 12,000. Over 12,000 we've handed out to the fleet. We've got some videos online to explain to folks how it should be done and also what it gets us. One personal note, I went to the Saltwater Sportsman Show a couple months ago in Salem, and we handed out a lot of devices there. I was really glad to see that almost everybody that came up to the table already knew about it. They already knew it was in place. They just wanted to get their device, and not one person didn't comment that, hey, this is a great idea, we should be doing it anyway. Not only did I not have negative feedback, nobody failed to say that. They all said it, and that was impressive. I didn't expect it. It was really, really good to see. And so I'm going to try, and you may want to close your eyes for a minute because I'm going to have to jump a few slides. A slide came in late. Maybe I could do it this way. Staff provided me a slide yesterday on this issue. So this is just related to descending devices. Through this point of the year so far, we've got 90% reported use of descending devices in the bottom fish fishery. Now, these are probably the most avid of our anglers because they're fishing in the winter, and so they're probably the cream of the crop. But you look at what last year was, and we've been hovering somewhere around 50 to 60% with good outreach. And so we've seen a big jump in that use, which is a good thing, and that's going to save us a lot of fish over the year that will go to spreading opportunity further. Now I'll see if I can get back to where I was. So I apologize for jumping around, but that came in late yesterday. It was easier to put it at the end, but I thought you'd be interested in seeing that. Okay, so sport fishing seasons. The Central Coast spring all-depth season dates, both what we call fixed and backup dates. Backup dates being dates that we would authorize if weather prevents the fixed dates from anglers from getting out on fixed dates. Have to be within the limits of the CSP, the catch sharing plan, specifically which days of the week are open. While we do that, we try and also accommodate the preference of anglers. That's one of the survey issues that Lynn and her staff have worked so hard on to get input on. And so I mentioned earlier the public input, lots of emails, phone calls, webcasts, public meetings, online surveys. We managed to hear from 115 individuals, which may not sound like a lot, but it actually is quite a bit. And that's up from what we used to hear from. I think it's been going up every year, which has been great. Really two fundamental questions in setting up the spring all depth. First is how many fixed dates that anglers can count on going, should we have? Or I should say count on being open. They can't always go because of weather, maybe. And then even if the sub-area quota has been taken, we'll move some quota in there to cover the fixed dates from another area. So there's a balance point in doing that. And then there's backup dates. Let me back up, sorry. The fixed dates, anglers can make plans on that. They know they're going to have quota. If we have too few of those days, we could leave quota on the table. If we have too many, we could be robbing it from another subset of the sport fishery, which we try and balance. And so there's a balance point in setting a certain number of fixed dates. Backup dates, we put in place so that they're on the table as available dates should weather prevent the other dates from being very successful. In other words, if we have a lot of quota left because boats couldn't get out or catch rates were poor, which does happen, both of those, we've got backup dates that we can open as an in-season measure. Those have to be specified within the catch sharing plan going in. So that's what we're talking about. 2015, the first two sets of fixed dates, which are, get that right here, had really high catch rates, some of the highest we'd seen in a long time. If either of the last two sets of fixed dates had had similar catch, sorry, those were the first two. I apologize. I'm way less smooth with this than Lynn is. I apologize for that. But so those are the first 2 dates. And if we'd have seen that performance continue, we would have gone over the spring quota. We didn't. The effort declined on those, or catch declined on those next set of days. We saw something in 2016. The first opener looked really hot. I remember hearing lots of stuff online and things about people worried it was going to close early because the catch on that first opener was so high. We weren't too worried about it because this can happen. The next one was way back down, so things worked fine. But we did get a lot of calls from people out worried about in-season closure on the fixed dates and wanted to know if we were going to cancel them. So we didn't have to do that. One of the things we try and do with the anglers as we're developing this is sort of give them an assessment of risk, and that's what this graph is intending to show. It's basically what's your odds of going over the quota with a specific number of fixed dates. So generally speaking, your odds obviously of going over the quota are going to be higher if you got more dates. There's also the risk of leaving fish on the quota. So if I walk through this, this 15-day mark seems to be what we hear from anglers is a pretty good mark of low risk of dipping into the spring and summer and nearshore quotas to pay for overages in the spring fishery. Not zero risk, but low risk, and also not leaving too many days on the table that you could have gone fishing. So when do we schedule the fixed dates? This is an issue we deal with every year. Anglers have to deal with tides, getting out of port, especially in some of the ports. Getting over the bar is fairly tide dependent, and so their ability to get out is limited to, or is much better on days where tides are favorable. And so we look at those tide series. That's the most predictable thing we can do to ensure that they can get out on the day we pick. We can't do the weather, can't forecast that, but we do know what the tides are going to do. Skipping tides can get you extended openers later. Not skipping any tides keeps the bulk of the fishery early. And so there's two sides of that. One is there's not much else to fish for, but some folks would rather have it spread out longer. So we hear both. So we do try and get an early opener. Second Thursday in May is on the calendar here as a very early opener. It doesn't have the favorable tides we like to see, but it's an early date that people really rely upon. And then we start going through and looking a lot on tide issues. Trying to catch up to my clicks here. I'm just going to fill all these in. So we've skipped some tides here to keep the fishery a little more favorable for anglers, and this is just sort of working through the process with the public and seeing what they prefer. So the purple boxes are the fixed days, and the grayish ones are the backup days. The orange boxes are projected commercial openers, and so there's also a desire try and work around those as well. Oops. So I'm sorry, this is actually the recommended dates. So we've got a couple of May openers in the bluish green, these ones here. So these are our staff recommended opening dates for fixed, and then these, whatever color that is, tannish boxes are the planned backup dates. So those are the dates we would go to if we either have quota left, or if these, well, we'll have quota left if, say, one of these is just a terrible opener, not very successful. We have other days we can offer. Additional seasons, the Central Coast sub-area, the season, all depth dates are set in the catch sharing plan, opens the first Friday in August, and then goes every other Friday and Saturday day until the quota is attained, or until you hit October 31. In recent years, we've only had one or two of these that go quick. The nearshore season also set in the catch sharing plan. That's June 1 through October 31st, 7 days a week or until quota is attained. And then the Columbia River area, again, set in the catch sharing plan. I'll go through the dates here. Open every Thursday through Sunday from May 1 through September 30th until we hit the quota, unless we hit the quota. And then there's also that's the all-depth portion of it. There's also a nearshore portion, Monday through Wednesday, May 1 through September 30, and both seasons would close if the quota for the total is attained. Southern Oregon sub-area, which is a sub-area I think we split up a couple of years ago from the main body of what used to be managed. That's same as last year, open May 1 through October 31st or until the quota is caught. And that's a fishery that doesn't catch a ton of fish, but it's a good opportunity for those folks. And they're going to need it this year with what's going on in salmon, which you'll hear about in a bit. A little bit on the commercial directed fishery. It's a lot easier to describe. Doesn't have very many moving parts because the regulations are set by IPHC and NOAA. So it's just one slide. Because it's simple, not because it's not important. It's really important. So IPHC has set 10-hour openings every other Wednesday beginning June 28th, 2017. In the last 10 years, we haven't had more than two in any 2 10-hour openings in any given year. In mid-May, IPHC will announce the trip limits, which is based on vessel size. And it's the amount of pounds each vessel can land. That's going to be based on both the allocation for the commercial fishery as well as how many people submit for permits. So they got to send their permits in to go do the fishery. Then IPHC will divvy up the fish based on how many permits they receive. And then once they tabulate the catch from one opening, they'll redistribute for the next. There have been discussions in the past, and I think even here, I think Commissioner Anderson's asked about it before, that something other than what's a derby-style fishery, 2 10-hour openers, is pretty quick, pretty fast. There's some concerns over that maybe there's a better way to spread it out. IPHC is not super excited about being the one to do that, as I understand it. But they're open to it. They've got new leadership there. It has been discussed. Lynn tells me it was discussed pretty extensively at this year's meeting. And so there is an opportunity at PFMC starting in, I think, June. There's going to be an update on halibut and some discussion of potential modifications to the catch sharing plan, which could include a whole bunch of things, one of which could be allocation, which could be a real chore. California in particular would like to have a lot more halibut than they have now. And so that part of it may not be a lot of fun, but it would also be an opportunity to get something into the catch sharing plan relative to at least examining an alternative to derbies. And so that would, if that goes forward, the council would be able to put some preliminary alternatives out for the public to look at and comment on and see what they think. So that is on the radar. I don't have any promises to make, but it is on the radar at least. Wouldn't likely be implemented for quite a while, just because of the process time. I think Lynn's estimate would be the earliest would be 2019, but it is on the radar. So with that, I'll move through just the recommendations, and they're in attachment 1. We'd recommend you adopt the rules for Pacific halibut sport and commercial fisheries by reference. The federal rules have been published, so you've got, I believe, an updated reference in the rules. Those would adopt the IAPHC harvest levels, the 2017 catch sharing plan, mandatory descending devices during halibut trips, set the recreational season dates, and the IPHC commercial opening dates as well. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Commissioner Anderson.
Hopefully I can answer them.
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I'm encouraged to see that there's some movement at the top. That's always been the barrier for us here in Oregon, is that, we're dealing with an international body. So I'm encouraged to see that. Thanks for reporting that, Chris.
Sure, happy to.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Chris, if I agree with Commissioner Anderson, and having been involved early on as a community representative as we were looking at IFQs and some of the bottom fish, the draggers, a number of years ago, if we start into this process, I hope that staff, our representation on PFMC, will be keeping us informed and asking for some direction. I mean, I have a very clear interest in making sure communities, rather than individual large processors, have a seat at the table and can support their community. So I'd hate to see it move in that direction without us being aware of it. So please keep us informed, and so we can at least offer our opinions, if not direction.
Okay. We can certainly do that.
Okay. Director Melcher?
Thanks. I do have a question, and I would just follow up on what Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Buckmaster mentioned. And, the devil on these things is always in the details. And coming up with a fair and equitable way to apply an individual quota system is, and will be difficult, and it will be controversial. Fortunately, in the case of Pacific halibut in Area 2A, there's not a lot of resource to be divvied up. So we have long-standing catch histories, and they're relatively small. You're not talking about individuals that have had multi-million-dollar annual landings in this fishery. Nonetheless, it will be controversial, I'm sure. But I had a question for Chris, and under the catch sharing plan, do we have the flexibility in season within Area 2A to move quota or to utilize? And what I'm thinking is, in the case of if we have unused quota in the northern sectors of Oregon, recreational quota, do we have the flexibility to move that into the south if the south needs additional halibut to continue fishing, given the fact that as we're going to hear that the salmon fishery south of Humbug is entirely closed in 2017?
Director Meltzer, I believe we do within the sports sector at least, and within state. And I believe we have. When we've got a fishery that's met its dates and we've sort of run the course of what's set in the catch sharing plan for dates, I believe we have moved some quota to another fishery just to allow them to go, and I'm getting a possible confirmation of that right now.
All right, that's all I had.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
I did have one clarifying question, Chris. When you were showing the graph with the 22% of yellow eye impacts, is that 22% of the Oregon recreational yellow eye impacts, or all Oregon, or Area 2A, or?
I think that's just the 22% average from halibut trips in general. And so it's not the total for the state. We were within the total for the state. So it's just a line reflecting the average for the halibut fishery, and the fact that last year was well above average, as opposed to just somewhat above average like some of the prior years were.
Okay.
It's just not the statewide total.
Okay.
When the motion comes,
Okay. All right, any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Buckmaster?
Without taking up much time, what is the long leader gear fishery?
Sure. Commissioner Buckmaster, the long leader fishery is, and I apologize, I can't remember if it's been shown to you guys at all. It may have in the past, but it is when you get out to deeper waters that we often just close now for sport fishing, for rockfish impacts, particularly yellow eye. A method to get the anglers off the bottom so that they're not catching yellow eye, but gives them access to some midwater species. And it's I think you did get a presentation. We call it the Holloway rule. John Holloway worked his tail off on this for many years, and it's still not filed yet. But basically, it's got a long dropper at the very end of your line that has a float and a weight, so that enforcement can tell that you're fishing at least a certain amount off the bottom.
Sure.
And with that rule, you'll be able to fish in deeper waters than you can currently for those midwater rockfish species.
I do remember it now.
And we hope to have that filed sometime in, NIMS is sort of behind for a number of reasons. We're hoping sometime this summer to get that in place. Yeah, it should be really neat. We had a display of that at the Saltwater Show to walk a lot of people through it. I don't know how many folks will do it. It's a lot of line to manage because you got 30-some feet of, might even be more than that. But we're excited to give it a shot. So.
I don't think
Okay,
you do.
any other questions or comments? Commissioners, I've asked Commissioner Anderson to make a motion using a modified phrase suggested by council. So, Commissioner Anderson, will you read this?
I will. I move to adopt the staff recommendation for the 2017 sport and commercial Pacific halibut fisheries as shown in attachment 3, with the addition of the specific federal regulation citation included as indicated therein.
Okay, so the modification is adopted, in addition, adopting the federal rules, incorporating it. So, if you're comfortable with that, I'll take a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioner Buckmaster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the commissioners present. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
I'll see you in about 2 seconds.
Would
you like me to leave and come
2
back, or should I
seconds.
just stay
Here it is, Exhibit C, 2017 Ocean Salmon Regulations for State Waters. Would you like to take a brief?
I just need time to get the slideshow working.
Okay, all right.
No. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Good morning again, Commissioners and Director Melcher. For the record, Chris Kern, Deputy Fish Division Administrator, Columbia Marine Programs. Just going to walk through the final ocean salmon season regulations for you, and we'll propose asking you to adopt matching rules for state waters. These have already been passed through PFMC, will be implemented by NOAA Fisheries effective this season. Most changes take effect May 1, but we'll be asking you for state waters considerations as well. Bit of geography, I just tend to always do this. It's probably more important this year than it has been. The main management lines that I usually discuss with the Commission are Cape Falcon and Humbug Mountain. Cape Falcon south to Humbug Mountain is what we call the Central Coast area, and south of Humbug is what we call the Klamath Management Zone. Typically, we manage those areas quite differently because the closer you get to the mouth of the Klamath River, the more impacts on Klamath fish you tend to have, and that's usually a constraint, and it's certainly a constraint this year. I've inserted a new line here called at the Florence South Jetty because that's a management line that's going to be in place this year, and it's been used before, but it's been a while. And I certainly haven't presented it to the Commission before. It's my first go-around with that as well. And then in the north of Columbia River area, I won't spend a lot of time talking about that, but it is there, and that's from Ledbetter Point in Washington south to Cape Falcon, which we share with Washington, the management of that area. So on the commercial side, the seasons as they've been set for that north of Falcon commercial troll fishery. I apologize, the page references are still in here, but I don't think you have that page, and this is a holdover from my prior presentations. They may not match up. So the commercial fishery north of Falcon will be open May 1 through June 30th for Chinook with a 27,000 fish quota, and then from July 1 through 4 and 7 through 19 with a combined Chinook and coho fishery, either 18,000 Chinook or 5,600 coho, whichever they may hit first. That's the relatively good news, which isn't great news for them. It's still a reduced fishery compared to normal, but it's better than what they had last year. And better than what we have. South of Falcon, troll, Chinook only. For the Cape Falcon to Florence South Jetty line, normally we'd go to Humbug. We've split the coast this year. And we did that for the primary reason we had a choice. We had three alternatives coming out of the March meeting that I discussed with you. This is what was alternative one at that time. Our choices were closure or fish most of the coast for a very short amount of time, or fish a small part of the coast for more time, which not a lot of time, but more time. When this model out, alternative one was projected to generate about 2.9 million in ex-vessel values with that reduced area, whereas alternative two would have generated about 1.5. Even though it was a broader area, the fishing time was so much reduced and the landed catch was so much reduced because of it ran out of impacts faster. And so we made the hard choice at council that was the more efficient use, was to go to alternative one. There was, most public testimony was in favor of that, but not all. There were people who wanted alternative two. There were even a few that said we should close it at the public meeting that was held in Coos Bay. But the council did adopt alternative one, which was sort of the least of the evils we faced, is sort of what I would say. Not that it's good by any stretch, but it's less bad. But nevertheless, south of Florence for commercial troll will be closed all year, with the exception of some state waters fisheries that we would ask you to consider today that we normally do. And I'll get to those in a minute. Recreational side, the north of Falcon sport fisheries, a little better than last year, not a lot. June 24th through September 30th for Chinook and coho, that's marked selective coho fishery, 21,000 fish quota and a 13,000 fish Chinook guideline. And the reason there's a difference there is the coho quota is a hard cap. If they hit 21,000, they're done. The Chinook is actually a portion of the overall coast-wide quota that's being shared for that section, so there's a little flex in that. They still intend to not go over 13.2, but if they go to 13,210, they'll take 10 fish out of a different sub-area and make the balance work. So that's the phrase guideline versus quota. For Oregon, south of Falcon, less Chinook catch by quite a bit than the troll fishery, and also less Klamath impacts. As you recall from March, Klamath is our big problem this year. Very low escapements, well below the escapement goal. As Director Melcher reminded me yesterday, given his history, it predates mine by quite a bit. The last time we hit a low number in the Klamath like this, it was a coastwide closure. And that was because at that time the Fishery Management Plan Council didn't allow fishing underneath the escapement goal. Now there's what's called a de minimis rule, and it allows very little fishing, but it's not a complete closure necessarily, although that was an option that was considered. Back in, I think, 2006, we didn't have the choice. So that's one of the outcomes of 2006 is the council was able to go back and re-examine those management measures and see if there was a way to provide for something other than a complete closure while still managing the stock sustainably, and that's what they did. So for south of Falcon Sport, open March 15th through October 31st for Chinook, only to the Humbug line. Again, they don't catch a lot of Chinook and they don't catch a lot of Klamaths. They will have a coho fishery in June and July, end of June through the end of July, with an 18,000 fish quota. And we have slated a September non-selective fishery with a very reduced quota compared to most years. There was an alternative that would have had that closed and all the quota put in the March selective fishery. The advisors worked real hard to try and balance those two out so they could still maintain that September opportunity. And they paid a relatively high cost in the other quota to do it. So we will have a new measure for the sport fishery this year. It's one we did for the commercial fishery last year, and we will be doing again this year, which is closing outside of 40 fathoms. And this was an effort to try and keep fishing close to shore, focused on local stocks. We did it for the commercial fishery last year to try and, in essence, almost provide a statewide bubble, so that there were a lot of places where if you were within 40 fathoms, a commercial fisher could go near a mouth of a river without having to set up a separate bubble fishery, which we'll talk about in a bit. Didn't get a lot of effort in that commercial fishery last year, and I don't expect we will again this year, but at least it'll be there. And we're going to try it this year for the sport so that if they catch, to reduce the risk they might catch Klamath fish in October, if they catch Klamath fish we catch after September, get tabulated on a next year's bill, so to speak. We call it the credit card impacts, and I think we've talked about that a little bit before. And it's got to do with the calendar year cycle that the council uses to account for the brood years within the Chinook stock. So we're very risk averse on those because we don't know what next year's bill is going to look like, and we don't like to tack onto it before we know what it looks like. So we're trying to be very careful with that. South of Humbug Sport is going to be closed. We did examine the option of having a coho-only fishery with no Chinook retention in that area. Opted to not do that. There was actually quite a bit of recreational folks who said, we'd rather just not do that. Don't want to be handling Chinook and putting them back and having mortality, so if we're going to close it. And so that's what we did. California has also got their portion of that area closed. I believe they intend, if they haven't yet, they will be closing the Klamath River sport fishery inside. I believe they've made that decision. I don't know if they've implemented it yet, but they've told me that's what they're going to do. And again, all goes back to the Klamath issues that we're dealing with this year, which are bad. So I mentioned a little bit about the terminal area or bubble fisheries. Walk through those a little bit. They are the same as what we normally do with a few modifications. Just as a reminder, these two are both sport and commercial, and they regularly occur near the Chetco, in the mouth of the Chetco and just offshore, and again in the Elk River area near Port Orford. And so I'll just walk through what we've got proposed for 2017. Elk on the sport side, it's really no change from what we had before last year in 2016. And so there's really, if you adopt the recommendation, we won't have to adopt any new OARs for that one. It's still on the books from last year. Commercial, because the area is going to be closed for the whole season, we normally would open that fishery in November because the commercial fishery is generally still going in October in that area. It's not going to be, so we're recommending to back that date for opening back to October 15th to give them a little more time. It's really all they're going to have unless they choose to move somewhere else. So it's not a big cost in numbers of fish, but it does give them some opportunity. The remainder of it, the daily landing limit, the size limit, are holdovers from our normal fishery. So that's one. And then the Chetco, we, because it's close to the Klamath, and occasionally they will catch Klamath fish, but not very many, we've decided to be fairly conservative there as well. And so on the sport fishery, we're recommending dropping the bag limit to 1 a day. Was 2. Last year it was 2 a day, but no more than 1 wild. And it had, I believe, 5 days last year. We're recommending we do 4. So these are 2 weekends in a row on the sport side. We also recommend, it would normally start the first weekend in October. We're recommending delaying it another week or so, and that's to just down the risk of potential Klamath impact a little bit. I don't expect it to be a problem, but this gives us a little more insurance. We're also recommending increasing the minimum size to 28 inches for the same reason. The credit card fish for Klamath they're the younger fish, so they tend to be smaller. And so we hope by having a little bit bigger size limit, we'll minimize our impacts if they do run into any of those fish. On the commercial side, it is basically the same season structure as last year, but also moved a week out, so also delayed with a 300 Chinook quota, which is what we did last year. You may recall last year when I believe we were in Bandon for this meeting, and we had some testimony about the landing limit for this fishery, which we had proposed at 5. Actually, you adopted at 5 as well. We modified it to 10 in the later part of the season. And so we're just proposing to do it that way right out of the gate this year, start with 5 for the first period and then move to 10 after that. And that is intended to be a measure to keep us within the 300 fish quota. And the minimum size 28 for commercial was actually already in place for that area, so that's not a change, but it is the same as what the sport recommendation is. So with that, that's the recommendation that you would adopt the state waters ocean salmon fisheries as portrayed in the federal rule, and then add the Chinook terminal fisheries that are all state waters and all within your sole authority for this year. And with that, I take any questions.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thanks, Chris. Quick question since we've gone to size limit on the ocean terminal areas, I'm assuming we have a hooking mortality that we calculate. What is that?
Commissioner Buckmaster, I'm afraid to say I don't know offhand. 19, 21? Director Melcher may know.
Chair Finley and Commissioner Buckmaster, are you talking the commercial troll mortality, or are you talking recreational hook and release mortality?
For both. I mean, they're both, I assume they're both troll fisheries of sorts.
Yeah,
They're operating in a similar fashion, yeah.
So I don't need it now, but I'd be interested in getting that information down the
I
road.
apologize, I should know that off the cuff, but I don't.
That's fine.
So,
I think the commercial mortality rate is 26% plus an additional 5 for drop-off. That's fish that never get landed. And then the recreational mortality rate, I believe, is 14% plus 5.
I believe that's correct.
So effectively 19% and 31%.
31. I think that's correct,
Mr. Anderson.
but we will find out.
Thank you, Chris. Is there discussion or interest in other terminal fisheries for the southern ports, rivers?
Commissioner Anderson, I know we got an email from somebody asking about Coos Bay. And so I'm not familiar with it. We have done one there before. I'm aware 10, 12 years ago maybe. From what our ocean salmon manager told me, they had pretty limited participation in catch, but that was then, this is now, so that could change. What we weren't sure, and so what we did as we left council is, if those fisheries were to occur, we would have to make sure they include impacts of various species, in particular listed ESA coho is the big one. It's not a lot, but we have to have something in the model so NOAA can evaluate it. So I asked our staff to go ahead and include those as if the bubble fisheries were occurring in more areas, so I think we're covered if we chose to do it, at least from that standpoint. And so given the timeline and where we're at now, I wasn't comfortable trying to crank something together. Again, we've had one email, could get more. And so I think if the commission is amenable to it, what we could do is sort of keep our ears open, and if people do decide that they really think it would help, that we probably could do something under a temp rule that would do it. I believe we're covered from the federal side. I couldn't give you a 100% guarantee because I need to ask, but we tried to make sure we were covered in the modeling. So I think it would be down to us at that point, and if the commission's amenable to allowing us or recommending that we do pursue those under temporal rather than bringing them to you for permanent, which would probably be required because of just the timeline, we wouldn't be able to bring it back, then I think we could pursue that, but if it comes up.
Thanks.
Commissioner Buckmaster, did you have a follow-up question?
Not now, thank you.
Okay. I saw that pensive look on your face.
I'm curious about some things, but we'll talk about them later. They're not germane to this motion. So.
Okay, all right. Okay, commissioners, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I would move to adopt the 2017 regulations for ocean sport and commercial salmon fisheries and ocean terminal sport and commercial fisheries as proposed by staff and is reflected in draft OARs shown in attachment 3.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Weber, seconded by Commissioner Atkinson. Commissioners, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the 6 commissioners present. Okay. I think now's a good time for us to take a restroom or phone break, so let's come back at 10 after. 10 after 10.
Out there, see that old thing? You'll see it's just filled with snakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. You too, Ed.
Conversations go outside.
Okay. Exhibit D, Threatened and Endangered Species List Revision. Michael Maywig. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, my name is Mike Maywig. I'm the Native Fish Investigations Program Manager, and I'm going to talk to you about our review of the Borax Lake chub and Fosket speckled dace, as well as our proposal to remove these species from the state threatened and endangered species list. Both of these are small native minnows. They occupy naturally restricted ranges, and they also occur at naturally low relative abundance. Borax Lake chub occupies Borax Lake, which is shown up here. It's about a 4-hectare lake. It sits perched above the Alvord basin, about 10 meters above the basin on this borosilicate deposit. Fosket speckled dace, they occupy Fosket Spring as well as Dace Spring, which is also down in southeastern Oregon. So Borax Lake chub is federally listed as endangered, and it is also state listed as endangered. It was listed in 1982. Some of the reasons why it was listed were degraded lakeshore habitat. Like I said, the lake sits perched above the desert floor, and it's a very fragile lake crust. So there have been a couple things going on. One was off-road vehicle use, which damaged the lake shoreline. And then there was also intentional, basically chipping away at the lake crust so that water could be diverted for agriculture as well as livestock grazing. There was also the potential for geothermal development in the immediate vicinity of Borax Lake. Borax Lake is a geothermal lake, and so there's concern that this would cause changes to the water quality or quantity. And then finally, there's also a perceived lack of protected habitat for Borax Lake chub. That was the lake and the surrounding area. For Fosket speckled dace, they were listed as threatened in 1985 federally. And a couple of the reasons why they were listed, one was alterations to the habitat. There was some evidence that people had in the past built rock dams to divert water. There was also substantial livestock use in the spring itself. And then again, similar to Borax Lake chub, there was a lack of protection for the habitat in the spring and around the spring. So both these species were automatically placed on the state list due to their federal listing status. Since listing for both of these fishes, there's been considerable conservation and monitoring and recovery efforts aimed at these fishes. This map shows Borax Lake here. There's also a wetland to the north. So Borax Lake chub in 1982, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service designated critical habitat. And then following that, the Nature Conservancy leased and then purchased large chunks of land, which include the area all the way around Borax Lake, as well as some area in the wetland to the north. In 1983, BLM designated the area as an area of critical environmental concern. And this effectively removed the area in the gray hashed mark from geothermal development. And then in 1980 or 91, ODFW acquired the water rights to the area. And basically what this allows us to do is maintain the surface elevation of the lake at the historic level. And then in 2000, there's the Steens Mountain Cooperative Management and Protection Act. And then following that, there was the Andrews Steens Resource Management Plan. And this basically removed the entire Alvord known geothermal resource area from geothermal exploration and development on federal lands. There's still some private-owned lands that aren't restricted to geothermal exploration or development. In 2011, there was a perimeter fence put up surrounding the entire critical habitat. It's shown in this kind of X-marked line. And so this is basically limits access to the area, so the idea is to keep off-road vehicles out of the area. And then in 2016, we've been working on a draft cooperative management plan, and that would be a plan between ODFW, BLM, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Nature Conservancy that would guide long-term management of this species. We've also done periodic monitoring. This says 97. It should have said 86. Basically, we've done abundance estimates for a number of years. So abundance is on this y-axis here, and the years on the x-axis. And basically, this species abundance fluctuates pretty widely among years. There's no real trend, though. There's some low years here, some extremely high years of abundance. So basically, no overall trend, but a lot of fluctuation among years. So conservation actions aimed at Foskett speckled dace. This map shows where Foskett Spring is, and then there's also Dace Spring to the south of it. They're on the edge of Coleman Lake, and that's this dry lake bed shown here. So in most years, this is a dry lake. In extremely wet years, there can be some water in it, but it's not very common. So BLM acquired and fenced off both Foskett Spring and Dace Spring to exclude cattle. And then in 2009, Fish and Wildlife Service and BLM, they excavated some habitat at Dace Spring to create what I'm going to call some conservation populations, and began transferring fish into these basically ponds to kind of spread the Foskett dace out a little bit. In 1985, when they did some surveys out there, Carl Bond from Oregon State University suggested that this species would probably do well as long as there's open water habitat for them. So that's been kind of what we've been managing for, is open water habitat. So in 2012, BLM conducted some modifications to maintain open water habitat in Foskett Spring. And then again in 2015, we signed a cooperative management plan for Foskett speckled dace, and that was an agreement between BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, and ODFW. And again, this is to manage for the long-term persistence of this fish. So there was periodic monitoring of Foskett speckled dace from 97 on. In 1997, there was a fairly large number of fish in the spring. In the mid-2000s to mid-2000s, yeah, to 2010, there was fairly low abundance, but again, some spikes in abundance. So again, it's very similar, a lot of changes in abundance. No real trends. Dace Springs, that's that conservation population I talked about, and since that was established, the population has grown quite considerably. Now, I mentioned the open water habitat. These years here that are highly variable, that occurred coincident with the habitat modifications that occurred out at Foskett Spring. And there's a fairly strong correlation between the open water habitat and our abundance estimates. So it seems like when there is open water habitat available, the population goes up. When there is some vegetative encroachment, the numbers are a little lower. We're still usually over 1,000 fish, though, in this small spring. So during our review, we focused on Oregon State delisting criteria. So we evaluated the populations in relation, and the conservation efforts in relation to the delisting criteria. So the first delisting criteria is the species is not in danger of extinction throughout a significant portion of its range. Currently, both species encompass their entire historical range. They haven't contracted at all. They were naturally in these isolated areas. And their current range is managed for conservation, so it's either owned by BLM or by the Nature Conservancy, and they're managed specifically for the conservation of these species. And again, abundance varied among years with these fish, but there's no real trends, no long-term trends that we've observed. So we believe the criterion has been met for both these species. The second criteria is the natural reproductive potential of the species is no longer in danger, or is not in danger. This is true for these two species. Like I said, we've been doing a lot of surveys in this area over the years, and we always see multiple size classes and age 0 fish, which is indicative of natural reproduction. And we've never seen any failure of year classes. The third criterion, the species is not undergoing deterioration of its range or primary habitat. This criteria has also been met to the, quite to the contrary. The habitat's been protected and restored in most cases, so we believe this criterion has indeed been met. State criterion 4, overuse of the species or its habitat for commercial, recreational, scientific purposes is not likely to occur. The habitat is protected. There's no commercial use. There's limited public access. It's foot traffic only. There's no harvest on these species. And there is some scientific use, and that's essentially our abundance estimates. And from time to time, usually it's university staff want to do some research project, like looking at genetic population structure, things like that. So very limited educational or research use. And the fifth criteria is existing state or federal programs are adequate to protect the species. The primary habitat is protected. It's owned by BLM and Nature Conservancy. Most of the surrounding land around Borax Lake has been protected from geothermal development. Like I said, there are a few small parcels of private land that could be explored, and they could be explored whether the species is on the state list or the federal list or not. And then, like I said before, we've obtained the water rights so we can maintain the lake elevation. And if these species are removed from the state list, ODFW plans to put them on our sensitive species list. And that's primarily because we do recognize they occupy a very a narrow range just naturally. During our process, we solicited public comment and peer review. We held public meetings in 3 locations, Burns, Lakeview, and Salem, and we took written comment. We only received 1 written comment, and there wasn't a lot of public interest at the meetings either, but a few people did attend, and we had good discussions. Peer review, we solicited peer review from the Fish and Wildlife Service, who is supportive of our proposal to delist both species. We solicited peer review from the Bureau of Land Management. They didn't comment on Borax Lake chub. They did express support for delisting Phosphate speckled dace. And we also solicited a review from the Nature Conservancy. They did not comment on Phosphate speckled dace. They were supportive of delisting or downlisting Borax Lake chub, but they were not supportive of delisting Borax Lake chub. I just want to kind of cover some of the comments that we received. The general consensus was that if we remove these species from the state list, that they wouldn't get the attention that they deserve anymore. We believe that the cooperative management plans that we put in place, they basically line out what we're going to do to manage for the long term, and there's a lot to them. It's periodic site visits, 2 to 4 times a year. There's contingency plans for if habitat is degraded, if non-native species are detected. So we've kind of lined out the steps we're going to do long-term to keep track of these species, including abundance estimates every 3 to 5 years when funding's available. So we believe we've already, we've addressed this concern. There's also some concern over the fluctuations in abundance, especially with Borax Lake chub. And primarily this data point here, there was fairly low abundance in 2015, and that value is about 1,200 fish. When the recovery plan for Borax Lake chub was written in 1986, there was a comment in there that the abundance should maintain around the values observed in 1996 and 1997, and essentially those were the only 2 years of data they had, so it's fairly arbitrary. So that would have been an abundance threshold, kind of the average of these 2. If they had looked a year later, their threshold would be much lower. If they had sampled in those years, it would have been much higher. So there is concern over this low number. However, I'd like to point out that that is 1,200 fish, and it's well within a lot of criteria for abundance thresholds. I just wrote down the 5,500 rule here. That's fairly common threshold, and it's somewhat debated simply because that's based on genetic characteristics of the population. Most folks would say it's a fine threshold as long as you consider that that's your census size should be about 10 to 20 times that size. So even at our lowest abundance, 10 to 20 times that, we'd still be well over that 500 threshold. These numbers also are well within the IUCN guidelines for abundance thresholds for to get out of the endangered category for IUCN. And then there was a number of concerns specific to Borax Lake. In 2013, while we were sampling out there, our staff observed from the shoreline one non-native fish in the lake. It's believed to have been a bass. We've followed up with some fairly substantial surveys, and we haven't seen any other non-native fish in the lake since that time. There's some interesting things to note about Borax Lake, and that's that it's a fairly harsh environment. Temperatures are very warm. It's got high levels of arsenic. It's got high levels of lead. It's also fairly high in pH. So it's not a very great habitat for fish, and it's probably one of the reasons that this is the only, Borax Lake chub's the only species that we really see in there. Interestingly, Borax Lake chub only survive most of them die after a year of life, and there hasn't been studies on this, but it's speculated that's because the environment is just so harsh that they don't live very long in it. So we did see this non-native fish. We have followed up with surveys, haven't seen any others, and it's pretty unlikely that most non-native species would survive in this lake. There's concern about habitat, future habitat alterations and future geothermal development. There's currently no geothermal development in the basin. We've developed these cooperative management plans so that we can keep track of these species in case something in the future comes up. But currently there aren't any of these threats. And then, like I said, we would put them on the state sensitive species list if they're removed from the state list of threatened and endangered species. Borax Lake falls well within the Oregon Category 1 habitat, and Category 1 habitats are managed for no loss. It's basically a unique and irreplaceable habitat feature in the state. So there's a number of protections for these species. So with that, we've come up with 3 decision options for Borax Lake chub that we'd like you to consider. Number 1 is remove Borax Lake chub from the state list. Number 2 is change the status from endangered to threatened. And number 3 is take no action, retain them on the state list as is. We have 2 decision options for Foskett speckled dace. 1 is remove them from the state list, and 2 is take no action. The staff recommendation at this time is to remove both species from the state list of threatened and endangered species.
Okay, we have one member of the public who would like to testify, but I want to make sure that Bridget is here. You are? Okay, great. We'll be right back to you, Michael. Bridget Moran, welcome.
Good morning. Chairman Finley, Director Melcher, members of the commission. My name is Bridget Moran. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I run our Bend field office where we have responsibility for these species. Fish and Wildlife Service appreciates the opportunity to come before you this morning in support of both of the rulemaking recommendations that Mike just described. We're moving in a similar fashion. We have 2 federal rulemakings that we are planning on undertaking this year. We have a draft proposal currently written to propose a downlisting for the Borax Lake chub, but through that proposal, we will also be seeking comments on a delisting. So we may end up in the same place as your proposal is here. And to be candid, your actions today will be highly informative on the direction that the Fish and Wildlife may take in the future. As you know, that's a federal rulemaking process. We will seek comments on that proposal and move forward based on the comments that we receive. We are also developing a delisting proposal for the Fosket speckled dace. We anticipate that will be published in the Federal Register a little later in the fiscal year, or even as late as into 2018. We thank the collaboration that we've had with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's been excellent, as the partners that have been involved in both of these narrow endemics with TNC and BLM, the habitat improvements, enhancements, et cetera, have shown that the threats have been ameliorated sufficiently so that we're here in support. Thank you for your time.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? Well, wonderful. Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Atkinson.
I had a question about the open water habitat for the dace. Does that need to be maintained every year, or how often do management actions need to occur to keep that open water in the springs?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Akins. That's slightly unknown. We're not maintaining it each year. We seem to see an increase in abundance a number of years after it's been altered or maintained. Currently, we're taking some actions to try and take some management actions that are more long-term. The nice thing about the fact that we've been able to monitor this species over time is that we kind of have an idea of how long these actions will last in the future. So it's not every year. Right now it seems like we have about a 3-year window after the action that abundance is very high.
So that management would continue with the dace even if they're on the sensitive species list rather than listed as a T&E species?
It would, and that's the cooperative management plan that we've signed highlights all the management that we intend to do into the future and what agencies are responsible for what tasks.
Okay. And on the Borax Lake chub, what are the factors that predict the population size? I mean, given that it's so variable, are there any specific factors that you can say caused those changes?
We can't. Most of our sampling is it's just abundance estimates. We don't go out and measure environmental correlates. We do have some temperature data loggers in the lake, and the lake surface area is actually slightly influenced by air temperature. So even though it's a geothermally heated lake, the surface does fluctuate with air temperature. So on some of our lowest abundance years, those were years that were extremely warm in August.
Okay, so maybe water depth could be part of it, or as far as what drives those numbers. It just seems like there's got to be something that is causing that variability.
Yeah, like I said, there was the 1 year that was very low. It was one of our warmest years on record, and so there is the potential that it's water temperature that's driving it. So hotter water temperatures create more mortality. So like any fish, they do have a thermal tolerance zone. They have a very high upper thermal limit, but that can be exceeded. The wetland habitat to the north in the picture is considerably cooler, and one of the actions in the cooperative management plan is to maintain connectivity between the lake and that cooler wetland habitat.
And is there any information about whether the same fish are using the lake and the wetland, or are those two subpopulations?
We don't have data on that.
Okay. I guess I had some concerns about the fact that Nature Conservancy is a partner and has been so involved from the start, but they are not wanting to see the Borax Lake chub delisted, but they would support downlisting. What is your perspective on that?
Commissioner Atkinson, I believe the majority of their concerns were those listed on the slide, and basically they were concerned about the presence of the non-native fish, which we have not seen any other non-native species. They were concerned about the fluctuating abundance, which you pointed out, and specifically that low population number, which is still extremely high numbers of individuals in such a small area. And they're concerned about the future potential for geothermal development in the drainage. The geothermal development, on private land, it can actually occur regardless of this state listing. There's no stipulations that they can't explore geothermal on private land. So basically, we're talking about threats that might occur in the future at some point.
So what would be the management difference if they were listed as threatened versus a sensitive species?
For ODFW?
Yes.
Very little, because they don't occur on any state land, and that's where our threatened and endangered species list really has more strength. Mm-hmm. So this species, because of its narrow range, is entirely, there's no state land involved.
Mm-hmm. And this is the only population we have of Borax Lake chub?
It is.
Is there any possibility of putting them in other sites, or is it limited by the nature of that particular site?
To my knowledge, the department hasn't explored that option.
Anything else?
I have a question.
No.
Director Melcher.
Sure, thanks. Mike, is there, both these fish were listed under the federal act basically in the early 80s, I believe, is what your presentation showed. Did all the monitoring begin post-listing, or was there any monitoring data pre-listing decision?
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, most of the data was collected post-listing. There's some observations from the 1980s, the early 1980s for Fosket speckled dace, which suggested that there was probably about 1,500 fish there, which is very similar to our general abundance without open water habitat, but that was essentially a visual estimate.
And I think the point of me asking the question is, many times these listing decisions or the determinations are made, and the determination is made based on threats, future threats, which clearly I think we've seen here have been addressed through actions of the department and partners, but also they're based on the lack of information, the lack of just basic population information, which now, 2 or 3 decades later, we have a long history of monitoring these populations that lead us to a different place than if we just had this one snapshot of one year's population abundance.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you, Chair. I really don't have a question. I'm going to, at the appropriate time, I'll be happy to make a motion to support the staff recommendation, but I'd like to make a comment that I'm very sensitive to the concerns of the Nature Conservancy, simply because I admire their model, their participation, and their partnership on this and many, many other projects, particularly in Oregon. But this seems to be a classic example of looking at something, listing, and going through the appropriate work for up to and then including delisting, there is a significant portion of the public that has become somewhat jaded on the listing ESA, both federal and state, thinking that once it's on there, it never comes off. It's just a tool to be used by so-called environmental groups to make other things happen as a pawn. This gives us an opportunity to say that in fact is not what the state ESA listing is. That we recognize an issue. Granted that for these fish and probably for any other species in Oregon, we can come up with hypothetical future impacts that would put them in jeopardy. But I think we need the occasional success story on ESA listings. And both of these in my opinion, fall into that category. And after other people have a chance to talk, I would be happy to make that motion.
Michael, I have a question, actually a couple. In looking at the map, and I know what you said about Coleman Lake, is it thought that as in former times when Coleman Lake maybe maintained a year-round water supply, that these are refugia that these fish found from Coleman Lake as it dried up? Or is there any knowledge or thought about connection?
Chair Finley, I believe that would be a logical assumption.
Yeah, I was
that
just
they
curious.
used to be distributed throughout that lake.
In your write-up on page 11, you said that ODFW personnel observed non-native species. What were they in 2013? I'm just curious.
Chair Finley, that was believed to be a largemouth bass.
Bucket biology, you think?
There's no connection to Borax Lake. It would have had to have been brought in by someone. So
Yeah.
the potential for non-native fish colonization is purely through human action.
Yeah, okay.
And the survival of non-native fish would be very unlikely in that environment.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that's correct. The temperatures are very high. Lead, arsenic are both high, and pH is also high.
Where's the closest largemouth bass? How far did that have to travel to get there? What body of water has largemouth bass?
Commissioner Buckmaster, I'd have to leave that to some of the district biologists to.
Okay. Commissioners, if there are no more comments or questions, Commissioner Atkinson?
I just wanted to say that personally, I would rather see that we downlist the Borax Lake chub. I don't like the numbers from the last few years, and although I think that it's probably time to delist them, I think I would prefer to wait a couple more years and see if we have a few more data points and what those look like, so we don't have to relist.
Would you be more comfortable? We're going to continue, the department's going to continue to monitor these, correct?
Chair Finley, we monitor the species. It's funding.
They're delisted.
It's funding dependent. We plan to do it. It's mostly a funding source.
Well, I was trying to think through what Commissioner Atkinson said, that if they're delisted, then given her comments, which I don't disagree with, if they're continuing to be monitored, we can always relist them. But so that's the point. Will they be continually monitored after that?
Chair Finley, we will be making periodic site visits. Twice a year is how we've stipulated that there. And then our plan is to attempt to do abundance estimates every 3 to 5 years. And that's regardless of whether they're listed or delisted.
Commissioner Weber.
You indicated budget considerations on some of the monitoring. Do they move up in priority if they're listed as threatened versus sensitive?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, we normally receive our funding for these surveys through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We could, if it's a stipulation of delisting that we need to do continued monitoring, we can certainly find the funding to do abundance estimates. It's just our normal monitoring has been funded through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that might change slightly if they were federally delisted.
Would that comfort you, Holly?
No, it wouldn't. I guess I'd like to see a multivariate analysis to better understand what's driving those wide variations. In the absence of not knowing what's causing that, to see 3 years that are kind of on the lower end just seems premature to me. Even though we do have a good record of 25 years that look much better, I am concerned about those last couple data sets. And I would want to see annual monitoring and not every 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Any other comments, commissioners?
I would just say, I echo Commissioner Atkinson's concerns. It's hard for me to apply the test of not in danger of extinction in its range, which is this limited lake, given seeing a 20-year low in numbers just 2 years ago, and recognizing the sensitivity of the species to the geothermal. One thing that I think is interesting is, at least the way I'm thinking, it wouldn't, if there were a catastrophic geothermal event, it would be catastrophic to the species if there were 1,000 individuals in there or 50,000 individuals in there. Is that not correct? Probably more so with 1,000, but if there was a huge temperature influx, is that, I see you nodding your head, is that true?
Commissioner Anderson, if there was a spike in the lake temperature that exceeded their thermal maximum considerably, it wouldn't matter how many there are.
But I agree with Commissioner Atkinson. I can't apply, I can't pass the first criterion test with the data that's been presented.
So are you both comfortable with downlisting?
I am.
Okay, how about the rest of the commission?
Downlisting of the one species.
Yes.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. All right. So having heard that, Commissioner Buckmaster, are you ready to do a motion that's modified?
Well, since Commissioner Atkinson actually made the last change, I think she should have the pleasure of making that motion.
It would be, in regard to the Borax Lake Chub, it would be option number 2. And in regard to the Osgood Spring Speckled Dace, it would be option number 1.
We want to say something.
As set out by staff.
All right. Annika?
Yeah. So just I want to make sure the commission's clear, what the staff has done for you is analyze the total removal delisting criteria and what you needed to find for determining whether it was complete removal. Now, in your conversations, what I'm hearing is some tentative back and forth about whether that criteria 1 is appropriate. What I just make the distinction quite clear, when you remove the species from the state list, what it's essentially doing in regulation is taking a look back at what it means to be endangered species versus what it means to be a threatened species. So I think what is key for your consideration as you're determining what's appropriate at this time is the definition of threatened really has to do with the foreseeability. Okay, so I'll read the definition for you for your consideration. Threatened species the commission determines it's likely to become an endangered species within the foreseeable future throughout any significant portion of its range. So essentially, these were all designed at the time to be going one direction. So now a reasonable construction of this definition is that there is some foreseeability that it's, may become endangered in the future. So you have to do a little mental gymnastics here because you're potentially downlisting. But what you need to find in order to support your downlisting is that there's something about the information that you've been provided that makes it foreseeable that this may become endangered in the future. So not endangered now, but may become endangered in the future.
So would those be the low population
The
spots?
variability. High variability.
Any questions or?
Do you want to give us the language for that motion, or?
I can assist you with the, right now, as written, the staff recommendation says.
Let's go ahead with the speckled dace based on the draft motion, perhaps, while she's working on the borax.
Yeah. Do we want to do two separate motions, or?
Yeah,
We could do that.
let's do that. It'll make the record
Make it be
cleaner.
cleaner.
Okay. I move to determine that the delisting determinations in OAR 635-100-0105 and 635-100-0112 are satisfied, and to amend OAR 635-100-0125 as shown in attachment 3 to remove Fawcett Spring speckled dace from the state list of threatened and endangered species.
And why don't we just vote on those individually too?
I'll second.
Okay. So it's been moved by Commissioner Atkinson, seconded by Commissioner Weber. We've had discussion, and are we ready to vote? Okay. Indicate your support for the motion by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the 6 commissioners present. Okay, now we move on to Borax Lake Chub. So would the active phrase be to downgrade?
Down list.
It is
Down list is what.
down list.
Technically, the rule we're looking at refers to it as reclassifying species, but we can simply say I move to downlist the Borax Lake Chub to threatened status.
Okay.
Do we need to set out the criteria that, or because it wasn't set out by staff, or?
So
Well, that's one of the
you can
options.
say pursuant to ORS 635-100-0111. Yes. It is, the other motion was sufficient for its purposes. This would be sufficient for this purpose.
So what was the number?
635-100-0111,
And that replaces which of the three?
subsection 2.
Well, in the motion, we have 3 different OARs.
Yep, those are unnecessary for this particular
Okay, so
downlisting.
So it's
So I would
just-
say I move to downlist Borax Lake Chub to threatened status pursuant to OAR 635-100-0111, subsection 2, to be very specific. If your intention, this proposed motion that I am stating for you is, if you find that it more properly meets threatened definition, such that you believe in analyzing the information before you, that it is in the foreseeable future in danger of extinction.
Okay.
Or being listed as endangered
And I don't have to say that.
within this state.
That doesn't have to be in the motion.
No, I'm just making sure that that's the analysis that you're making.
Okay.
You've made that
Correct me if
decision.
I'm wrong. I move to downlist the Borax Lake chub to threatened status pursuant to OAR 635-100-0111, subsection 2.
Period.
Period.
All right. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Atkinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. We've had our discussion. Thank you, council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by all 6 commissioners present. All right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Finley.
Okay, we're moving on to Exhibit E, Access and Habitat Project Approvals. Tom Thornton. Hancock Forest Management.
Chair Finley, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, Tom Thornton, Game Program Manager. I'm before you at this time to provide information regarding 4 projects that were approved by the Access and Habitat Board and recommended for commission consideration. 2 of these projects are requesting Access and Habitat funds, and 2 projects are requesting federal funds. These are administered through the Natural Resource Conservation Service and the Access and Habitat Board, because of their structure to deal with habitat projects and such, are administering and asking for the use and distribution of these funds for the department. The map before you simply shows the general location of the projects. On the Oregon coast, the left side of the map, just above the center, is the Lincoln County Forest Patrol. It's depicted there in blue. In the top center of the state is the Columbia Plateau. That's the second Access and Habitat project. And the 2 open fields projects are the 2 near the center of the state. The Lincoln County Enhanced Forest Patrol provides funding for a forest deputy that patrols just over 300,000 acres of private timberlands in Lincoln County. The ANH has been a partner in this project since about 2006. The proposal will continue to provide $30,000 a year for 5 years, and that's about 20% of the funding for the entire project. The deputy provides year-round enforcement presence addressing issues such as not only wildlife violations, but trespass, dumping, illegal use of motor vehicles, a wide variety of things. The project lead, because one of the things that really got this project started was illegal dumping, the project lead for this project is actually the Lincoln County Solid Waste District. They're still a contributor. Another one of the major funders of the project is there's an association of concerned landowners. There are 16 members that are either landowners or land managers in Lincoln County that also contribute funds towards to keep the deputy on the ground. And this year, 2017, for the first time, the Forest Service is joining in as a contributor. There are some interspersed national forest lands that the deputy will have some additional enforcement options as he travels through those. The second project, the Columbia Plateau, for this one, the department's been a partner for the last 9 years, and this proposal would continue to provide about $30,000 a year for the next 3 years. Cooperators in this project include the department's East Region, the Morrow County Soil and Water Conservation District, and 2 U.S. Department of Agriculture agencies, the Farm Service Agency, and the National Resource Conservation Service. There's also funding provided for some of the projects by the landowners. One of the primary priorities for this project is improving habitat for mule deer, upland game birds, and a wide variety of wildlife on Conservation Reserve Program lands. And the project encompasses the Heppner and Columbia Basin Wildlife Management Units, and the Heppner unit is a mule deer initiative unit. And a lot of the projects are replacing old stands of Conservation Reserve Programs that are now dominated heavily by grass. And they go through and work the ground and reseed those with bunch grasses, forbs, and shrubs in some cases. The access and habitat funds are specifically used for the supplies end of the project, providing fuel, seed, and other things. The Aspen Valley is an open fields project. In this project, they're asking for about $46,000 a year, just under $140,000 over 3 years. And this project's about 25 miles southeast of Prineville, and it's a follow-up to some previous habitat efforts. And cooperators here include the department's Mule Deer Initiative, Crook County Weed Management Association, and the landowners are also contributing. In addition to the habitat work, there's also hunting by permission offered for up to 110 hunters. Those are spread over deer, elk, and pronghorn seasons. Some of the major components of the Aspen Valley project include addressing juniper encroachment, looking at an additional 850 acres of juniper cutting. This would be an extension of over 3,000 acres that have been cut in recent years, and it's these earlier cuttings that would be subjected to the controlled or prescribed burns to remove some of those fuels now that they've had a chance to dry out. Some of the noxious weeds controlled on this area would be Russian and spotted thistle, Russian spotted knapweed and Canadian and Scotch thistle. There's also white top and some patches they would take care of. And the spring developments would be placed throughout the project area to help distribute the cattle and the wildlife to better utilize the available forage. The last of the 4 projects I have is the Dixie Meadows Habitat Project. For this project, they're asking for about $28,000 a year in A&H funds, just right around $84,000 total over the 3-year project. This project, again, is near Prineville. It's about 12 miles east. It's also a follow-up on some previous habitat efforts in a Mule Deer Initiative unit. This is in the Mowry unit. And again, in addition to the habitat component, this one would allow about 70 hunters the option to get hunting by permission. And I'll say here that the hunting by permission for these is actually an online registration process that's managed by the department's Prineville field office. So we're very much working with the landowner to get these hunters on the ground. For this project, the funds would be used for cutting the juniper and purchasing materials for water development. The landowner would be responsible for treating the slash and removing the juniper bowls, the large material, trying to find an alternative use for those. And then follow-up treatment of burning the slash after it's had a chance to dry out. The staff recommendation would be to approve the 4 projects as recommended by the Access and Habitat Board. And that concludes my presentation. One of the board members, Willie Bronson, is here today, and when we come to questions, I'll have Mr. Bronson come up with me to help answer any questions that might be better handled from the Access and Habitat Board's perspective.
Well, you can have him come up right now because we don't have any public testimony. Welcome, Mr. Bronson. Okay, Commissioner Weber.
Tom, the access program, I mean, some of this is habitat and access, but to the extent that that we're paying money for access, does that run with the land, or is that just related to the landowner? If he sells the property, does it continue?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, we'd be speaking specifically then about the 2 open field projects, the last 2, Dixie Mountain.
Correct, the last 2.
Yeah, and if the landowner were to sell the property, that would terminate the contract unless the landowner that purchased it wanted to continue, and we'd go into a new contract or agreement with the new landowner. But for these projects, anything, they are set up on a 3-year basis, and if something interrupted that, they wouldn't receive any additional payments, any further payments without a new contract to cover those actions. Is that?
When I guess if they, I don't know when we pay them to, what date we pay them,
Yeah.
but would that be prior to or after hunting season?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, to clarify, most of the funding is actually targeted at the habitat projects. In addition to the habitat, the landowners have also agreed to provide the hunting by permission, but we are not paying them specifically for the hunter access. We are paying for the habitat portion of the project.
So from your perspective, we're paying for the habitat restoration and they're donating the access, and you're not connecting the 2?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that is correct. We are not paying, as opposed to many access projects where we provide a per acre payment for access by the public. We do not have that item in these particular projects. Now, I will state, just to clarify, that to be eligible for the open fields funds, there does need to be some public access allowed, but we're not specifically paying for it.
And I would sort of informationally, I think that when we pay for access, whatever we pay for should run with the land and not go away if the landowner sold it in that for whatever period we paid for.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, we usually pay on an annual basis, so we would, we would expect access for the year we had paid for. But if a new landowner came in they have, in the contracts, there's a 30-day clause that gives them an opportunity to, to cancel a contract or back out of one. So if one were to exercise that, they would receive no further payments. To my knowledge, we haven't had any cases where that has occurred, although it could potentially.
Okay, well, that was just for future reference from my perspective, but thank you.
Commissioner Buckmaster.
Thank you. On the open fields projects, both of them, would you give me more information about the cooperator funds? Where did those come from? How are they calculated?
Yeah, and, well, I'll go backwards here for the last one. The Dixie Mountain, the way the cooperators funds for this one were calculated is the department is paying for the cutting of the juniper and for the slash, the removal of the boles, and the post-cutting treatment of the future burning of the other lands, of the slash. That was valued at about $90 an acre, and that is what the landowner will be contributing.
So go over that again. We're cutting.
Yes,
we're cutting.
We're paying to essentially get the trees on the ground,
Yes.
and then he is picking up the expense of the slashing, the removal of the boles, getting them off the landscape, and the burning.
The access portion of both of the open fields projects, it's probably a coincidence, but basically it comes out to $400 a hunter per year on both of them. So you say that is not the benefit that we are getting as Oregonians from this project. It is the removal of the juniper.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, that is correct. That is an additional benefit, is a limited amount of by permission hunting. The primary thing, both of these areas are in mule deer initiative units, and reduction of juniper throughout, it frees up more water to improve the habitat, and they're adjacent to public lands too, and the deer move back and forth, so it is the habitat benefit that we're primarily looking for out of these.
Are you able to quantify the benefit to the mule deer then, or have you done any type of analysis that if we disregard the access, that shows us that this is a good investment based on mule deer production, whatever parameters you'd like to choose?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, I don't have anything quantitative that would say that the prior projects have put 100, 200, 300 more deer on the ground. I couldn't say that.
Does the board member have any input on that?
Commissioner Finley, Commissioner Buckmasters, I only have the increased numbers that the local biologists thought the carrying capacity would jump up by 150 animals or something in that area or so. But it's a lot. I think what I took away from it was the long-term habitat, both the water sources and removal of the juniper, just better overall habitat in that area. So.
Commissioner Weber?
Let's follow up on Commissioner Buckmaster. In terms of the cooperator funding, which is, as I understand, treating the downed juniper. Are they obligated to do that? Because I hunted in the Maori unit last year, and I think I was, well, I'm sure I was on BLM ground, and they just cut and left it. And I didn't know if the cooperator in these cases has an option of just leaving it, or do they have to treat it?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, for these two projects, it is part of the contract, the agreement, that they will treat the slash that's remaining. And additionally, for this one in particular, the Dixie Meadows, they're also going to remove the larger bulls that tend to stay on the landscape longer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the recommendations of the Access and Habitat Board for project funding.
I'll second it. So it's been moved by Commissioner Atkinson, seconded by Commissioner Finley. Any more discussion? Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the 6 commissioners present. Thank you, Tom. Okay.
Were there 2 items?
No.
We approved the whole suite.
Okay.
Did you realize that?
No, but it's not a deal. That's fine.
Just one item, right?
I think so.
Okay, Exhibit F.
I was going to vote no on that second. Yeah.
2017-2018 game bird regulations. Dave Bedeau. Welcome, Dave. Oh, you've got your henchman, too.
What's that?
Welcome. Brandon, I just referred to you as his henchman.
Chair Finley, members of the commission, Director Melcher, my name is Dave Bedeau, and I'm the Upland Game Bird Coordinator with the department. And I'm here today to provide you with the proposed 2017-18 Upland Game Bird regulations. I'm going to give a very brief overview of the population status and some harvest surveys, and then remind you about our upland game bird regulation framework. And then most of the presentation will emphasize some of those things that aren't covered by the upland game bird framework, some of our Eastern Oregon fall turkey seasons, some of our special hunting opportunities that occur outside the general seasons, and then our controlled hunt for sage grouse as well. As for most upland game bird species, the young of the year count for most of the summer and fall population. So really your number of birds depends on how well production occurs. And we don't have that information at this time. We're just entering the nesting season, so we don't have a good idea of that. But we have in general seen an increasing trend in upland game bird populations since 2013. And in fact, late last summer, we had some areas that had the highest count since 2006. However, we had some long periods of extended snow cover this year, and in some of those same units where deer and pronghorn tags have been proposed to be reduced, we did experience some higher than normal winter mortality for those upland birds. But those same winter conditions that affected survival are also expected to improve habitat conditions. In fact, we expect some of the best habitat conditions since 2005, 2006. And upland game birds, by their very nature, can be highly productive. And so we're actually fairly optimistic for most of the state at this point, given the conditions. And we did get some concern from the public during the winter about upland game birds, particularly in those northeast units where we had that long persistent snow cover and stuff. But if we have any kind of average spring conditions, I think the outlook is very positive just because of how much water we have in Eastern Oregon right now. Just on a reminder on the upland game bird framework, it's a policy document that sets a standardized seasons for a 5-year period at a time. We're right in the middle of that framework right now. It's the 2015 through 2020 framework. The framework was adopted by the commission after a very robust public process. We had public meetings, 23 public meetings around the state, and then presented to the commission, and that was again adopted for the period of 2015 through 2020. So most of our general game bird season regulations are consistent with that policy document that the commission approved. And we're able to have for upland game birds a 5-year framework where we maintain seasons consistently is because it's natural for upland game birds to fluctuate greatly from year to year, and it's often weather dependent. And it just provides more certainty for the hunters without changing seasons each year. The hunting effort is largely self-regulating, and we did see that this year in some of those northeast areas. We do an annual or a monthly harvest survey, and we certainly saw participation drop off once we got into December with the heavy snow. It just reduced access to hunting areas, and just it's not as pleasant post-holing around in 2 feet of snow trying to chase birds as well too. So, and the other thing is that hunting mortality is generally a small part of the annual mortality for upland game birds. Most of those upland game birds do not have a very long life expectancy, only a year or two, and a large percentage of them die each year. So on the table up here, and I'm not going to go through each one, but these are the proposed general seasons for our upland game birds, consistent with the framework. There are a couple of general fall turkey seasons. That's the end of that table there that aren't covered by the framework, and we are proposing a couple of changes to our general fall turkey seasons in eastern Oregon. For the Blue Mountain general fall turkey season, we're proposing to add 3 units, the Maori, Ochiko, and Grizzly units. And with that increased in area, we're also proposing to increase the number of fall tags available to 600 from the current 500 number. In addition, we're proposing to add 1 more wildlife management unit to the Northeast Oregon general fall turkey hunt, the Mount Emily unit. However, we're not proposing to increase any tags with that increased area for that particular hunt. Other than that, there's no changes to the season lengths for the current general fall turkey seasons or the bag limits over there. And for Oregonians, they can get 2 fall turkey tags. They can have 2 Western Oregon fall turkey tags, or they can have 1 Western Oregon and 1 Eastern Oregon fall turkey tag. The bottom line is they can only get 1 Eastern Oregon fall turkey tag, but up to 2 fall turkey tags total for the state. We'll talk a little bit about some of the special hunting opportunities. These opportunities vary annually. They fall outside of our framework and outside of the general seasons because of that, and so they require special seasons to allow harvest outside of our general season framework. And we have 11 youth upland hunts proposed this year during the month of September. And again, these fall outside of the general pheasant season. These are primarily for pheasants. These hunts we've had declining participation over the last several years, but they still remain very popular. We get 700 to 800 youth that participate in these hunts. And I would like to note that these aren't the only youth upland opportunities that we have. In fact, locally here, we have a couple of other opportunities. We have a youth chucker hunt at the Lower Klamath Hills Regulated Hunt Area that's co-sponsored by the Klamath chapter of OHA and ODFW. And then on the Klamath Wildlife Area, we'll have a youth pheasant hunt that's co-sponsored with Unlimited Pheasants and ODFW. But both of those occur during the general hunting seasons, so we don't need a special rule to allow harvest outside of the general season. So these are the youth hunts that we have that occur outside the general pheasant seasons, and thus coming to you to ask for your approval to have them. We're also proposing to continue the 4 Western Oregon fee pheasant hunts. These have been going on for more than 25 years now. They were first directed to us to be conducted by the legislatively directed to occur, and it was to make up for pheasant hunting opportunities in Western Oregon. And the hunters that participate in these hunts have to buy a special pheasant tag at additional cost, and entitles them to a couple birds. And those pheasant tags, the revenue from those pheasant tags cover in large part the cost of providing this program. And our last special pheasant hunting opportunity, we have 6 one-day pheasant hunting workshops, and these are all going to be family workshops on 3 different weekends on 3 of our wildlife areas. And again, these have been very popular the past several years that they've been offered. And the last thing I was going to talk about is our sage grouse season. We spent a lot of time on sage grouse here the last couple of years, and it's been a topic of a current topic that many people are interested in. And as far as our sage grouse in Oregon, last year, the 2016 breeding season, we saw a 14% increase in the breeding population over the previous year, and that has continued a 3-year trend of increasing population. But that's an overall statewide trend. We do have some areas of the state where we have concerns about the population trend, particularly the northern extent of the range in Oregon, Baker County. We've seen about 10 years of a declining trend there in that part. And there's some other peripheral areas where we have some concerns too. But overall, sage grouse numbers have been increasing. Based on our hunter harvested wings, we look at those. Last year's production was average. In 2016, we ended up with an average of 1.5 chicks per hen in the harvest, which is equal to the long-term average, LTA's long-term average of 1.5 chicks per hen in the harvest. And that's based on the most recent 23-year average for birds in the harvest. And likewise, the proportion of juveniles in the harvest last year was 46%, and the long-term average is 47%, again suggesting that production last year was about average. Right now, we are currently conducting the 2017 breeding surveys by going out to the leks and conducting the lek surveys. It's too early to tell exactly what that's going to look like. Just anecdotally, it looks like we're seeing mixed results, and overall, we're probably going to see a stable breeding population compared to last year, or in some areas it might be down slightly. But for the same reasons that I mentioned for some of our other upland birds, we're seeing some of the absolute best habitat conditions in eastern Oregon that we have in a long time, and would expect, based on past history, that brood survival for successful sage grouse hens should be very high. They're dependent on the more mesic areas for brood rearing. The chicks feed heavily on insects and some of the green forbs, and we should have an abundance of that out there. Several parts of our controlled sage grouse season are covered by the framework. For example, we have the framework dictates a 9-day season between September 1st and September 20th. We're proposing that the 9-day season be September 9th through the 17th. We're proposing to have 9 wildlife management units open, which is 1 fewer than last year. We're going to propose not to have any permits offered in the South Wagon Tire unit this year, given concerns over the population trend there. And then it would also join the Baker County area, which has been closed the last couple of years. The Lookout Mountain and Sumter units, we're proposing no permits be offered in those 2 units either. So the daily and season bag limit for sage grouse would be 2. The application deadline would be August 21st. The specific number of proposed permits we won't know for a while yet. We base our permit numbers on the projected fall population of sage grouse. The department has a policy not to harvest more than 5% of the projected fall population of birds. In practice, it's closer to 3%. Last year, we harvested just over 500 birds in Oregon during the sage grouse season, and we estimated that was 2.7% of the fall population in the area that was open to hunting. And so we'll adopt permit numbers in early August by temporary rule, as we did last year, once we have the breeding information, all the lek survey data compiled, and then also, more importantly, our production surveys in July, which is why we have to wait until early August, because we conduct the production surveys in July, and we get the estimate of how production went and what chick survival is looking like. We are proposing to continue the closure in the White Horse Management Unit, which we first closed in the fall of 2012 following the large Holloway fire in the Trout Creek Mountains, which was one of our absolute best sage grouse areas in the state. We were uncertain about the impacts of that fire, so closed it. Since that time, and immediately that following spring, we instituted research in cooperation with Oregon State University, looking at the the viral rate and demographic response of the sage grouse to the large landscape scale wildfire. Wrapped up one of those graduate student projects, and we're continuing another one, which is the primary reason for this closure. Because actually at that higher elevation, the habitat has recovered pretty nicely, and the birds are responding. Our counts are almost equal to what they were before the fire on some of those leks up there. But we have a PhD student up there following around grouse, and some of those birds are wearing GPS radios that are about $4,000 each, and it takes a lot of effort to get those radios on the birds, and it's just one less variable we have to account for if hunting is occurring in that place. That research is expected to continue until through the spring of 2019, so we'll probably expect the closure to continue for another couple of years in the Trout Creek Mountains. And that concludes what I had for the upland game bird side of the regulations. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions on the upland game bird side of things before we move to the migratory bird stuff with Brandon.
We're going to let Brandon do his presentation, then we have one person signed up for public testimony.
Great.
Okay?
All right. Good morning, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Brandon Reichus. I'm the Migratory Game Bird Coordinator with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here today to present to you our proposals for migratory game bird hunting seasons for 2017-18, and as well as a couple of regulation proposals. What do we got going on here? Some technical difficulties. Bear with me. All right. So I'm going to just quickly briefly go over the regulation setting process for migratory birds. It is a fair bit different than it is for upland game birds. I'll just briefly touch on the seasons where we are not proposing any changes except for just a simple calendar shift. I'll go over a couple of seasons where we do have proposals for change, and then again a couple of other regulations related to game bird hunting. When it comes to migratory game birds, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has essentially the ultimate authority. And so the states work with the Fish and Wildlife Service through the flyway system to come up with proposals that go to the Fish and Wildlife Service. The service develops and adopts frameworks that the states then must operate in, and then the states choose their seasons within those frameworks, which is what we are doing here today. For many of our migratory game bird species, we use the concept of adaptive harvest management. Specifically for ducks, we've been using adaptive harvest management since 1997, and essentially just using a set of regulations and models, or a set of regulatory options and models, and then the models learn every year based on the results that we find in our surveys. For a couple other duck species, pintail, scaup, canvasbacks, we have specific harvest strategies which kind of step down from that overall adaptive harvest management of ducks. And then in the last few years, we've adopted similar types of harvest strategies for mourning doves and bandtail pigeons, and essentially just kind of regulates things a little bit more. There's not as much tug and pull between the states and the service, and it's just a more scientific way of doing things. And then also, many of the just general hunting season regulations for migratory game birds are also federal rule, and so a lot of what we list as far as take methodology, things like that, are also federal rule. So first, I'll touch on the season and bag limit proposals. As I mentioned, most are unchanged from last year. Here's just the list: mourning dove, bandtail pigeon, coot, snipe, our September Canada goose hunts, nearly all of our general goose hunts except the Northwest Permit Zone, the brant season and the crow season. There's no changes proposed for any of those in bag limits and in generally for season dates, except just a shift of a day here and there to allow opening on a Saturday. We do have one change related to the general duck season. I went too far here for myself. One change related to the general duck season. The season structure itself is proposed to be status quo, and however, the bag limit for northern pintails is proposed to reduce down to 1 bird per day from the previous 2. We've had a 2-bird limit on pintails since 2009. Prior to that, we were at the 1-bird level, and in some years, even a kind of a reduced season of only one bird per day. As you can see in the graph up there, that's the pintail population in blue and the mallard population in orange. And over time, high variability with periods of abundance and periods where birds weren't so abundant. But the pintails and mallards starting out in the 50s were very similar, and they have diverged over time. And pintails really just have not responded to the wet conditions, especially on the Canadian prairies, like mallards have. And that's the reason for the concern over pintail populations in the long term. And you can see the last data point we have up there, spring of 2016, was relatively low compared to about the last 10 years or so. And that's the reason that we're down to a 1-bird bag. Essentially, that low population in the harvest strategy triggered a 1-bird bag for the coming season. The pintail population in the harvest strategies continues to be a real high importance for the Pacific Flyway Council. We have a harvest management working group where all the flyways get together and work on these various high priority issues. And every year, the Pacific Flyway Council is imploring that group to work on pintails, and we hope that some revision of maybe the harvest strategy can kick off in the next couple of years after some other important stuff is completed. Another minor change dealing with the Northwest Permit Goose Zone. This season has always been pretty highly regulated, highly controversial. The Commission made some major changes a couple years ago. Those changes have been well received by the public. We haven't noted any major enforcement issues in working with our partners in OSP. I believe since the season was changed 2 years ago, we've only encountered one harvested dusky goose in the field. Doesn't mean that there's not others out there, but when OSP is out checking hunters, they've only actually encountered one. We're not proposing any changes in the season structure as far as dates and bag limits, but what we are proposing is to become a little bit more liberal in the shooting hours. We've maintained restrictive shooting hours for this season so that folks can identify dusky geese and not allow hunting during the low light hours. We're still proposing to maintain restrictive shooting hours, but to just loosen up on it a little bit, essentially allowing 15 more minutes of shooting in the beginning of the day and then 15 more minutes at the end of the day, and that will be in line with the federal frameworks and also in line with what our neighbors in Washington do for this season. I also mentioned we have a couple of other regulations to deal with that kind of deal with all game birds, not just migratory game birds, Ladd Marsh Wildlife Area, and then the definition of edible portions. So I'll start off on Ladd Marsh. At Ladd Marsh, the wildlife area is generally divided into 2 portions, east of Foothill Road and west of Foothill Road. And really what that is, the west of Foothill Road are the kind of the uplands of the Grand Ronde Valley up into the forested areas. And east of Foothill Road are the bottoms and the marshland and where most of the upland game birds would occur. Currently, those lands east of Foothill Road are open to hunting during the pheasant, quail, partridge, and waterfowl seasons, generally just early October to the end of January. Earlier, or I guess last year, the commission, through the big game regulation process, allowed hunting in this area August 1 to January 31, beginning with this coming big game season, principally to allow additional elk hunting opportunity down on the valley floor where we're starting to see large numbers of elk. Since it's now open to big game hunting starting August 1, we're proposing that game bird hunting be allowed during the same time frame. Game bird hunting generally wouldn't open until September 1st, and what that would be for mourning doves. So essentially, the change here to align it with big game hunting would allow mourning dove hunting on the wildlife area during the month of September. And just to show you what we're talking about here, the green line there is Foothill Road. Everything to the left of that is the upland portion, the west of Foothill Road, which is no change, and then the majority of the wildlife area east of Foothill Road on the valley floor would be open to hunting during the September time frame, and generally that would allow some opportunity for mourning doves. Lastly, on to definition of edible portion and the waste of game birds. Last year, the commission also in the big game regulations defined edible portions for big game, and we are proposing to do something similar here. The current regulation for game birds is listed up there, and essentially it just says that waste means to allow edible portions to become unfit for human consumption. However, the term edible portions is not defined. What the commission did with big game was to be very specific and say edible portions are X, Y, and Z. We are looking to do the same here with game birds. Essentially, the question comes up, if we don't have edible defined, people want to know what that is. Do I have to keep this? Do I have to keep that? Does the size of the bird matter? So we had quite a bit of discussion within the department and with our constituents and our partners with Oregon State Police. We had initially considered proposing the breasts, legs, and thighs of game birds to be defined as the edible portions. After all the comment that we received, our proposal that we decided to go with was to define edible as, at a minimum, the meat of the breast. And so the proposed rule language is down there in italics, and essentially it's the same as the old rule, with then at the end we would say edible portions of game birds means, at a minimum, the meat of the breast associated with the sternum. We still certainly would encourage hunters to utilize as much as possible from the birds they harvest. You certainly can eat more than just the breast meat. Dave and I actually both took a look at some of the birds we harvested this year and weighed out the various portions. And you can see there that the breasts generally make up a little over half of the bird if you include the wings, the legs, and the thighs as the other meat. Somewhat related to this, the waste regulation is combined with the retrieval regulation, and after some discussions, it's kind of become apparent that we need a clarification in the rule regarding waste, and so we've got that up here. That's not in the packet that was submitted or mailed out to you here a week or so ago. But should have been passed around in a supplement to attachment 3. And essentially, when it comes to retrieval, we needed a clarification of, does saying that you have to retrieve a bird if it falls in some place you can't go, does the hunter have to go get that bird and therefore potentially trespass? and would they, are they justified to trespass to do that? And the answer is no, is always has been no, but this just clarifies that. And so we propose adding in the sentence there that's underlined, that the duty to retrieve and not waste does not justify otherwise criminal conduct. And that essentially gets at that, we think, and puts it very clearly that if you shoot something and it either runs or falls onto an area that you don't have permission to go to, your duty to retrieve doesn't give you the authority to trespass. You've got to work with the landowner or work with who's ever managing the land to see if you can get that animal. Similar types of a rule change would probably need to be made in the 2018 big game regulations as well, since this change would just be for game birds at this point. And with that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll listen to our public witness, and then we'll invite you back up for questions from the commission. Michael Moore.
Good morning, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. My name is Michael Moore. I am the District Biologist for the National Wild Turkey Federation for the Pacific Northwest. And I'm just here to make a few comments on the proposed fall turkey regulations changes. The National Wild Turkey Federation supports the expansion of the general fall turkey tag numbers in the Blue Mountains unit, as well as the geographic expansion of the Northeast and the Blue Mountains unit. As you know, fall seasons have the potential to reduce wild turkey populations because it's an either sex hunt. And so these changes should be taken conservatively, just to make sure that we're not taking too much of a harvestable surplus out of the population. In this case, we only have 1 year of data going from a controlled hunt to a general hunt. And last year on the Blue Mountains unit, they sold 502 tags. And of those, 283 of those turkey hunters actually took to the field. And their harvest rate, they took 94 turkeys, which is about a 33% harvest rate. So if you do some basic math, and you say we're going to add 100 turkey tags to the pile, that's only about 19 more turkeys that would potentially be harvested out of that Blue Mountains unit. So we feel like that is pretty conservative. And we would also encourage ODFW to consider this as a future opportunity to expand hunting opportunity in the fall, and potentially raise some more turkey management funds, because these tags were sold out really quickly. I think there was a perception of scarcity when those tags went up for sale last year for the first time. It used to be a controlled hunt, now it's a general hunt. Those tags were sold out really quickly, and so, but not many of the people actually took to the field. So I see that as a potential opportunity to continue to monitor it and potentially expand that fall turkey season. And as far as the edible portions, the Turkey Federation doesn't have, we don't have an official stance on that, but obviously with the size of a bird like a turkey, we would certainly encourage anyone who harvests a turkey to take more than just the breast meat. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you for your time.
Commissioners, any questions? Thank you, Michael.
Thanks.
Okay, gentlemen. All right. Questions, comments? Commissioner Atkinson.
I have a question for you, Brandon, regarding the proposed language for retrieval and waste. Not being a bird hunter, I wasn't really clear what it meant when it says the duty to retrieve and not waste does not justify otherwise criminal conduct. I was wondering if it was better just to say trespass, or to say such as trespass, Because that wasn't intuitive to me, like, well, what would the criminal conduct be?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, generally, yes. I think, in trying to brainstorm, it would generally be trespass. But it could be also entering lands that are closed, say on a wildlife area or a refuge, where areas are open to hunting versus closed to hunting, and it wouldn't be a trespass, but it would be entering something that's closed, and so it's a similar type of violation, but it's not specifically trespass, and so with this term, it's more of a catch-all.
And would most bird hunters know that otherwise criminal conduct would mean that?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, I believe so, but I'm not for certain.
Commissioner Weber.
I was just going to say, in Brandon's defense, this is my idea.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Your fault it's so bad. No wonder.
So,
There you go.
but it dealt with,
I thought I smelled
it was a big game case where the defendant's claim was he had to choose between wasting a game and trespassing, and the state said he shouldn't do trespassing, but he shouldn't waste a game, so he trespassed so that he didn't waste it. And my suggestion was that we as a commission, the legal term is choice of evils. And I was suggesting that the commission make that choice for the hunters, that they can't choose to trespass versus waste, that we're saying you can't, in not wasting, you can't otherwise engage in criminal conduct.
So would it help, though, to give an example, like trespass, so they...
I think that would probably be a valid thing to do.
Such as,
I.e. trespass,
Right.
Maybe including but not limited to trespass.
That'd be a good one. Well, you didn't tell the commission and the public that you lost the case when you were prosecuting.
What is this? Tell all?
It was a good thought, and look we got a good solution. Okay, any other questions or comments? Before we vote, Brendan, David, I wanted to compliment you. I was reading in the comments about the fellow who was so vexed by the turkeys on his porch and on his property, and didn't know what to do about them. And it was fascinating that you looked at the photographs and indicated that there were some crossbreeds there and some other things, and then did a really good suggestion for him. So thank you. All right. No other thoughts come to mind? We have then probably two motions, right? We should do the upland game birds and then the amendment proposed.
Either that, or we could combine them. I have kind of on two pieces made an amended motion that would include that. We could have Commissioner Weber make it, since he's.
Yes, please do.
So,
That's with my
Yeah,
injured
since
ego.
you did
This is
this.
your sap.
So since we did this last minute addition, if you read this and then say including attachment 3 supplement 1, which as the sentence, and then read the yellow highlighted sentence.
Okay, I would move to amend OER Chapter 635, Divisions 008, 045, 051, 052, 053, 054, and 060, including attachment 3, supplement 1, which adds the sentence, the duty to retrieve and to not waste does not justify otherwise criminal conduct, including but not limited to trespass. As proposed by staff.
In support of the esteemed commissioner from Coos Bay, I would like to second that motion.
Elk River.
Elk River, wherever the hell he's from.
I appreciate that from the esteemed commissioner from Scappoose.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, we've heard it all now. Okay. So, we've had a discussion. We have a motion and a second. If there are no further thoughts or discussion, I'm going to call the question. So, commissioners, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the 6 commissioners present.
And we should break for lunch. Just for the record, I missed who seconded that motion?
Or Buckmaster.
It was...
Buckmaster, okay.
The esteemed commissioner from Scappoose.
Okay. All right, so...
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch, and it just happens to be 11:59. By some of your watches, maybe 12. And so we'll be back in here at 1 o'clock.
Good, because that made no sense to me whatsoever. They own the property, if they want to charge it, that's great, but access money on other property, I mean, I'm going...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session.
About the elk damage, you complain to us about this and this and this, and then you make it hard for us to hunt it?
Okay, next on the agenda, we have 2 exhibits before the discussion on wolves, which is Exhibit I. So we're going to do limited, leftover limited landowner preference for deer and elk tags. And then we're going to do Exhibit H, which is transfer of hunting tags to a terminally ill family member. So, and then we'll be into wolf management. So, Tom, leftover limited landowner preference deer and elk tags.
Chair Finley, members of the commission, Director Melcher, for the record again, Tom Thornton, Game Program Manager. I'm before you now with a proposal regarding the process for issuing leftover limited landowner preference tags. As the commission's very aware, landowner preference tags for some controlled elk hunts and most of the controlled mule deer hunts are now limited. The proposal today is regarding how those limited landowner preference tags not drawn in the June big game controlled hunt drawing will be distributed. The proposal before you today would make permanent what has been a temporary rule. And prior to developing the temporary rule, the rules for leftover limited landowner preference tags for deer and elk were in separate rules, and they were not exactly the same. There were some differences. The proposal standardizes the procedures for distributing those tags, those deer and elk tags, and some of the points that were made consistent is the proposed rule makes it clear that if limited landowner preference tags remain after the June big game drawing, they'll be issued first come, first served for both deer and elk. Prior to the rule, this was not clear for deer. And previously, the leftover limited tags for elk were limited to 1 per landowner, and that was even if the landowner had not allocated all of the tags that his property was eligible for, and there were more limited tags available. The rule also clarifies that these are not additional tags for a landowner or an individual, so that they're not available to landowners who have allocated all of the tags their property is eligible for by the acreage formula, and they're also not available to hunters that already have a general season or controlled hunt or landowner preference tag. So those are just some of the things that we tried to clarify. That concludes my presentation. The rule is fairly long. I do have it available on a couple of slides if we need to discuss the exact language, but it's in your packets, and so I could put it on the screen if necessary. But with that, I can try to answer questions if you have them.
We have 2 members of the public to testify, and then we'll get back to you, Tom.
Thanks. While you're calling them up, Chair Finley, if I might, this is one of 2 temporary rules that the director signed over the last 6 months. This particular one was in response to a situation where we had, I believe, a landowner who had just failed to apply, and there ended up being leftover tags available for his unit, but we had no way to distribute those tags. Of course, landowner tags are only good on the property that the landowner owns. They're not good unit-wide. And so in response to that situation, recognizing that, in our interest for providing customer service, there was no biological reason to not have a program like this in place. So we adopted it by temporary rule, knowing that we'd bring it back to you for permanent rulemaking here right now.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ted Netter, Mr. Kent Patton. Who am I missing?
Ken Patton. Kent Patton.
Kent. Has anyone seen Mr. Patton?
I didn't sign up.
Oh, you didn't?
You still
they're
have to
too old
testify.
for that, aren't they? Huh?
Maybe you wanted to sign up on something else.
Did you want to sign up on something else? Okay, all right. We'll take you off there. Okay, Mr. Netter, 3 minutes.
So, Ted Netter, farmer, 70535 Lower Bridge Road, Terrebonne, Oregon. Commissioner, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, Commissioners. I served on the LOP committee for the Farm Bureau, and this kind of struck me as a little bit odd in trying to figure out all the language of the revising the OAR, because there really isn't ever a situation where there would be a quote really leftover landowner tag. They're dispersed by the number of tags available for that unit based on MO and the acreage. And so at first I was a little concerned of changing that much language. I still don't fully understand the repercussions of this, but after listening to the short description, it certainly makes sense if this is an attempt to make things equitable. Previously, before any limitations on mule deer, landowners were eligible to file for their tags later than they can today, and so I'm hoping that this is a way to rectify that and make sure that tags do get to landowners. Once again, my only concern in this change is that the stakeholders that were involved in the landowner process, we didn't really get much information on it. And so if it's already a temporary, I guess in clarification, it was already done in temporary rule, so this is formalizing it, then I really don't see any problem with it. So thank you.
Hang on a sec. Thank you. Any comments or questions, commissioners? Well, thanks for coming. All right. Tom. Okay, commissioners, any questions or comments while we have Tom in front of us? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Tom, thanks for the presentation. What is the scope of this issue? How many, like Ted was saying, I was under the impression that we didn't have many leftover landowner tags, that most of them were allocated within the MO in the various units. Is this a broad issue or an unusual? Just give me a scope.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, I can't tell you exactly how many hunts, but there were several hunts, and typically they were in units where there were quite a few limited landowner preference tags available, that they were not all allocated in the June drawing. And as Director Melcher mentioned, when this came up several months ago, we didn't have a process in place for mule deer tags specifically to issue those after the drawing. So we went in with the temporary rule so that since there was a group of tags, the leftover tags that were still sitting there after the drawing, by looking at the wording in the elk and what was already going on for the elk, we sort of combined the two, and this allowed, the rule allows the distribution of those leftover preference mule deer tags. Prior to that, it could be done, it was in the elk rule, but it was not in the mule deer rule, that they were in separate places. So this is combining and treating them both the same.
So Chair Finley, if I might, I mean, I think.
Is there a follow-up? I'm just waiting for a follow-up from Commissioner Buckmaster.
Well, my only concern was it seems like you have a certain amount as a landowner based on your acreage.
Yes.
You have a certain number of tags that you qualify to request on both deer and elk. Correct so far?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, that is correct. This does not change the number of tags a landowner is eligible for.
So, okay, so that never changes.
No.
Everybody knows what I guess anybody that's involved in the landowner preference knows the number of LOP tags they're entitled to based upon their acreage. They know they have a time limit on when they're supposed to, except people who forget to get their tags or.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, what caused the confusion is the fact that the rules were different for the leftover limited landowner preference tags than for hunts that were not limited. If a hunt was not limited, a person could come in after the drawing and apply for those tags and get the remainder of their allocation. By rule, they were not able to do that if they were limited, if they were leftover limited tags for mule deer specifically. So by making this change, the attempt is to make it, whether it's in an unlimited hunt or a limited hunt, you still have that same time frame to come in and apply for tags up to your allocation, as long as, in this case, they are still available within the overall allocation for that hunt, which is limited.
Regardless of whether it's limited in your management unit, whether it's limited or unlimited, you are entitled to apply for X number of tags based upon your acreage. Is that correct?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmasters, yes.
So if you put in for the maximum amount and it happens to be a limited landowner preference tag, how would there ever be any leftover tags that you would be entitled to if you put in for the maximum that you can get?
Right.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, it really didn't change what the landowner is eligible for. It extends the time period that they can apply for them and receive them. For unlimited hunts, for a hunt that does not have limited leftover tags, they can apply for them after the June drawing. Until we made this change, so people were accustomed to coming in later to apply for some of their landowner preference tags up up to the quota that their land was available for. Just in the last 2 to 3 years, as we've implemented the limited landowner preference tags for mule deer specifically, that's what caused the issue. People were coming in afterwards if they were in a limited unit. If the tag numbers, for the landowner preference tags for the unit were limited, people were coming in afterwards to get, in an attempt to get tags towards their allocation. And even if there were tags left in the number available for that unit by limitation, the rule was written such that they could not come in later and get them. They were sitting there, but they were unattainable. And that's the reason we changed the rule, or we're proposing to change the rule, is so that if that pot of tags is sitting there remaining after the June drawing, the landowners can come in later and get some of those tags just as they could until that limited portion is used up or allocated.
Chair Finley, and if I could add, we do the exact same thing, if you will, on the general controlled tags. All of our Eastern Oregon mule deer hunts are controlled tags. Many of our elk hunts are controlled tags. We'll have units that are for whatever reason, they're undersubscribed. That is to say, there's 1,000 tags, but only 986 people apply. It leaves 14 tags available. We then, at a later date, I believe it's after July 1, we release those 14 tags that are remaining to any hunter that does not already have a tag to basically purchase on a first-come, first-served basis. So in this case, what we're talking about is some of our landowner preference tags, our landowner hunts, are also limited because they're below the management objectives, so the number of tags issued are limited. And we do have a few, not many, but a few hunts that will be, for whatever reason, undersubscribed. In the case last year, I think it was simply the person missed their application deadline. There was tags left over, but we had no way to distribute them. And so this is providing the way to distribute those, just like we do to the general hunting public.
Commissioner Weber.
If you purchase a leftover controlled hunt tag, that's an additional opportunity in addition to any other tag you may have.
I believe so. These are not, though.
Correct.
So it's similar to, but a little more restrictive than the controlled hunt program. And I think for Mr. Buckmaster's sake, I would say this isn't a big problem, is it? It's just periodically it comes up, and it's a way to deal with it.
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that's correct. Although there were, I can't give you a number, but there were a fair number of folks who had remaining space on the allocation of tags for their property that were not able to obtain those until we changed the rule to let them do it after the drawing.
So in order for this to happen, a landowner would have to have put into the drawing for a lesser number of tags than his acreage entitled him to go for? Is that correct?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Weber, that is correct. He would have, or he may not have applied at all before the drawing.
Okay. You want to make a motion, Commissioner Buckmaster?
No. Thank you for the opportunity, but no, I do not.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions?
I can make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 075 as proposed by staff.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Jim. Okay.
Do you understand
So,
who seconded?
Commissioner Weber moved the motion, and it was seconded by Commissioner Biddle. Any more discussion? Hearing none, call the question. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I didn't see your lips move. I don't know whether this is unanimous or not, Commissioner Buckman.
It can be unanimous.
Okay. So it's unanimous by vote of all 6 commissioners present. Thank you. We're moving on. Thank you, Tom. Okay, Exhibit H. Transfer of hunting tags to terminally ill family member. Tom Thornton.
Chair Finley, members of the commission, Director Melcher, again, Tom Thornton, Game Program Manager. I'm before you at this time with a proposal to allow the transfer of controlled hunt tags to a terminally ill member of a person's immediate family. This proposal, like the prior one, would make permanent what has been a temporary rule. The proposed rules would provide the director the authority to allow the transfer of a controlled hunt tag to a member of a person's, of the tag holder's immediate family. And immediate family is already defined in rule, and you can see, before you there, it includes spouse, domestic partner, mother, father, sister, brother, then children, stepchildren, grandchildren. So it's just the immediate family members. To be considered for the transfer of the tag, the potential recipient of the tag would need to be diagnosed by a licensed physician as being terminally ill. The qualified member can be either a resident or a non-resident, and they must comply with the requirements for legal hunting, such as the minimum hunting age, hunter education, the hours that are laid out, the shooting hours, hunting hours. They need to hold a valid license for the state of Oregon and use a weapon legal for the species and those types of things. And that concludes my presentation. At this time, I can try to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, we have no one signed up for public testimony, so if you have questions or comments. Commissioner Buckmaster.
This would make sense to me. I'm going to be all for it. I think you've got to figure out a way to do a better job of the headings of these things. We're not allowing the transfer of tags to terminally ill family members. And
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are.
you understand? But the purpose of what we're doing here makes it. It's happened within our community. I saw it happen. The ability to do that was widely appreciated throughout the community, and it's a positive thing within. So,
Chair Finley, if I could just add, again, this did stem from a real-world event where we had, but it is to transfer the tag to a terminally ill family member. So the situation was, we had a family member, or an individual who drew a deer tag in their coveted family hunting spot. His terminally ill brother did not, and he wanted his terminally ill brother to have one last hunt. So it in fact was the able-bodied individual that transferring the tag to this is about transferring the tag to the terminally ill.
but we do it the other way as well, don't we?
No. We do it the other way we have rule in place that allows the transfer of a tag to an immediate family member if the tag holder is deceased, but not terminally ill.
Okay. Commissioner Weber.
I'm still okay with it.
I just wanted to clarify.
And I had earlier had an issue, not with the concept, but with the fact that we did not define terminally ill. And so I was proposing, or would propose that the terminally ill be defined to mean that the family member has a medical prognosis that his or her life expectancy is 12 months or less if the illness runs its normal course.
That's good. Okay.
And the reason I did that is I'm terminally ill under our old definition.
We all
I've got
are.
a condition, I'm
Cool.
old, and I will die.
All right.
No, it hasn't.
Just as by a nod of heads, are you comfortable with that addition? So Bob, do you want to make a motion and integrate that into your motion?
Yeah, what I would, I would move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 060, as proposed by staff, and include Addendum 1 to that, which defines terminally ill to mean that the family member has a medical prognosis that his or her life expectancy is 12 months or less if the illness runs its normal course.
Thank you. We have a motion. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Weber. It's been seconded by Commissioner Buckmaster. Any further thoughts or discussion? Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the 6 commissioners present. Okay. Thank you, Tom. All right.
I'm ready.
From the looks of the room, this is the main event. So we'll start with Russ Morgan. Russ, come on up. Congratulations on your award.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Finley, members of the Commission. I'm Russ Morgan. I'm the Wolf Program Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Today I'm going to talk about the review of the Oregon Wolf Conservation and Management Plan, specifically the first real product, if you will, of that review, and that is a draft plan that you have in your Commission packet. To do that, I'm going to cover the 3 things that you see here. Thank you. I'll briefly talk about why we're doing the review, the background of that, the process that we use to get to this point, and really most of this presentation is going to be focused on the draft plan itself. Sort of a first walkthrough, if you will, to try to make heads or tails of it and help understand it. It's a hard task to do in 45 minutes, so obviously I want to just assure up front that I will not be covering everything that has changed within this plan, but hopefully we'll be able to help navigate through the major changes. Earlier this week, I did produce a document I think that you received to help kind of guide and navigate a crosswalk, if you will, between the current plan, and I'm going to try this presentation to refer to the current plan as what we have now. The draft plan is what we're talking about. And if I'm sure I'll make a mistake a time or two, but hopefully we can keep the 2 straight, because that's really what we're doing. We have a plan in place, and we're talking about updating or revising it. So first, I want to talk about why we do the plan. We really, the original plan, the current plan, was originally adopted in 2005. We've implemented this plan now going on 12 years. That plan contains specific direction to report to the Commission and periodically evaluate our plan. The report done annually, of course, is what you heard this morning from Rob Lynn. However, it also requires on a 5-year basis to take a formal look at our plan, a formal evaluation, and really in simple terms it's a matter of looking at the plan, seeing how we implemented it, what works, what doesn't, and what we could do better is really the approach that we took here. The process that we used to get to this point really started a year ago in March, when you invited several panel groups for discussion. And in those discussions, we heard positive aspects of our plan, we heard concerns about the plan, and we heard some proposed changes to our plan at that time. That really became the starting point, if you will, for this process. Since then, we've held stakeholder group discussions. A number of people have been involved with those, and I think in our October meeting I presented a list of those last October. We held 2 meetings in 2016, one earlier this year. Really, those discussions have been very important. They've really been sort of the basis for forming what are the main issues with our wolf plan from a stakeholder standpoint. At the same time, we were also talking with other agencies and tribes as well, and some of the tribes within Oregon as well. So really, all of that combined was what got us to last October's commission meeting, you remember, in LeGrand, in which we presented a series of what we consider policy issues, kind of the main pieces of the plan that we were deliberating. And we also did something a little more at that time, you might remember, is we sort of forecast where we were going at the staff level on some of those bigger issues. At the same time all of this was happening, I want to be clear as well that we were also doing what I consider an internal evaluation. Our field biologists, our folks that work with this plan, we now have, at the time the plan was developed, there really wasn't a lot of experience working directly with wolves. We now have a number of years of experience with it, so we want to incorporate that as well. And really, that gets us to the point at which we are today. And I consider this, and you notice I chose those words carefully, initial review draft. There is no associated administrative rule with this draft. It is literally a first draft to start reviewing. I want to talk just real briefly also about the approach that we use, some of the important concepts that we tried to follow as we looked at our plan. One, and I think maybe the most important one, is to acknowledge that previous agreements that were made and understandings that were made with our public are still important to us. So as we looked at the plan, those were always in the background. So remember that the 2005 plan, the original plan that was adopted, was very much a negotiated position, if you will, on how wolves would be managed in the state of Oregon. Those understandings and agreements, and even some of the understandings that have been made since then, are also very important. So some examples of that would be conservation. Our plan clearly states, our current plan clearly states, conservation is a focus in all of the phases. That doesn't preclude management, mind you, but it does state that it is an important factor. Increasing flexibilities, many of you have heard me say before, as populations increase, flexibilities to deal, especially with problem wolf situations in certain times, which we do have. That was a kind of a base concept of the plan. Also, factors that we used as one example of an understanding, factors that we used in 2015 when we did the biological evaluation, those are still valid. Not leaving those behind is important. We also approach this really from an adaptive standpoint. In other words, we have a fair amount of experience now in the state of Oregon with wolves. Use that experience. We've shied away from arbitrary changes, position shifts, unless there is a valid reason or some experience that we have why it needed to be made. So that was also our intent, was not to make arbitrary changes, but really to use what we've learned or what's new out there. And the last one is to make sure, and you've heard me say this before, I know I said it in October, but I do think it's important, that we consider agency limitations when we're talking about how we're going to manage wolves in the future. It's easy, we expend a tremendous amount of personnel and budget resources on this animal in the state, and it's always easy to say, well, sure, we can do this, or yep, we'd add that, and we do other things. As we went through the plan, we made very careful effort every time there was a change to think about it. Well, how is this applied on the ground level, and how would that look, and what sort of resources would be available to do that? First, I want to we're going to start into the draft plan now, and I'm going to give a bit of a high-level look at that. Overall, I would say at least, and I'm pretty close to it, of course, so maybe I'm jaded, but I would say that the general organization flow, the general look of the plan is really unchanged. It's still the same plan, even though there's a lot of changes within it. Remember, a lot of those changes are based on bringing the plan up to date. That requires a number of word changes, but overall the structure, flow, and the look and general intent remains the same. Still maintains a conservation focus, as I mentioned a minute ago. The plan is built, this draft plan is built more on current information, current data, Oregon-specific data. Again, remember that when the wolf plan was originally developed and adopted, there were no wolves in our state. So it was very futuristic looking, if you will, looked out ahead to think what might be and how we might manage. Now we have actual established resident wolf populations and issues associated with those, so we try to incorporate that into more of a present-day plan as opposed to a futuristic plan. You'll see a very large increase in the use of scientific information to support this plan, about 3 times the citations and the amount of supporting information. We felt that was very important. The plan is reduced in some ways as well. I think we had 16 appendices in the original plan. In this draft, there is 4. So a reduction that way, and we reduced those just as outdated on nearly all of them. Some parts of some of those appendices were incorporated within this current plan. I do want to make clear, because we simplified the plan in some areas, condensed and shortened it in some areas, but we also added information in other areas, so we shortened it in some and we expanded it in others. We're going to make sure that original versions of the plan, 2005 and 2010, are still available so people can reference those historically. They still have good information in them, and that will be important as well. So we're not just putting those aside and forgetting about them. Okay, now I'm going to go through the tedious part, if you will, of this plan, of this draft plan. I'm going to keep trying to catch myself with that. And I'm going to do it chapter by chapter, and some of them are fairly short, and some of them will be a little more in depth. So start with chapter 1, and I'm going to try to point out here what's changed, how it looks different, and what are the important differences. Essentially, what we did with chapter 1 is for starters, we combined the introduction and the chapter 1. We reduced the overall content, and the reason we did that is because we felt that really much of the background, history, general knowledge about wolves is very well referenced. It's very easily found. It's well documented. And we really didn't need to spend a lot of time at this point on some of those. I do want to point out that an error was made on page 4 under our wildlife policy that was pointed out to us. We will make a correction on that in future drafts, so did want to point that out. Really, the change overall of chapter 1 is fairly straightforward, but it is substantially shorter. Chapter 2 would be the opposite. Chapter 2 is the chapter, it's renamed, not just the current plan has conservation as the chapter title. This is conservation monitoring and game mammal status. All of those were in the original chapter 2, but we felt like we added some importance to those with some verbiage, and we felt like it was worthy of the title of the chapter as well. I think broadly, if we look at the chapter, it's important to note that it maintains the current zones and population objectives that are associated with the phases. This was something that was one of the policy issues last October. We did not change from that forecast at that point. We felt, I guess, as a rationale that it was probably premature at this point with our population level, our distribution of wolves, to assign areas and populations to those areas without a significant amount of analysis to be done. So what we did instead was we did commit in this draft plan to work on a spatial population model, very much more in-depth model to analyze and look at populations in the state using Oregon-specific data as well as others. And we think that'll be really a requisite tool before you start addressing the issue of objectives and populations in the future. The second bullet is very important as well, and that is that we added language into this plan that requires when we go from phase 1 to phase 2 in the western zone, which is the zone that we're in right here in Klamath Falls, that we commit some sort of analysis to assess the health status of the population. Remember, when we went to different phases in the eastern part of the state, that was really a biological evaluation. Of course, it led to delisting of the wolves, but because of that, there was a commitment to maintain phase 1 protections on the west side, but there really is nothing in the plan that says that, well, what if the health factors aren't great when we reach phase 2? So we wanted to add language in there that made sure that commits to, we're going to look at that. We're going to make sure and address that as we get to that. When we went to phase 1 and 2 and 3 in eastern Oregon, the population was on a steep climb, but it's possible that we could have 4 breeding pairs exactly for 3 consecutive years, in which case some of those analysis factors might be a bit different. So we need to look at that, and that's a commitment made in this draft. Also, we added language to using some of the biological evaluation we did in 2015 to make sure that it's clear that there is a minimum number of wolves that needs to be present before the risk of a population dropping below our management objective, our phase 3 management objective, is low. So we wanted to add information that sort of specifies how that and why that is the case as well. Doesn't necessarily establish a minimum viable population. That's part of the modeling and analysis that needs to be done, but is at least sort of an interim, if you will. We added an entirely new section in Chapter 2 called Potential Conservation Threats. A lot of this information was out of our 2015 review, but we thought it was important to keep those as part of conservation. We need to make sure we're continually addressing these. The one section on here, diseases, was part of Chapter 2 as a standalone section, and we rolled it into this. So that's not entirely new, even though it was modified. But those 5 categories are now within this threats section. We also looked, as I explained last October in La Grande, we looked at the monitoring requirements in our current plan, and really we have believed for a long time they're not only are they potentially unattainable in some cases, we just didn't believe they're necessary. For example, our current plan says in phase 1 we're going to collar both breeders and as many of the remaining pack members as possible. And if we've learned anything, that's a tall order, and probably one that might have been a little taller than what we're capable of. Wolf packs are very hard to keep coloring. Even if we can and do color them, they're hard to keep those colorings. So we're proposing to reduce that to having a collar per pack. In other words, making sure that wolf packs are still colored. Those collars are still very useful to us in phase 1 and 2. Also maintaining the current plan concept of collaring select situations in phase 3. So we're not getting away from radio collaring wolves, but we are being more selective, or proposing to be more selective about how we would be selective. As an example of whether a pack is near human habitation, whether there's depredation issues would be an example. That might be a good candidate for collaring. There's other packs that we don't seem to hear much from. They do just fine. I always come back to one example, the Wanaha pack for many, many years. It's sort of been there. We've had collars on it some years and not in other years. So that would be an example of maybe we don't need a collar in a pack like that all the time. So the last thing in this on this slide is an acknowledgement that we need to do a better job of incorporating and coordinating with other organizations, groups, keeping communication lines open, effective ways to manage wolves. There's a lot of information out there. We need to communicate with them, and other folks can communicate with us. So we talked about this last October as well in LeGrand, and we have stayed with this concept of some sort of a citizen advisory group to be developed once this plan is adopted, and whenever that is. The last part of this chapter that I do want to point out is the concept of special status game mammals. Wolves are right now a special status game mammal, and that's not through just this plan. That's actually done through legislation in 2009. And I want to go back a little bit. Everything on this slide that you see is really about our current plan, and that's an important concept of here. The idea that wolves would be made a game mammal was called for when the original 2005 plan was made. In other words, that was an agreed upon concept. Wolves would be a game mammal. It required legislation, and that legislation occurred in 2009. Essentially then, since that time, we did our 2010 evaluation revision. We put that in there as called for, and since that time, it does state that the use of hunters and trappers in specific situations is an available tool for the agency to use when we get into Phase 3. It goes on to say some other things, like it not intended to manage or limit wolf populations, clearly states general hunting seasons are not allowed, and it also doesn't imply or in any way that it's replacing other efforts to minimize conflicts. The two situations, by the way, remember, are chronic livestock depredation and, by our current plan language, unacceptable impacts to big game populations, wolf prey. And so that all of that is in our current plan and has been essentially from the beginning. That's unchanged. So what this draft plan does then is it maintains the department's ability to use hunters and trappers in certain situations, essentially the same as the original 2005. It does, however, add some specificity, for when take would be allowed. In other words, the current plan in several places talks about must not make a population or go below the viability limit. Must not affect viability of the population. We're also keeping that, but also adding that it must not reduce overall population health factors. In other words, viability to us wasn't the only measure. There's other measures as well that indicate healthy wolf populations, and that needs to be considered in this. Adding or changing language that made it a little more consistent how the language is used in different chapters and throughout the plan, and that is that the department must establish that wolves are a significant factor in the population not meeting established ungulate objectives, and then goes on to add an additional criteria, and that whatever controlled take action takes place is expected to improve that. So it's sort of a two-factor criteria there before it could be used, if you will. Also, we added in a requirement that if we use that as a tool, that we would formally monitor those results and impacts as well over time. That's sort of part of the adaptive process that I think is important, and important to keep specifically with this. The original plan calls, or excuse me, I keep calling it original plan, the current plan calls for certification of hunters or trappers before they could be used. This plan does not deviate from that. However, it does add some certification requirements and procedures before they could be utilized. And the plan talks about using, say, our Master Hunter program or something similar so that we could establish a group of people then that could help us should the need arise and need those. And same way with trappers as well. So a little bit more information and specificity on how those people that would help us in this situation could be part of that program. The last thing, too, I want to just make clear is that general season hunts are not permitted in the current plan, nor are they in this plan, in this draft plan. So we haven't changed anything that way. Moving to Chapter 3. Made a few substantial changes as well. Overall, didn't change, I don't think, overall direction of this chapter. This is the chapter on wolf and livestock. Incidentally, chapter 2 and 3 are the most used chapters of our plan, which is why these are a little bit longer. The rest of them will be shorter. So we added Oregon-specific depredation data, which really didn't occur in the original plan, but we do have a fair amount of it now, of course, unfortunately. So we utilize that. Increase the amount of scientific literature is another thing, as I explained earlier. We added a new section that sort of more, I think, more thoroughly or hopefully more thoughtfully covered considerations and background about how to minimize depredation. So a lot of this information is already out there. For example, non-lethal measures is already out there. It's already on our website. We wanted to incorporate it into the plan, make that more of a document that people can refer to or come to and get information and ideas about non-lethal methods. Also about lethal control, considerations about it, some scientific background about what should we be thinking about should lethal control become an option and whether it should be needed or not. Compensation isn't normally a minimization tool, but in Oregon, remember, Oregon's compensation program does have a non-lethal component. So we did feel that it was important to include in this chapter. It looks like I'm not moving down anymore. I'm about to show my technological prowess.
And it's Roxy to the rescue.
Sorry about this. I believe so. Great. Want to make sure I didn't leave one. Okay, we're back on. We also revised or proposing to revise some of the strategies to address livestock conflict. To be clear, we continue to use Phase 1 standards. In other words, I converted Phase 1 rule, language, discussion as it's been used over the last several years into that section unchanged. So if there is something changed, it's not intended to be. I don't think there is. We're continuing in Phase 1, which remember is the western portion of the state, to use that standard until we meet that objective. We included language to clarify that for injurious harassment, which can be done in the Phase 3 area right now in eastern Oregon, requires that livestock must be present for injurious harassment to be allowed. In other words, it has to be done for the purpose of minimizing livestock, not just to harass wolves if livestock aren't there. We also propose, as I discussed in our October LeGrand meeting last year, of raising the minimum level of depredation in Phases 2 and 3 before lethal control could be considered to 3 depredations confirmed within a 12-month period. We also remember that our plan currently says or 1 depredation and 3 attempted depredations. We're proposing to change that to 4 probable depredations. The reason for that is attempted depredations are very hard to define what they are. They're very hard to track. They really don't require a lot of documentation, if you will. And so with probable determinations, there was an investigation, there's information and data and a determination. We felt like that was a little more specific. So that's why we did that. The other requirement that we're adding is that any take permits be used or can only be issued in areas of depredating wolves. Right now, there's a requirement that says wolves must be, the word I'm looking for, just totally went out of my head, regularly present on a property. Well, of course, when you have depredation and you're considering a take permit, of course they're present, and the word regularly or frequently is not, it's a bit arbitrary, or excuse me, a bit ambiguous, if you will. bottom line is we want to make it much more specific. It's the area that the wolves are depredating is what we're changing it to. More in Chapter 3, we're proposing to add clarification that non-lethal measures, the non-lethal measures are still required to be used before lethal control can be an option, but really our current plan doesn't really specify or have any specific. We want to make sure that it's clear that they have to be reasonable for the situation. It's not just a matter of documenting some use of non-lethals, but it's non-lethals that are reasonable for that particular situation. I want to say clearly, in most cases, this is not an issue, nor do I expect it to be an issue, but it just seemed like a place where we could add a little bit of clarification. We're proposing to reduce the reporting time in situations where wolves are taken under any of the take provisions, the controlled take, the caught in the act take, or from a permitted standpoint, that the reporting time is 24 hours instead of 48 hours that the current plan has. We just felt like we typically as an agency respond very quickly to situations involving wolves, and if somebody takes a wolf, we just think it's proper that we also have that information as soon as possible. There could be situations where time is of the essence depending on the situation. We also, the third one I think is important there, and that was brought up as a policy issue last fall, and we have not veered from the discussion that we had at that time. This is the issue of who does the investigations and what requirement would there be for objectivity. We added language in our plan that clearly specifies no matter who does the investigation in Phase 3, us, Wildlife Services, or anybody, that the investigations are objectively done, that there's a consistently applied standard, and that we use that information, the level of evidence and information that's presented to us when we're making decisions about lethal control. In other words, it's not just a confirmed depredation, it's what's the information or the evidence around that confirmation. So we added that language in there to be very clear about that. Moving to Chapter 4, and I know I'm going through these quickly, but we'll get through them. Chapter 4 is the wolf-ungulate interaction, and we actually combined parts of Chapter 5 and Chapter 4, eliminated Chapter 5 effectively, and added interactions with carnivores into this section. The reason we did that is we felt like discussions about wolves interacting with big game really can't be done separately than also their interactions with other carnivores. Very much related to the research that's occurring right now in the state of Oregon on that very subject. So we combined the sections. It had the effect of eliminating parts of Chapter 5. The hybrid section of Chapter 5 we put into Chapter 2. And we did eliminate two sections of Chapter 5, which is the impacts of wolves on other ESA species. We just went through the list of ESA species, and there really is no interaction really or impact. And we just felt like it was not necessary at this point. And the other one was a small section on ecosystem responses as a result of wolves. We just didn't feel like that was needed as a standalone, and it's really incorporated within the body of the plan. So that's a lot of words to explain a couple of things that we took out. Hopefully it's clear. We added an incredible amount, actually, of scientific documentation about the issue that relates to the issue of wolves' interactions with ungulate prey. And while I fully acknowledge and recognize that we made that chapter quite complex, hard to understand, we thought it was very important that the reader of our plan, the user of our plan, everybody that interacts with our plan has an understanding of the complexity when it comes to issues dealing with wolves and deer, wolves and elk, wolves and other predators. It is very complex, and there is a great body of science out there, and we wanted to make sure that we were incorporating that as much as possible. So while we recognize it's complex, we still felt like it was a necessary evil, if you will. We added a section also completely new into this chapter, which summarizes the population status of our primary ungulate species, our big game species. in units that have had wolves for any length of time. So that's a standalone section. It's really not earth-shattering in any way right now. I think you remember I have reported over the year, we really haven't mathematically or biologically or numerically in any way seen great impacts of any kind on our big game species. But in the future, certainly that's something that should be watched. We felt like putting that as a section in this chapter would be something to build on in the future to make sure and document where our big game species are, especially in relation to units with wolves. We added a new section, as I mentioned a minute ago, wolf interactions with carnivores. We just brought that in. It's a very complex discussion about all kinds of science related to interactions of wolves, cougars, bears, and some of our other carnivores. And we also updated the strategies to reflect the Chapter 2 game mammal standards. We didn't change anything in this chapter. We just want to make sure they're consistent with the very game mammal standards I just went through a minute ago. Okay, the rest are going to go quite quickly. And one of the reasons they are is because they're much shorter. And these were chapters that we condensed and simplified greatly. Starting with Chapter 5, Wolf and Human Interactions. It's very much updated and reorganized. And really didn't change the outcome or the intent, if you will. We did affirm by strategy that we will continue, and I don't know why I keep doing that. Saved it this time. That we will continue to keep reports of wolf interaction. We live in a developed state. We know that wolves are in interaction with humans and have that potential. Those are still important to us, even though there hasn't been any attacks or anything like that, and the chances are quite low. It's still important to us to investigate and address those. I do also want to point out in Chapter 5, a lot of the wolf-human case case history we borrowed from California's plan. California, in making their draft plan, they had a very excellent section on a summary of how wolves have interacted with humans, attacks, threats, things like that over the years, over the many years. So with their permission, we included that in as some very excellent material. We thank California for that. Chapter 6 is another one that's also reorganized and shortened. This is the chapter on information and education. It does not lessen the importance of either of these, but clearly we felt like all of our efforts over the years have really focused around our communication plan that we have in there, and really that is expressed through our Wolf web page. Really, that's the portal then for information, and in fact, I can just testify that almost all of the inquiries about wolves or wolf information education, we steer people to that website, and they get that information there. So it's still a very good educational tool, but this chapter we felt in it from a plan standpoint could be very much shortened and simplified, and that's what we did in this draft. Chapter 7, reporting and evaluation, we condensed this chapter. Otherwise, the approach is unchanged. And we did add a strategy to make sure and acknowledge that if we're going to do the advisory group process, that we incorporate some of that as we take a look at our future evaluations of the plan down the road. Chapter 8 is a chapter on research and information management. I will say this is a bit expanded, if you will. We updated, and the chapter has a lot more scientific information. The current plan has no objectives or strategies associated with research and information management. We've thought that it should. So we essentially took out the 5 categories you see here and made them strategies, and that's really what the chapter is based on. Really not any new shifts in how we approach research, but it's just a different way to include it. Chapter 9 is another one that's revised and very much condensed. Remember that when we were planning wolves originally, as I said, we didn't have wolves. We were looking at future budgets and costs and values and what to expect. Really then, it was very futuristic. What we did with the budget and implementation chapter, our wolf management is based on current budgets. And so this chapter was very much shortened and really reflects the current funding options and costs of wolf management in Oregon right now. We also included then in Chapter 10, the current plan has literature citations after each chapter. This was just an administrative change where we put all of the literature cited into its own chapter in Chapter 10. I do have to point out now Chapter 11, which I apologize for not including on that supplemental document. I should have. But it is a chapter that is no longer in this draft. And really this is the chapter dealing with economic considerations of wolves. As we evaluated the chapter, this chapter focused on the idea of having wolves and what is the value, what are the trade-offs, what if we have them or not. And really, as we kept going through this plan, and I kept standing on my head trying to figure out how to deal with it in the current sense, it just kept occurring to us that, in fact, Oregon has made a decision already that we're going to have wolves. And so the premise of the chapter of whether we should have them or what is the value and is the value worth it seemed a bit moot. So from that, we elected to remove that chapter. Some parts of that chapter incorporated elsewhere in the plan. We didn't take all the information and just leave it behind, but certainly from a standpoint of analyzing economics as if the decision to have wolves or not is still an option, we just didn't feel that was appropriate. That's the rationale for removing that chapter. Last slide. So that's the draft plan. I didn't go through appendices. They're essentially supporting for the body of the plan itself. So at this point, we will have, of course, this same presentation in this same draft plan at the May 19th Commission meeting in Portland. We will also be continuing on coordination with other agencies and tribes. That doesn't stop just because we have a review draft. We have other agencies that we need to be working directly with, way more than we have even. So we will continue to do that. We'll, of course, review input that we've received through this whole process, not only just in here, but things that we receive every day. We will undoubtedly, as we get closer to a draft with administrative rule, put it out for external review by other agencies, experts, people that manage wolves in other parts of the country as well. At that point, we will develop ultimately a revised draft based on your guidance, and that draft will be then with administrative rule at some point in the future. We don't have a timeline on that, and I assume through this process we will close in on a timeline. But at that, right now we're just in this initial stage. And with that, I'm going to stop.
Okay. Thank you, Russ. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have 40 people at this point signed up with another sheet probably coming in. 3 times that's 120, a couple of hours. There'll be time lost with questions. I wouldn't say lost, but in the calculation. There'll be time used in getting to and from the table and with questions. So it's probably better to just round it off right now at 2.5 hours, and then we'll see what else we get. So we're going to start now with our panels, 3 minutes apiece.
You should get the lights.
Yeah, we should get the lights on.
Roxy's coming.
Roxy, please. Yes, there she is. Okay, so pay attention to this light system here. Red means stop. Okay, right over there.
Yellow means wrap up.
Yeah. Yellow doesn't mean continue to talk, it means wrap up. And green means we've started your time. And we're going to ask you to give your name and address, but we don't charge that against your time. Once you've said your name and your address, we start the clock. Okay? So, first panel, Jerome Rosa, Rusty Inglis, Greg Roberts, Mr. Rosa.
Chair Finley, members of the committee, I'm Jerome Rosa, Executive Director of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association in Salem. OCA has been deeply involved in the discussions and implementation of wolf management strategies since wolves first returned to Oregon. For the past decade and a half, we've worked with ODFW and other stakeholders to ensure that the policy to support wolf populations is fair to ranchers. Farmers and ranchers not only deal with the wolves as part of their operations, but as the rural citizens whose families and pets encounter and interact with our state's rapidly expanding wolf population. Over the past year, OCA has worked with department staff to share several key concerns with the current wolf plan. Specifically, we ask for better local control over investigations and ultimate determination of wolf depredation incidents. We ask for continued commitment to collar wolves in each pack to allow for adequate notice for producers. We've also suggested management zones so that the areas with high concentrations of wolves, like northeastern Oregon and potentially in coming years, south central Oregon, are not unfairly burdened. Finally, we've asked that the threshold for allowing lethal takes of wolves be decreased to avoid unnecessary loss of other animals and heightened conflict between wolves and other domesticated species. We understand the challenges in managing the stakeholder process and addressing conflicting philosophies and concerns. Our members are extremely concerned with the recommendations to increase the threshold for allowing consideration of lethal take in Phase 1 and Phase 2 from 2 confirmed depredations to 3 confirmed depredations. In our discussions with staff and stakeholders, we understood this change would not be considered and are very disappointed to see it included in the proposed revisions. In a time when the wolf population is expanding in number and in range, and in a year when we've experienced drastically higher number of depredations, we do not understand the rationale for reducing ODFW's ability to effectively and appropriately respond to confirmed depredations. We hope you will carefully consider the requests you've heard from our organization and our members today, as well as throughout the past year. Particularly, we ask the Commission to oppose the recommended increase in the depredation thresholds in Phase 2 and Phase 3. OCA is hearing from more and more ranchers about these issues, particularly in southern and western Oregon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosa. Rusty.
Chair Finley, Director Melchner, members of the Commission. My name is Rusty Inglis. I ranch near Burns, Oregon, in a small community of Princeton. I'm the president of the Harney County Farm Bureau, the chair of the Oregon Farm Bureau Livestock Committee, and a longtime member of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association. Today, I want to emphasize several aspects that I feel are critical needs in the updated Oregon Wolf Management Plan. First, it's critical in Harney County that you develop a management objective that adequately determines the number of wolves that the habitat in Harney County can sustain with minimal depredation on livestock in the area. And when that number is obtained, you also need to have in the plan a way to maintain that level. I see nothing in the draft that adequately addresses that. The management zones that you show in the draft plan are too large. The habitat in Harney County is substantially different than that of Grant County. In fact, based on exhibit maps that you have in the plan, you don't even recognize there are wolves in Harney County, even though there have been numerous sightings. Unfortunately, the gray wolf in most of Harney County are still federally protected, leaving less options for producers to handle depredation problems. And due to the remoteness of the area, the use of non-lethal methods prior to lethal methods would be economically infeasible. Secondly, it is critical that the adequate number of wolves are collared and that the information from the collared wolves be readily available to the livestock community. Most of the land in Harney County is very remote and difficult to access. The Steens Mountain, Riddle Mountain area alone encompasses over 740,000 acres, and that doesn't even include the Trout Creeks and the Pebble Mountain areas. A rancher may not detect depredation on his cattle for up to 4 to 5 days after the incident. Cattle are widely dispersed in these areas, and it would be economically impossible to be able to check a rancher's entire herd daily. That is why it's imperative that a rancher knows where the wolf packs are so he can concentrate on those areas. Furthermore, even though in most of Harney County the wolf is still federally listed, it is important that as soon as the delisting is lifted, we have all the tools available to use to do lethal take on problem wolves. Therefore, the plan needs to go back to the two confirmed depredations to allow for lethal take action to occur. It also needs to allow for 2 probable depredations to equal 1 confirmed, which would enable the department to move the lethal take after 1 confirmed and 2 probable depredations. ODFW should allow their local field biologists, local law enforcement, or USDA Wildlife Service to make depredation determinations in local areas. As I said earlier, due to the vast amount of acres and remoteness of Harney County, it's important that the decisions are made swiftly so that our ranchers don't experience additional depredation before the decision is made to move the lethal control of problem wolves. Lastly, the decision has been made to allow for wolves in Oregon, and the ranching communities have honored that decision at a substantial economic cost. Now let's manage the population so that already economically struggling rural communities in Oregon do not experience any more economic loss than they have already experienced. I have one more comment. It's very short.
All right.
The last comment I'd like to say is, at an earlier hearing in LeGrand, a comment was made that really bothered me. It was said that ranchers made the choice to live where they are. Well, I guess that's true. Like most people, they made choices early in life of occupation and where they wanted to raise their family. But guess what? When they made those choices, there were no wolves. Thank you for your time. And
thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Greg Roberts. My mailing address is 221 North Central Avenue, number 290, Medford, Oregon, 97501. And I am here today because I am the chairman of the Jackson County Wolf Committee. As somebody who is directly involved in dealing with a lot of the issues that the draft plan is now being brought forward, now that we have actual knowledge of the wolves being here in state. And if I may, I was involved in some early discussions on developing the plan when the federal reintroduction program was going to go forward in Yellowstone and in the Frank Church Wilderness up in Idaho. We knew at some point in time wolves would be dispersing into Oregon. The question was when. The bigger questions became what exactly is going to happen once we see these animals arrive. Well, that was the stated opinion under the belief that wolves would be coming back. Myself personally, I had had numerous interactions with what we will now refer to as a large unclassified canid, which I believe definitely were wolves, which lead me to believe that we did, despite claims of eradicating them, still have remnants, and some of those remnants may very possibly have been dispersing out of southern Canada. As we learned from the example of OR7, we suddenly realized wolves can and do disperse over a much greater distance than we had ever thought possible. But a lot of the issues and a lot of the passion that is arising now is because of a little disconnect in the past to fully embrace and consider the possibility that we still had our native northern timber wolves in the area. Maybe not many of them, maybe not producing a lot of conflict, but they were here. When you've added the component of the Alaska-Yukon subspecies coming in as the direct result of the introductions in Yellowstone and in the Frank Church Wilderness in Idaho, you now are getting into the management issues that we are seeing that spill over into all factors. And in the interest to be brief, I'm going to state this. Our position with the Jackson County Wolf Committee is we do believe there are more wolves that are currently being documented. We definitely encourage the use of the cameras, the surveillance, whatever we need to do to document that. The rogue pack has been without a functioning collar in it for the last 2 years. We have been begging to get a collar into that pack because it helps us on a number of levels directly, locally, to help our citizens, but also to get a better idea of the areas the pack is actually using. And I'm very happy to see that addressed in the plan. I'm also very happy to see the effort to work with the other agencies, because we are communicating with the other agencies and they're telling us, Wildlife Services, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, that there's been a bit of an issue in getting everybody together to pool resources, specifically where it could help in trapping and collaring a wolf in the rogue pack, and definitely want to encourage that movement towards cooperation with the other agencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Go.
Make it a little longer.
Commissioner Biddle, go right ahead.
Greg, I got a question for you. Being from Jackson County, how many wolves do you think we have currently in our county?
Anecdotally, from what we've been able to determine and going out in the field myself, other members of the committee just looking around, we believe we could be as high as 40 to 60 utilizing Jackson County alone right now. Now, they could be moving back and forth between Klamath. We believe that is the case, but that is kind of the number we're kind of starting to come to, just based on the number of sightings and encounters and where people are seeing them, where we're seeing the tracks, and what's going on.
Do you believe any of these wolves have a natural enemy?
As an adult wolf, not much. We've seen some instances of cougar-wolf conflict where there's been mortality inflicted by both sides. Cougars have killed wolves, wolves have killed cougars. The biggest issue wolves are going to be in their first 2 years of life, where they're highly susceptible to parasites, to a number of different factors, some of which have been very well spelled out in the plan. By and large, wolves have it very tough. We only had one pup that survived the winter out of the rogue pack. I believe John said they estimated 3 last year when they had them, but now they can only verify 1. So, natural factors, especially younger ones, will take them out.
What's an average number of wolves to a litter?
In a litter, you're typically 2 to 6. 6 is a big litter for a wolf, and what we've been able to determine out of the rogue pack, they're pretty typically running 3 to 4.
Thank you, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, panel. Tom McDonald. Pamela.
I think Tom signed up on the wrong sheet.
Would that be you, Pamela? Litton? Karen Olch.
He was here earlier. He's gone.
Okay. That's right. Tom McDonald's no longer here. So we'll go to Rob Clavis. Pamela, was that Litton?
Tilton.
Tilton, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll start with you.
Me? All right, great. Okay, my name is Pamela Schubert Tilton, and I don't profess to be an expert in anything. I live in Rogue River, Oregon. I guess I'm here as Jane Q. Public today. Okay, so I want to thank you, Board Commissioners, for your work and your considerations. I'm here because neither wolves nor cattle have an opportunity to represent themselves or the money to back them, or not really any means of protection. I'm here to voice a couple of concerns from my own personal observations. I was fortunate to grow up in a forest surrounding. In fact, I elect to live in one today. I live on 20 acres. When I was a little girl, we had cows. We had a small farm. We were near a forest. My tree houses and doll houses were out in the woods all day long, and I was never once threatened by wildlife. A couple humans, never wildlife. I recently submitted a letter to the Mail Tribune, and in that letter I voiced an honest concern about an area that I had visited. It was the pristine headwaters of a very popular Southern Oregon river. And it was well posted, signs all over the place. The photography was beautiful. I mean, I got so many incredible pictures. But that night when I went to bed, because I was camping, I heard frightening noises. There was crashing timbers, there was cracking, and you really kind of wondered what was going on. Wasn't long after that I heard tremendous amounts of bellowing, cows. They just seemed to cry well into the evening. And it was sort of heartbreaking in many ways. The next morning, I went out, and the same area that was so beautiful that I have photographs of before and after was trampled. Some beautiful logs that I know other trees are going to fall, but some old logs totally broken through. Cow pies bigger than, hey, I've thrown a few in my childhood too. I mean, these things were like monsters, and they were in the water, they were near the stream bed, they were definitely under the signs and around the signs that said, you know, do not enter this area. So where I came from, domestic animals were always protected with fences, cattle dogs, or an on-watch rancher. To me, cows have always had flat teeth, no claws to defend themselves. They have long breakable legs, and in a dense forest, it seems to me like sometimes they are served up like meals on wheels to any predators. I personally saw, when I left this area, a group of cows kind of meandering down the road, a large group. 4 cars ahead of me, the cattle got nervous. They pushed one of their own young calves over the edge of a very steep ravine. I stopped, looked over, it was at the bottom. And so I guess here comes the wolf, in my estimation. I mean, there it is, it's injured, a cow with a broken leg is injured. So I personally don't feel that if there's an injury or depredation in a forested area where they're grazing in the forest, then I don't think they should be reimbursed. I think that's the red light.
That's the red light.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Karen.
Hi, my name is Karen Olch, and my address is P.O. Box 128, Eugene, Oregon, 97440. Chair Finley, Director Melcher, and members of the Commission, I thank you for sitting here endlessly listening to us. I really appreciate it. I want to start out by reminding everyone of the mission of ODFW, which is that our mission is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. And as I read this mission statement, I see that the mission does not include protecting livestock interests and corporate interests, but the interests and habitats of fish and wildlife and the humans who enjoy them. I know and respect that livestock is a part of the picture in this state, and I do respect that, and I feel that listening to each other and moving forward and really listening to everyone is important. And I guess here I just want to take a detour and say that after having been to numerous of these commission hearings, I'm left as a citizen, because I'm also Jane Q. Public, of feeling like I walk away and I think, wow, am I heard? Do they care what I think? I know the livestock lobby is quite strong and has a lot of influence. And all I want to say is that I hope we have equal influence, those of us who just love being outside, who love, hiking and catching glimpses of wild animals. And I would hope that we're on equal ground. I will say that. I'm glad to see in Russ's report that there is no hunting added in. I just want to put in my 2 cents that I feel like controlled take is a really ambiguous term for killing, and that I think ambiguous terms it's like sanitized language. I'm not sure how much it helps us. So wolves are not lost. Wolves are poached. OR 28 was poached. She was shot by a gun that was shot by a human. And her pup most likely died as a result of losing her mother and only having the father to try and support. Anyway, I'm not going to have time to say all the things I wanted to say. So I'm just going to say I want to remind you that you serve all the people who hunt and fish and run livestock and who hike and camp and love being outside. And thank you for representing all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rob?
Thank you. Chair Finley, Commissioners, my name is Robert Clavins. I'm the Northeast Oregon Field Coordinator for Oregon Wild. I live in unincorporated Wallowa County, where my wife and I also have a small business and working farm. I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that went into this effort of drafting this revised plan, but I won't be able to go into detail in a 145-page document we received just 10 days ago. We will do our best to honor that work by taking the time to put together a detailed and constructive written response, and I hope in turn you guys will honor our effort by giving it your full attention as well. When I read the draft plan press release, I was optimistic. We do appreciate some of the changes, but are sorry to say that on balance we cannot support this draft wolf plan, and that's a pretty big deal. Since 2005, Oregon Wild has supported Oregon's wolf plan. That's not something that rural politicians or the livestock industry can say. However, we will continue to work in good faith with them, with you, with staff and other stakeholders, and hope that the plan can be more in line with the best available science informed by Oregon's deeply held conservation values. Since I first testified in this process over a year ago, I've been criticized by a number of you and also ODFW staff for that testimony. I legitimately appreciated the feedback and think that some of it was reasonable. Much of my testimony looked back at the recent past rather than to the future. I took a lot of that criticism as a hopeful sign that moving forward, this agency planned to move in a different direction. I'm saddened to say that my testimony now, I look back and feel that it applies to the future as well as the past. The draft plan to us fails on two fundamental levels. Commendable concepts highlighted in the press release are meaningless if they're not enforceable, and on the flip side, if there are things the agency does not want to see happen, the plan should not allow them to happen. The words of the plan are the words that matter, and they do not match the rhetoric. The press release and use of euphemisms that Karen just spoke about is also a troubling tell for what this plan does indeed allow and wants to gloss over. Killing wolves for having the audacity to eat meat, ignoring major threats to wolf recovery, and allowing trophy hunting, among other things. Rather than telling us that's not going to happen, that's not our intent, we don't like it when you use those words, why not fix the plan? In a number of cases, we believe the draft misrepresents cited science. And don't take my word for it, I'd encourage you to bring those scientists in to testify before you. We'd ask, why is the state still relying on a population viability analysis that has been criticized and described as flawed by independent, non-agency scientists and is subject to a legal challenge? Why does the agency selectively apply and then ignore the North American wildlife model? What ensures the euphemism of controlled take wouldn't lead to more wolf killing than a general season? Why are there pages upon pages of how and why people can kill wolves, but the plan includes no detail in the procedures and protocols for depredation investigations except that they're important and they may exist? What do you tell the thousands of people who have weighed in and don't see their concerns represented? What is the role of the public when comments in favor of science-based positions are outweighed literally hundreds to one, but the decisions you make run counter to that? Each one of you represents all Oregonians. Commissioner Atkinson, my neighbor, doesn't represent me and our neighbors any more or less than she represents the people of Klamath Falls or downtown Portland. I do appreciate you will be holding an additional hearing in a major population center next month. And before I wrap up, I just say I welcome any questions or feedback you can provide us today so that we can be more constructive and focused at that time. It's really helpful to know what you want to hear from us in the 3 minutes that we have before you. When a final version of the plan is put to you, I hope I'll be able to sit in front of you and encourage you to vote yes. We've done it before. I'd really like to be able to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Atkinson.
I had a question for Rob Clavins. You know, when I looked at this new plan, to me, I felt like it included more conservation focus and didn't have anything more about hunting or the public being involved in wolf control management issues related to lethal control. What specifically related to comparing this draft versus the previous ones don't you like? I mean, some of your comments weren't really addressed that way, and we'd like to know specifically what would improve this plan. If you had previously approved the last plan, what are those differences?
Sure. Chair Finley, Commissioner Atkinson, that's a good question, and I'll do my best to answer it now, but I'll take more time. You know, we're working through the plan and have a lot of thoughts on that. I think one point is, you know, Russ was correct, and we'd agree with him that we understood that the wolf plan allowed for changes, reductions in certain things, increases in things from phase 1 to phase 3. One of the parts of the plan that was consistent in the beginning was, for instance, the definition of chronic depredation. Now, phase 3, though phase 3 apples to apples is arguably weakened, as some would see it, it is weaker than phase 1, which is not the structure of the original wolf plan. When we had a settlement that the livestock industry, conservation groups in the state agreed to, we made changes to that definition. I would argue that those changes worked. If one wolf or one depredation is not chronic depredation, by the numbers, we would be killing 100% of the wolf packs in Oregon that have ever depredated one time if we had 2 depredations in a 12-month period. We would be...
If we're looking at three
okay.
wolves, or 3 depredations in 12 months.
Sure, so that
for
would be
phase
90...
3, that's better than the previous...
It's weaker than phase 1, and also...
It's always been weaker than phase 1. Since 2005, we've had phase 1, 2, and 3 have differed. And from my understanding with the settlement was about phase 1. It wasn't about phase 3.
That's correct. But again, it is weaker than the plan. Phase 1 and phase 3, that definition was the same when the plan was written. A lot of the parts of the plan in phase 3 were written in such that they were ambiguous in phase 3 because we would address them when the time came. And this is that time. So I think it's appropriate for whether people agree 180 degrees from me differently, that's fine. For whatever it's worth, if I may...
look forward to you communicating with me even individually more. I would like to know more about specifically, but in the future.
Just the one thought, which is, for your question of 3 depredations, if one depredation is not chronic, 91% of the packs that have depredated in the state of Oregon have eventually had 3 depredations with an average of 4 months. So the idea of having it being 3 and 12 means that we would be killing 91% of the packs that depredate ever, and that would be a significant concern from our perspective.
But this isn't. I don't think our lethal control is automatic.
Correct.
It's a decision that's made for each incident.
As it is in all 3 phases.
Potentially, there could be that.
And to your point, Commissioner Atkinson, you're correct that settlement was restricted to phase 1, and I remember a very salient moment when we talked in that meeting and said, we're just going to address phase 1, right? And we're going to argue about phase 2 and 3 some other day. And that's correct. That's what we did. That's what we're doing today. And I have a lot more, we have a lot more thoughts about that. There are a number of things that are arguably weakened into phase 3.
I think we better let some other people take a turn. But thanks, Rob. I appreciate that and look forward to talking with you more.
Okay. All right. Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Danielle Mosier, Gwen Reed, Amarok Weiss. Can't remember Amarok. Is it Weiss or Weiss? Weiss? Weiss. I'll try to remember. Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, and we'll start with Ms. Mosier.
Chair Finley and members of the Commission, my name is Danielle Moser. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I'm the Wildlife Coordinator for Oregon Wild. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on behalf of our 20,000 members and supporters from across Oregon. In the interest of brevity, I will testify and focus my remarks on only a few areas of concern in the Wolf Plan, but I'm happy to provide a more thorough analysis at the Portland hearing on May 19th. So as Russ mentioned, the original framework of Oregon's Wolf Plan was such that as the population increased, some of the protective measures in place would decrease or become more flexible, with the exception being the definition of chronic depredation, which is, well, we've discussed, stayed consistent throughout the phases. And why I don't want to make too much out of one data point. I think many of us were surprised and sobered to see that the confirmed count was only 112 wolves this year. I believe this should give us pause for concern before considering removing protections for wolves. A cliche that I think is kind of applicable for this current review of the plan is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Or more directly, let's do the thing we already know works. One example is the wide utilization of non-lethal measures. The years before losing state protections, the wolf population increased while we saw wolf livestock conflict decreased. We believe this is in large part due to the required deployment of non-lethal measures. These methods can be an effective mitigation tool, and as revealed in a recent poll, also widely supported by a majority of Oregonians. However, I'm concerned that the recent draft of the Wolf Plan lets expire the enforceable requirements on non-lethals to allow for, quote, a more flexible approach to depredation control following delisting, end quote. And while the plan suggests a myriad of non-lethal tools that one could use, it doesn't actually assure the public that minimal measures will be required and implemented in a timely manner. So let's carry forward language from phase 1 that worked to require and enforce implementation of non-lethal tools before the state or members of the public are allowed to kill wolves. Moreover, I'm troubled by vague language and unclear terms that are used throughout the plan, which can lead to misinterpretation and implementation. While there are several examples, one in particular is in the section about strategies to address livestock conflict. The provision states that efforts to use non-lethal methods which are reasonable for the situation are documented. What is considered reasonable for the situation? This term is unclear, unenforceable, and provides little guidance to managers or landowners. Finally, in describing strategies to address wolf-ungulate interactions, the plan states that intervention is allowed in Phase 3 if ODFW determines that wolves are a significant factor in the population, not meeting management objectives. The term "a significant factor" is quite ambiguous and quite concerning because misinterpretation and subsequent implementation could quite literally trigger a situation in which wolves could be killed. Clarity of definitions and terms is vital to ensuring that the Oregon has a defensible and enforceable wolf plan guiding wolf management. We don't need to recreate the wheel. Let's carry forward parts of Phase 1 that worked and fix the parts that didn't. As we've seen in the past, the plan works best and reduces conflict if all stakeholders have clear expectations of themselves, each other, and the agency. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Reed.
Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, my name is Quinn Reed. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I'm here on behalf of Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you. We greatly appreciate the time and hard work that went into drafting this plan. And while the draft wolf plan includes some very promising developments, we have some serious concerns. We'll be outlining those concerns in detailed written comments that we'll get to you before May 19th. But today I'd like to focus on 3 key issues. First, the draft wolf plan misstates the Oregon wildlife policy, putting it directly at odds with the Attorney General's interpretation of the statute. And to be clear, I'm talking here about the policy itself and not about the list of co-equal management goals that follow the policy. On page 4 and again on page 60, the wolf plan states that the 2 goals of the wildlife policy, 1, to prevent serious depletion of any indigenous species, and 2, to provide optimum recreational benefits, are co-equal. This is incorrect. In 1997 and again in 2002, the AG's office asserted, and I quote, "Optimal recreational and aesthetic benefits can only exist to the extent that serious depletion of the species is prevented. Therefore, the Commission's and Department's overriding obligation is to manage to prevent serious depletion." This is important because just last week we missed an opportunity in the legislature to clarify this very issue and to underscore the intrinsic value of wildlife in the wildlife policy. So we request that the plan be corrected accordingly. Second, the definition of chronic depredation does not adequately protect wolves and does not reflect the discussions that took place at ODFW stakeholder meetings on the wolf plan. We're on the record that we don't think 3 depredations in 12 months is sufficiently protective, but we knew that was on the table. We understand, and I appreciate Russ's explanation, we understand that this reflects a compromise, but as recently as a stakeholder meeting in January, we had no indication that 1 confirmed and 4 probables were on the table as a potential definition, so we were surprised. As a result of that, we request some more information on the basis of this definition and whether there is specific data or research or on-the-ground experience to support this proposal. Third, the draft wolf plan fails to make non-lethal deterrence a requirement. Oregon has been perceived a leader in wolf recovery, due in large part to the current plan's focus on coexistence and conflict avoidance. So we were disappointed to see that the plan does not carry forward the non-lethal requisites outlined in Phase 1. On the field tour yesterday, the Western Wolf Management Zone was characterized as a tremendous opportunity for implementation of non-lethal. And we'd like to suggest that that opportunity still exists for the entire state. We're concerned that innovation and implementation of non-lethal will suffer as lethal removal options become more readily available. So we request that you carry forward the non-lethal requisites that have worked so well and provide such great opportunities for the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Amaru.
Question? Oh, I'm sorry. Amaru, I just can't wait.
That's really what it is. Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, my name is Amaru Weiss. I'm here from Petaluma, California. I'm the West Coast Wolf Organizer for the Center for Biological Diversity, and today I'm here to speak on behalf of our nearly 28,000 Oregon members and supporters. The wolf plan is long, our speaking time is brief, so I'm going to limit my remarks today to just 3 of our concerns. First, science should guide proposed management actions in this draft. It's the conservation community's position that the Phase 1 requirements before a wolf kill order can be issued should be the standard across all 3 phases, since we wrote the original wolf plan to have that same standard across all 3 phases. Now, our view has been met by an opposite force: the livestock and sports hunting industry's push to remove impediments to kill wolves. And the department has indicated that it would do neither, but it's crafted what it hopes will be viewed by all parties as a compromise. However, the state should be using science as the framework for these decisions, not social compromise. Oregon need only look north to Washington to see how social compromises reached last year for its wolf killing protocol resulted in 7 dead wolves and overwhelming, lasting public outrage. The draft proposes counting probable wolf cause losses in the lead up to a kill order, something else which is also being floated in Washington right now. But we'd like to know, what is the scientific basis to presume that counting probables is going to lead to fewer conflicts? Because after all, that's the goal of the management action, right? Secondly, we question the wisdom of using the department's 2015 population modeling study as a basis for plan revisions. That study was widely criticized by scientists, but who also recommended how to fix its flaws. Yet none of their concerns were addressed then or since. That study and the delisting decision that's based on that study, they're now the subject of a pending lawsuit, and combined, those factors really undermine reliance on that study for proposed updates. Lastly, the state-sanctioned wolf hunting as described in the plan fails to address current science and changing social mores. Now, the proposed updates devote 3 pages detailing how private citizens can become certified to be master hunters or trappers able to kill a wolf. But what's entirely missing from this draft is any discussion of how an agency, a state, or society at large can justify killing apex predators, including wolves, not when scientists globally are telling us that there are declining populations of apex predators everywhere, and they are calling for swift action to prevent the human-caused mortality of these ecologically essential species. And though the department contends it's not proposing hunting, only controlled take, when private citizens head out in the woods, rifle or leg-hold trap in hand, they most assuredly are not telling their friends and family members that they're going out for the day to spend the day controlled taking. Science tells us that killing wolves harms their social structure, their pack stability, and actually increases the risk of conflicts with livestock, and that non-lethal deterrence measures in the long haul are more effective and less costly. Now, this scientific view just so happens to coincide with the view of the vast majority of Oregon citizens who prefer to coexist with rather than kill Oregon's wolves. So you do represent all Oregonians. I've just spoken for 28,000 of them. I hope you've heard their voice. I have some other comments I could add on regarding the language changes in the special status game mammal provisions, since I was one of the stakeholders that wrote the plan. I see I'm at the red, but if anyone has any questions about that, I would like to point out some of those distinctions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners?
I just want to make a general comment that for people who are feeling like they don't have enough time and haven't had enough time to evaluate the plan, we really are looking for specifics related to the plan. What will make the plan better, not necessarily a general view about wolves and wolf management, but what goes into that plan that would help you.
And they can provide it in writing.
And yes, and in writing, I think is a good option as well. I mean, we do get a million responses from people, but we do look at those regardless, and I think those are important for us all to see the specifics that maybe could enhance the plan.
We will be submitting detailed written comments, as will these folks next to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, panel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Cady, Ted Netter, Ron Bjork. Okay, gentlemen, Green light means go. Yellow light means sum up. Red light means stop. Okay? And Nick, we'll start with you.
Great. Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher, my name is Nick Cady. I'm the Legal Director of Cascadia Wildlands, and I live in Eugene, where our principal office is located. Changes to Oregon's wolf plans are extremely important to Cascadia Wildlands and our 10,000 members. Cascadia Wildlands will prepare a more thorough analysis for the Commission prior to your May meeting, but I want to raise several specific points that we can talk about, things that I wish to have you focus on initially here. One of the most troubling provisions that I've noticed thus far within this draft plan is the involvement of wildlife services in investigation of livestock depredations. There's been a ton of controversy with this agency, but even putting all this aside, this agency has a proven track record of grossly overestimating when wolves have been involved in livestock depredations in this state, and we will provide the Commission with that data. For this reason, Wildlife Services was removed from participation in livestock depredation investigations in 2010. And I would like the Commission to inquire with the Department why now we should be including this agency in this critical role. Second, the draft plan will greatly expand the Department's authority to kill wolves in response to ungulate decline, those controlled take provisions. The original language of the wolf plan required wolves to be the primary cause of ungulate decline prior to killing wolves in response. The new plan changes this significantly. The draft plan now only requires wolves to be a significant factor in the decline prior to killing them. This phrase grossly expands the authority and will lead to future conflict. Not only is the significant factor language problematic, but the circumstances in which wolves can be killed in response to ungulates is expanded as well. Wolves can now be killed in ungulate winter feeding areas to draw elk from agricultural lands, and if the Department wants to expand elk into new areas of the state, it can eliminate wolves in those areas as well to facilitate elk expansion. These are dramatic expansions to that authority that originally existed, and we believe are completely unjustified. Killing wolves is not going to help the Department sell more elk tags. Finally, concerning the chronic depredation definition, 3 and 12 months is an improvement upon the 2, as been discussed a second ago. But just looking at depredation numbers from last year, under these new proposed rules, ODFW could have sent hunters and trappers out to kill 4 of Oregon's 11 packs and kill OR 33. We're talking about 25 of Oregon's 112 wolves. That's 22% of Oregon's wolves in the state. Now, the Department might say that they have the discretion and would never kill this many wolves in the state, but if the agency won't do this, why are we proposing to give them this authority in this draft plan? Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Mr. Netter.
Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Ted Netter, Terrebonne, Oregon. Just being straight to the point, I believe that one of the flaws that I see in the change in the draft plan is that there needs to be more concentration on local control of depredation, as far as you guys need to trust the people on the ground to actually investigate and come up with the real cause of the incidents. We're seeing more and more depredation that is not even considered a probable. And that's a real issue, not only for livestock people, but it's also a potential issue for companion pet owners or anybody with animals in a wolf area. And then directly for me, we need to increase, and I urge the Commission to look into this, increase the recognition of wolf areas. I live outside of Sisters, Oregon. 4 years ago, there was an incident that involved the death of some livestock, and the OSP officer and other people, well trained, said it looked like a wolf incident. There was completely ignored by the Department. There's no way that it was a wolf incident. Yet since that time, we have had wolf sightings in the Three Sisters area, Mount Jefferson Wilderness area, not to mention wolf sightings personally in the Mowry unit in the Paulina area, and then plenty of words of it in Harney County, yet none of that's included on the map. I think that part of this draft plan that needs to be expanded is to look where wolves actually are and how many numbers there are, And to do that, we need to increase collaring and actually pay attention to things like trail cameras or tourists or anybody that has actual evidence of wolves in an area. I don't see any of that in this draft plan, and I would like to, I'd hope that you guys would address that so we were accurate in our numbers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bjork.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, my name is Ron Bjork, and I am the immediate past president of Jackson County Farm Bureau and currently representing Region 11 on the Oregon Farm Bureau Board of Directors. I'm testifying today on behalf of many of our members who are very concerned about the influx of wolves into Western Oregon, and more specifically, the Rogue Umpqua Basin. We feel that there are more wolves in this area than are being represented by our wildlife biologists. This feeling is borne out by cell phone videos taken by hunters and shared with the permittees who run cattle on public lands. We understand that we are constrained by the ESA and must learn to live with the encroachment until we can modify the ESA to allow for containment of wolves into areas that don't jeopardize the livelihood of our livestock producers, the safety of our more rural residents and their pets. Many of our members run livestock on public land, allowing them to have a viable economic unit, but making it impossible to see their livestock on a daily or even weekly basis. Our request then is to ask ODFW to be more open with information about the presence of wolves and make an effort to collar more wolves. Then, when they are split off from their packs or migrate or move into new areas affect the property and livestock owners could be notified. Thank you for your consideration.
Commissioners? Commissioner Buckmaster.
Mr. Cady, thanks. I have a question somewhat far afield from your testimony, but I noticed there were a number of people at the tour yesterday, and we were talking about wolves in the Rogue Valley, and one of the things that came out in that meeting, that presentation by staff, and we've heard around the state, is the increased amount of resources required by the department to effectively manage a wolf program. No matter where you are on the plan, the fact is that these resources that are being demanded of the department are considerable and growing all the time. One of the issues of finding the funding for collaring the people, everything that goes with it. Last year there was a task force that looked at additional funding, long-term funding solutions for ODFW that went beyond the traditional hunting and fishing licenses. Actually had the opportunity to expand funding for the conservation mandate that I think everybody on this commission, as well as the department, supports. Has your organization been involved in that lobbying or working with the legislature to increase funding so we can do a better job for everybody?
Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, we were not on that specific committee that you referenced, but I've met with agency staff numerous times, and our organization, I believe most of the conservation organizations, would be more than willing to help find money to make wolf conservation a priority and have the department be well funded. That is
Well,
that is
I personally appreciate that, and I know there was a bill, Representative Helm had a bill talking about a funding proposal that came out of the task force moving through, and if any help that you can give the department in Salem would certainly be appreciated, and it would show everybody that conservation is not only is asking, but also is participating in a very meaningful way to support the mission of the department. Thanks.
Thank you, panel. Kim Pearson, Todd Nash, Earl Nelson.
Is this okay?
Wherever you like. Okay. Please state your name and address for the record. We'll start with you, Ms. Pearson.
Hi, my name is Kim Pearson, and I'm from Medford, Oregon. Anything else? And I'm really nervous, to be honest.
Well, that's all right. Don't be nervous.
I'm just gonna say it. This is
Do you have we normally have street addresses here and so
Oh,
forth, just for the record.
Sure, 1224 North Modoc, and that's in Medford, Oregon, 97504.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I want to say it is difficult because I go to Wolf Advisory meetings, and I've grown to have an affinity for folks that in general, but that I disagree with. So I'm going to dive right into some things that I saw that I've sent some previous testimony on too, but I'll just share some things. I'm in agreement with the testimony that's been provided today, public testimony, verbal and written, from the wolf advocacy groups and individuals here. In failing to require clearly defined, substantial, enduring, enforceable expectations from producers, the draft misplaces responsibility and consequences on wildlife, wolves. The draft scapegoats wildlife as problem wolves with erroneous chronic depredator terms to support false justification for tolerance killing. The draft depredation threshold is unacceptable for a plan that only requests good faith efforts in the latter phases from producers. And to be honest, and this is just my earnest feeling, I always felt that actually the original phase one were too low for the entire plan. The public knows the latter phase terms and resulting kill management do not build trust or tolerance. It lowers standards that previously worked, it incentivizes depredation, it rewards conflict, and it gives special interests what they want. I have a concern too that kill management is how some fish and wildlife agencies create bigger, more widespread problems and build revenue from subsequent conflict management. Sorry for that. That's what I think. Wolves are a ready-made scapegoat. We've seen the conservation to management to kill trophy tag profit failing formulas and the intense social division that it creates. ODFW should work toward the preservation and protection of all species in an ecosystem, not just primarily the ones that special interests pay them to manipulate. ODFW shouldn't be about the business of prioritizing special interest, trust, and tolerance above its broader public trust. I'm shaking. Or above its commission to provide proactive, solution-based protection and preservation of wildlife and habitat utilizing sound science. I oppose the subcontracting of depredation investigations, and I also oppose ODFW subcontracting the kill management of wolves. Please reject any plan provisions that would unnecessarily complicate, promote confusion, increase drama, if you can, or embrace no such thing alternative facts. When we rely on objective facts, there is either enough proof and enough evidence to confirm depredation, or there is not enough proof or evidence to confirm depredation. There's no such thing as 2.5 probable depredations creating an actual one. I'm against utilizing collars that people other than ODFW can track throughout entire wolf territories. And that doesn't mean that there might not be cattle collar interface that would let you know when a wolf is within whatever is acceptable.
It does mean you're out of time, though.
Okay, well, you got this, and it's a lot.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Todd?
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the commission, my name is Todd Nash. My name is Todd Nash. I'm the Wolf Committee Chairman for the Oregon Cattlemen's Association. I'm also a commissioner in Wallowa County. I want to address three different things here today. We've been weighing in on this for some time, as you know, and we've tried to keep these key principles the entire time. Local control is still paramount, management units, and collaring. Today, though, I'm going to focus in on the one thing, and you can ask me questions about any of it, but if you were given pictures of the cow and that, I'm going to refer to that here for just a little bit. So this took place on April 7th, and I went down to this depredation. OR 50 was at the scene. We know that because his GPS collar went off at this very spot. We found wolf tracks on the ground there. In the bottom two pictures, you're looking at the height of the calf, and those big, broad marks are canine marks from a wolf. There was trauma that corresponded underneath that hide. The cow on top there, when we thoroughly skinned her out, we didn't find any bite marks. But what we did find is where she had aspirated enough blood from running to death. The top of her lungs were completely full of blood. The bottom of them were still healthy. Tissue samples are being sent off to WSU at this time to see if the muscle tissue was depleted of oxygen, and she did indeed die from running to death. The part I want to get to on this is not what this looks like so much as to show the body of evidence that we work with. When you go to a producer and you show this, they know it was a wolf. The local biologist knows it was a wolf. It was 5 days later before this was confirmed. Now, local control means that biologist from ODFW makes that determination at the scene. It was very easy to do in this case. He bantered it back and forth with the officials there in La Grande. We've also had other incidents where it gets bantered back and forth clear up to Salem before determination is made. We need to make those determinations swiftly, quickly, and if there is going to be lethal control, that very person knows what the situation was on that particular ranch, whether they were doing a good job of non-lethals or not, whether the wolves were in a chronic situation or not. This was right next to a house right here. This is the fourth one in this particular pack. These people get the pleasure of turning out in the same place where these wolves are spending their summer.
Okay. Todd? Mr. Nelson?
Chairman Finley, Director Melcher, and Commission members, thank you for being able to present. I'm Verl Nelson, 10387 Driver Valley Road, Oakland, Oregon. I am a member of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association and co-chair of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association Wolf Committee. My responsibilities are predominantly for west side of Oregon. So Todd and I are quite a ways apart. I'm a Douglas County livestock producer, and I'm very concerned about the lack of aggressive collaring of wolves, especially west of 395. I have heard that there are no recognized breeding pairs, even though we know that OR7 produced pups, can't remember, a couple years ago. Without collaring, and I recognize that Western Oregon is brushy, timbered, the challenge of tracking wolves, and those kinds of things are going to be extremely difficult on the west side, mainly because of terrain. It's also going to be very difficult to find kills. You know, I have a small ranch, but I have a number of ravines that are brushy. There is no way that every day or every week you can cover all that terrain to identify kills. Typically, during the spring and summer, you can identify coyote and mountain lion kills and those kinds of things from buzzards. Many times, by the time you get to a kill, there's no way, for an example, if it was a wolf, that it could be a confirmed kill because of the predation of birds and coyotes and other kinds of things. And I think that's why probable is a term that needs to be used in the wolf plan, especially if there are wolves present. We need to have these wolves collared so that we can move out of phase 1 into phase 2 and 3. Without collaring, there is no way that we're going to be able to track these wolves. And I think from previous testimony about the number of wolves that are already in Western Oregon, we have seen them in Douglas County. Veterinarians saw one east of Roseburg. Some loggers say that there are 2 wolves that are denned on Mount Scott. We don't hear about those. And I was pleased that Russ talked about at least collaring at least 1 wolf from every pack. But to my knowledge, none of the packs west of 395 have a collar. And I may be wrong, but OR 7 doesn't have a collar that works anymore. OR 33, I believe, lost his, he has the collar but no tracker. So the Keno pack, I don't believe have any collars. So we're way behind on getting those done. I'm out of time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? All right. We'll look forward to your written comments, Todd.
I did submit some electronic comments on behalf, and they're fairly specific on what the cattlemen want. We have not wavered on that, with the exception of having a third-party investigation. We got nodded off by you guys, and so we decided to let that one go. But these other 3 are really important to us, and we felt like we lost ground in almost every one of these categories in the new draft plan. So.
Okay. Should we take a break or just let them go on lungs? Commissioners, we're going to take a 10-minute quick break. And so we're just
controlling. Who's up next?
The next 3 that'll come up, and you're welcome to come up and take it, is Tom Mallums, Jim Aikenson, and Craig Merhoff. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
I wondered if that was yours.
You have 3 of them that will die.
Okay. We're ready to resume. Please take your seats. Okay, as I said earlier, this next panel is Tom Mallums, Jim Aikenson, and Craig Merhoff. And we're just waiting for Jim, but we'll go ahead and start. Mr. Mallums, we'll start with you. Ladies and gentlemen, when I ask you for your name and address, most of you have done this on there, but what I'd like to do is to make sure that if it's not clearly written, I change the number or completely improve the address for the record. That's all. We're not going to send the state police out after you.
Well, what's new?
Maybe you should.
Strange.
No, don't admit anything, Tom. Okay, let's go. Let's start with you, Tom.
Mr. Chair, Director Melcher, and committee members, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide public comment. I have provided written comments, and also the current county commissioners supplied comments also for today's hearing, also in written form. I am a past Klamath County Commissioners, and my wife Bev and I, we have a farm and ranch north of Beatty, Oregon, about 50 miles from where we're at right now. We've called that our home for 40 years. As a county commissioner, I was a member of the County Wolf Depredation Committee when we first put that together, which is a very well-balanced committee. Late last night, I was reading an article entitled Finding Balance with a New Apex Predator. There really wasn't anything new brought forward, just another account of struggling rural Oregon and the issues that go on there. Yesterday at the commission tour, I also spoke about this ongoing desire for balance. For about 20 years, as part of our operation, we ran about a herd of 200 mother cows for quite a few years. Calving in the spring, it was not uncommon to have coyotes in our herd while calving, and they seem to serve a purpose in cleaning up the blood and afterbirth in our birthing areas. We felt this in turn helped keep the cougars from visiting our property there and our livestock. In the summertime, these same coyotes also fed on mice, squirrels, and pocket gophers, even following our swather for hours at a time, literally waiting for delivery service for the squirrels and things that we would gather with the swather. However, sometimes we had to eliminate an aggressive coyote or two. In the 20 years, we had only one depredation attributed to a coyote. Even then, we did not go out and eliminate every coyote in the valley, as some people said we should have. Problem coyotes we dealt with right there on the spot. There was they might get a half a second chance, but not a third chance ever. We took care of them quickly. This allowed for balance in our herd of cattle in our operation. Let's be perfectly honest, a coyote is not by definition an apex predator, but a wolf certainly is. To have any possible balance, the number of breeding pairs should be at a minimum and not restricted to rural areas. If wolves are to be fully reintroduced in Oregon, then they should be promoted statewide, not just in the rural communities. If those that cherish the sound of a howling wolf pack at night, let that happen in their own backyard as well, not just in the rural communities. After all, wolves were present to some extent throughout the state at one time or another. Within our various government agencies, we have a lot of great and passionate and dedicated employees doing their job. However, generally speaking, there has been a growing lack of trust. About 1990, there was a meeting in Klamath Falls about a time when the wolves were still first being put into Idaho. And in that meeting, the question was asked, what happens when they come across the state line? We were told in those breakout meetings that we would be able to protect our livestock and ourselves, and that hasn't worked out too well. Currently, the wolf management plan appears to be moving along with changes being proposed, widely ignoring producers, citizens, and those that are being affected the most. This is not a way to increase faith in our government partners. Please keep in mind that rural Oregon has been working in good faith to find that balance living with this apex predator, and we expect the same in return. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Jim?
Thank you, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, Commissioners, and Aaron and Michelle, who never get credit. It's an honor to speak to you all. I'm speaking to you. You have my testimony. You know the points. It's basically adhere to cautious, science-based management as wolves enter into phase 3, obviously starting on the extreme east side of the state, moving central, then west. That's obvious. And to save redundancy, I want to do something a little bit more as an advocate for the North American model of wildlife management and an elder of that model, you could say. I was involved in wolf research in Idaho shortly after reintroduction there. I'm totally familiar with the capacity of that species to be predatory upon game animals, how they disperse, how they reproduce, their biology, and their social effect. And I also participated in some stakeholder wildlife management and research meetings in Chico, Montana in the late 90s, early 2000s. And there was a keynote speaker there, a lot of you know him, his name is Ed Bangs. And he said that looking into the future, looking into my crystal ball, there's going to be a time at which we really need to manage this species. And that management needs to include hunting. And years go by, hunting doesn't exactly to the general American seem to resonate as something as desirable as it did even in 2002, but here we are. It is a tool that's critical to our toolbox, and it needs to be integrated into the discussion. I was very happy to see the wording that Russ presented today regarding hunting and controlled take, very important. Very, very important to us big game hunters and enthusiasts, but also extremely important to the producers, the livestock producers of our state. We have a state that in the northeast corner is very integrated with the business interests of the livestock industry and the big game population and the interests of big game hunters and wildlife viewers. It's all in a package together. And as Ed Bangs predicted back in 2002, the way that wolf recovery is going to work in the western United States is a big compromise. And I think that's a real positive note about this plan. It's done a very good job of achieving a lot of compromises. Yes, there's some points that need some clarification regarding, well, a number of topics that have already been addressed. But I guess I just want to compliment the staff for the process that they've come through. And it's something that Ed Bangs and other elders of our profession projected need to happen for success many, many years ago. So here we are. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'm speaking on behalf of Oregon Hunters Association as their conservation director, but I'm also speaking to you as an elder scientist, carnivore biologist of a lot of years. I think we're on the right path, but we've got to keep management in this equation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Craig?
Mr. Chairman, honorable commissioners, my name is Craig Murhoff, 6090 Sunset Ridge Road, Klamath Falls, 97601. I'm a life member of Oregon Hunter Association. I speak representing myself. I have read this plan this morning completely, and I urge your adoption with a few changes. One, I agree with the first three gentlemen who spoke today, this afternoon, that 3 predations in a year is too many. 1 or 2 makes a whole lot more sense. 2, I think wolves need to be managed, and while this plan improves the situation from the standpoint of the livestock producer, it doesn't bring enough, it doesn't leave open hunting as a means of management, which it should be. It makes a nice provision for someone of master hunter status or analogous thereto to be used, and that's fine. But at some point, we're going to need hunting as a management tool, and whether it's in this new plan or whether it's in the next one in 5 years, it's going to have to be there. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Murhoff. Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Weber.
Craig, I appreciate the idea of you're suggesting we do use hunters, but I think certainly in the near future, we're going to generally be targeting specific animals. How would you apply, recreational hunters to that task?
I think that's not going to happen.
Okay.
But we are going to get enough wolves that there will be the time that hunting as a management tool will be appropriate. I happen to have 2 years ago, more times than that actually, I've hunted in Canada where a wolf tag was you got one. Your outfitter got you a wolf tag. And herd wolves, but getting to actually get where you can get a shot at a wolf is not real common. So hunting as a management tool is a low percentage deal. And it's not like everybody gets a tag is going to go out and get a wolf. Just like not everybody gets an elk tag going to go out and get an elk. In fact, I think you got a better chance of getting an elk than you do of getting a wolf.
Could I respond to that?
Sure, Jim.
Yeah. Basically, Commissioner Weber, it's going to be centered around areas of livestock depredation. And as I mentioned, in Wallowa County, for example, we have this huge integration. We've got 29,000 cattle, 28,000 elk, and approximately 60 to 70 wolves, and everything's all mixed up. So to have hunting applied as a tool, it needs to be centered around areas of depredation. That's going to be paramount, and that's what's going to make this effective. And I think in that sense, it's also why it's called controlled take. And we're not advocating general hunting. The population's not there yet, although I did see that happen in Idaho. And even in Idaho, even though it gets bad-mouthed sometimes by people who are wolf advocates, there are quotas associated with how many wolves can be taken out of specific units. It's going to be carefully done. And again, this is all part of the North American model for wildlife management. It's careful consideration for all the different factors, social factors, biological factors, and it's applying that mandate. You know, it's been around 100 years. It's done a great job. It's going to be used here in Oregon, too. So I think that it'll come together.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, panel. Mr. O'Keefe, John. Mary Ann Nash. Joe Villagrana. Okay. We'll start with you, Mr. O'Keefe, but you didn't put your address down here, so please state it for the record.
Thank you. Chair Finley, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. I'm John O'Keefe, Post Office Box 115, Adel, Oregon. Currently, I serve as President of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission on this important matter. Oregon is well into successful wolf establishment. Wolves are now part of the landscape. They are here to stay. The discussion about wolf management will continue. But now we are talking about wolf distribution and managing a species that is significantly present on the landscape, not about protecting a small number of wolves newly present on the landscape. And it is only right and fair that this discussion goes forward under a different set of rules than the initial period of establishment. It is now time to recognize the burden this has placed on Oregon's livestock producers, the sacrifice made by Oregon livestock producers. A lot has been asked of Oregon's livestock producers, financially, physically, and emotionally. I'll go into this deeper in my written comments, but I would like to say going forward, changes to the wolf plan need to reflect the inequities of the burden for having wolves in Oregon. Wolf management will be based on science. It is important to note that the study of wolf and livestock interaction is fairly new. It is difficult, controversial, complex, and expensive to do studies on wolf depredation of livestock. My point is, not all aspects of this issue have a peer-reviewed, duplicated study to guide policy. As we go forward, we need to have flexibility to make up for this. Recommended revisions seem to leave out some of the pertinent science. We know that for each confirmed wolf kill, there will be 7 unconfirmed livestock losses. Thus, in reality, the recommendation in Phase 2 and 3 tell producers that they must absorb 21 losses before wolves will be removed. Bradley et al., a study from Canada, tells us that partial pack removal is most effective when done soon after predation events. This suggests what's already known anecdotally in Canada: actions taken soon. To be clear, I mean response to the first predation will tend to create livestock avoiding wolves. This will help us get to the place we all want to get, wolves and livestock on the landscape with minimal conflict. We often hear if there are wolves present that do not prey on livestock, they need to be left alone. The corollary to this is equally true. Problem wolves that are preying on livestock need to be removed. Thank you.
Well, I was going to let you slide on out eloquently, but you were right on the button.
Practice.
You're well practiced. Mary Ann, we have your address here, so just please proceed.
Thank you. Chair Finley, members of the Commission, my name is Mary Ann Nash here today on behalf of the Oregon Farm Bureau. Oregon Farm Bureau represents 7,000 member families in Oregon, 98% of whom are family-owned and operated. As you know, the livestock industry is an industry in Oregon that has very slim margins, and so our producers cannot bear a significant amount of economic loss, and they are already burdened by a number of very time-consuming regulatory constraints that make additional management very difficult and economically infeasible for them. That's why entering into the process for draft plan revisions, we had advocated for a more streamlined, locally implemented process that had increased flexibility for landowners. We thought this was appropriate as wolf populations in Oregon continue to grow and are expected to do so into the future. Instead, we feel like through these plan revisions, we got a lot more bureaucracy. We think this is the absolute wrong response to increasing populations and an increasing burden on our rural landowners who support most of the wildlife and wolf habitat in Oregon. Initially, we think the depredation standard and increase in the wolf plan is too high. In 2016, we only had 3 probable depredations in the state. And this problem is compounded by the fact that, as Todd expressed, it's very difficult to get a confirmed depredation, and there is a lot of bureaucracy in that process. So we wanted local calls that were made more quickly in order to enable the department and local managers to make informed decisions more quickly. Instead, we got a higher bar that is essentially going to be a bar to dealing with problem animals in the state and make, quite frankly, life a lot more difficult for livestock producers. And more of them in the state that are now dealing with wolf livestock conflict. We would like to see a greater focus on management zones and setting population capacities for those zones. One of the big concerns I have about the wolf plan is its call for a citizen advisory group. We sat on the stakeholder process for the wolf plan draft revisions. And I will say that we were pretty outnumbered in that process, and it was a difficult process to feel like landowners were heard and expressed. The department did a good job, but there's just a lot more paid advocates on the other side. And so I think the only way that would be appropriate is if it was locally driven from communities with wolves, and maybe even selected by their local commissions. I'm seeing my time winding down, so I'll be very quick. We'd like an increased focus on collaring to manage conflict, particularly as populations continue to spread throughout the state, and a real drive by ODFW to ensure some management parity with the feds. And that may include working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to develop plans that are necessary in order to take permits to enable management parity between east side and west side. And finally, I'll use my closing time to say I'm a little worried that some of the asks earlier were a little disingenuous. It seems like a lot of the other side of groups want a multi-volume tome on wolf management in Oregon with every single word in that plan clearly defined. To me, that just looks like looking for an avenue for litigation and looking for an avenue to continue to bring the department to court every time that there's a decision they disagree with. So with that, I'll close. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Joe, you need to state your name and address, please.
Yeah, Joe Villagrana, Paisley, Oregon, 39650 Clover Flat Road. I'm not a public speaker, so you guys just have to bear with me, okay? I'm a common sense kind of guy, just a working man. Listen, I manage the J. Spear Ranch in Paisley. Okay, we manage for cattle, wildlife, and timber. We support the OCA comments to the commission, especially the units. I didn't write anything down, so I'm just going to go just whatever comes up. The units, if we establish these units, okay, and then manage them accordingly, that's what we need to do so that these numbers don't get out of control. We already have a problem with wolves, and it's doing nothing but getting worse. And then also local control. But before I get to local control, on your guys' map here, it says current distribution of known wolves in Oregon. It's incorrect. Okay, I've worked all over the state, okay, managing ranches for different owners and stuff, or different company. In Malheur County, okay, Baker County, Harney County, okay, I've managed ranches all over that county. We had a private helicopter, and we check water holes and stuff like that. We just check our country that way. Okay, wolves, I see there's nothing here on this map that there's even wolves in that area. And that was 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Okay, and I know it's got to be 10 times worse than that. Even Prairie City, John Day, all that country. I know for a fact there's wolves. So we just need to kind of get a lot of that data or information correct. But now local control, we just need to get everything back to local control to where, I think I've probably said enough. I'm thinking, but anyhow, that'll be good. And if you have anything, give her the rest of my time. Anyhow, real quick, I think we just need to get control of all this stuff so that these wolves, we run cattle up there in the wilderness, Sprague River up there in that area, and it's tough. Okay, if we get control on these wolves, maybe, these cows, with the wolves being around, maybe these wolves don't scare the shit out of these cows, and then that lady, she can walk around and be all right, So that's all I'm going to say. So.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Weber.
I think you all mentioned it. You were talking about zones, and what are you envisioning when you say zones? Northeast Oregon, Eastern Oregon, or are we getting down to management units? Is it something counties? What are you talking about?
Well, can I answer that?
Marianne, if you're
You can go for it.
Well, I have not spoken with them anything about these zones or units at all, but I would say more, my opinion would be like counties, Klamath County for one, Lake County, or, maybe even take in a little bit of Lake County, Klamath County, and I don't know what counties Medford's in, or, Jackson County, but counties like that, and then more local control that way.
Is that what you guys are thinking about, counties or maybe habitat groupings?
Yeah, Chair Finley, Vice Chair Weber, I think, and I'm by no means a biologist or an expert in this, but what we had envisioned is a kind of a biologically appropriate area, and I don't think that is the two that we have in the state right now. I can't tell you the exact size of it, but it's an area where you could look at and say, okay, what's the kind of the carrying capacity based on ungulate populations, habitat for this area, and then start to actually have a little bit more of a precise idea of how many wolves we can expect to see in an area, and kind of beyond that amount, at what level we'll probably see a lot of more increased conflict with livestock because the ungulate populations and the habitat can't support them. I know the theory is that they disperse when they hit that number, but I think at some point we will reach the capacity where additional dispersal isn't possible, and at that point we are going to have to decide what to do.
You sort of agree, John?
Well, that's basically our concept. It wouldn't be broke down as small as the game management units that we have now, but it'd be perhaps 8-10 zones in the state. I haven't been I wish Todd would have fielded that question. He's been more involved with with that, but it'd be something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, would you like to address that question?
Yeah, when we first proposed that at the Cattlemen's Association meeting a year and a half
Hey,
ago.
Todd, could you get up
Might need
with
to
it?
be on-
We're supposed to
on the
record what you
recording.
say.
Oh, there's an extra. Oh. John, you can move on mine.
When we first proposed that at the Cattlemen's Association meeting about a year and a half ago, we sat down with Bruce Eddy and Ron Anglin at the time, and we just constructed a map that had 5 or 6 zones in it at that time. We asked Bruce to come back with how many wild game ungulates were in each of those zones. And then we just wanted to throw that back to the hunters, throw it back to ODFW, and start the conversation about what could be anticipated as what was tolerable by hunters for take and what was tolerable also for ODFW. Then we wanted to also consider the amount of livestock in each of those zones and start to look at what we could expect for conflict. And if we got to a tripping point where there was an overpopulation of wolves that was causing overdue damage to either livestock or wild ungulates, that we could take control of that, and that's when hunts would be implemented. So that was the concept, and we wanted to just adopt it as a concept and work on it. In discussions with Russ this last year, he thought that could probably be done in a couple of years, and I would throw it back to Russ as if you had further questions on it.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Aikenson.
I just wanted to make a comment because we've heard from multiple speakers about concerns that there are a lot more wolves out there than ODFW is documenting here. And I want to encourage everyone, if you have seen wolves or evidence of wolves or friends or other people are telling you about them, please encourage people to go on the website and record those, because if ODFW doesn't know that people have evidence in other areas, they're not going to be looking for wolves in those areas. So you can help that process by getting the information to ODFW so they can pursue some of those.
Okay.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
All right. It was brought up, I brought up the fact that we seen him through the helicopter and stuff. And there's a biologist that that I actually brought it up to, and he said he was going to get in contact with me to ask me more questions about it. Never heard a word, never anything. And I've been in contact with him. He had my number or has my number. So there was no contact about it. And a lot of people didn't believe us. When we landed, we told a lot of people didn't believe us. Because there's just no wolves in that area. So.
Well, pursue it, continue to pursue it, and I would say the more information you can get, if you can get a picture of a track, if you can get a GPS location, or a picture of a wolf, all of that is really beneficial to help verify those locations and drive the time that biologists can spend searching for wolves. It's not easy to find them, and all of these 112 that are documented were actually documented by ODFW, and certainly there are many that we all know haven't been documented by ODFW, but help us make the process work.
Okay, panel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's 4 work up there, 4 chairs for you.
4 microphones, 4 chairs.
Okay, we're going to start calling up 4. Jennifer Wolfsong, Carol Pearsall, Cameron Purtis, and Kim Pearson.
He's already talked.
Kim, you've already talked. You want to do it again? You did very well. Okay. Larry Nicholson. So again, Jennifer Wolfsong, Carol Pearsall, Cameron Purtis, and Larry Nicholson. Who am I missing?
No Cameron, looks like.
Cameron? Cameron, anyone know Cameron? I guess Cameron's not here. So we'll go to Jesse Randall. Okay. Jennifer, we'll start with you. And I have names and addresses for you all, but, and they're all legible.
Okay.
Well, yes. All right, thank you.
Chair Finley and members of the commission, thank you so much for your time today. My name is Jennifer Wolfsong, and I live in Beaverton, Oregon. I'm not a paid advocate, by the way. I came here today to request that the new wolf plan continue to provide protective measures for wolves in phase 1 and 2, and to keep those measures in place as we move into phase 3. Data has shown that non-lethal measures work to prevent depredation when used consistently and diligently with strong commitment from all parties. I am especially opposed to the provision in the draft plan that would allow for controlled take of wolves on public lands. You can package it any way you want, but this is basically allowing wolf trophy hunts. There are only 112 wolves in the entire state of Oregon. And quite frankly, there are more breeding pairs of humans on my dead-end street in Beaverton than there are breeding pairs of wolves in the whole state. Anticipating and allowing for a wolf hunt at this population level is at the very least alarming and at most a threat to wolf recovery. It's alarming, especially when you consider ODFW's own data that states there have only been 139 livestock losses from 2009 to 2016. That's 8 years. This accounts for only 0.001% of the total population of livestock in Oregon, or 1.5 million. And if you consider the losses just for 2016, which according to many have drastically increased to the number of 24, this still only accounts for 0.0015% of the total livestock population. Looking at these numbers, it's easy to see that this whole thing has very little to do with economics and more to do with an irrational hatred and fear of wolves. And usually it's us so-called bunny huggers, city slickers, radical lesbians, I've been called them all, are accused of being driven by irrational emotions. But the math is telling a different story here. Furthermore, in Part 4 of the Phase 3 provision allowing for controlled hunts, the parameters or conditions in which this would be employed are extremely vague, and therefore it's impossible to determine when the agency would allow for such hunts. The plan states that a hunt would be allowed where there is a, quote, healthy wolf population coupled with high levels of conflict with livestock in a particular area. How is a healthy wolf population defined? What is considered high levels of conflict? And what on God's green earth are the parameters of a particular area? The terms are so vague as to be virtually meaningless, especially because of the highly charged political nature of wolf recovery. I also want to remind the Commission that it is scientifically proven that wolves, as apex predators in their native habitat, not only keep the precious balance in an ecosystem, but actually restore what has been lost. So am I asking everyone to step up their game and help with wolf recovery? Absolutely, and I'm eternally grateful. But because wolf recovery is good for all of us. We all need to make sacrifices, and my sacrifice is putting up with cattle on public lands. I don't eat meat, so this is a real sacrifice for me, and I have been doing it for 30 years. So I appreciate all of ranchers' support and help with wolf recovery. Thank you.
Carol?
Carol Pearsall, P.O. Box 305, Neotsu, N-E-O-T-S-U, Oregon, 97364. And Chairman Finley and Director Melcher, Commissioners, you've heard of left field, and I'm here to share some remarks from there because I threw out the written remarks that I made last night in light of what I was hearing today. And I had looked on the agenda for guidelines about how to present what I wanted to say, and it said that try not to duplicate things other people have said, have copies. So there are 20 copies over there that don't bear any resemblance to what I'm about to say. Here we go. What if we agreed that there is no planet B and that there is no higher good than to protect the earth? Under that worldview, environmental destruction caused by cattle could conceivably be a crime for which the sentence was death, in the same way that killing cattle can lead to a death sentence for wolves now. I think we all know how destructive to land cattle are and how long it takes the land to recover. In a worldview that takes environmental protection as the single highest good, cattle would not be products sold by producers. Wolves would not depredate, they would eat. Wolves would be managing, controlling, serving, and aiding preservation of wild land. We would not hear the phrase problem wolves. Instead, we would hear problem cows. This entire discussion and the plan itself reflects the point of view of and is written in the language of people who profit from raising cattle, when 72% of Oregonians favor increasing the Oregon wolf population. The following are comparisons I made on the fly as Mr. Morgan spoke this morning that illustrate the differences in the language we would use if the wolf plan reflected the desires of the Oregon people. 1. Added Oregon-specific wolf depredation data. Other 1. Added Oregon-specific cow overpopulation data. 2. Included scientific literature related to wolf livestock control. Alternative 2. Included scientific literature related to cow population control. 3. Added new section covering considerations and scientific background for tools to minimize depredations. Alternative 3. Added new section covering considerations and scientific background for tools to maximize control of cows and cow-caused ecosystem destruction. You can see where that's headed. I wanted to thank Commissioner Buckmaster in particular because in the last year and a half, I've traveled Oregon and Washington in pursuit of my conviction that wolves need protection. And I have heard for the first time that there's something I can really do that will give me the heft that a hunting license currently does if the idea goes forward that we can put our money where our mouths are. Because my money's kind of all over the place now. It goes to whoever spoke well in whatever wolf advocacy meeting I attended. And so it would be wonderful to do what that man in Florence did when he spoke to you all. He came to the table, pulled something out of his hand, I didn't know what it was, and I still don't, and said, nobody in this room who doesn't have one of these even has a right to talk. And he slammed it down on the table. And I thought, I want one of those.
Thank you.
The hunting license.
Yep. Mr. Nicholson.
Chairman Finley, Commissioners, thanks for letting us speak today. I'm, again, Larry Nicholson, we've got a ranch at 11182 Fort Klamath, or Nicholson Road in Fort Klamath. It's several miles just due north of here at the base of Crater Lake, what's called the Wood River Valley. For the last several years, we have noticed wolves every spring. I've seen wolves every spring there for probably the last 5 years that I remember, and just seen 2. And then I wouldn't see them in the fall, but you'd see them there in the spring, and they'd be up around this timber area, and I could never figure out why these 2 wolves kept coming back in the spring, but I assumed it might be because of the snow melted, and when it does, all the mice are running around. They're not in their holes, and maybe they eat the mice, but they were there every year. Last year we saw, or 2015, we saw more than 2. There was a few of them running around there, and people started talking about seeing them on the ranches up there. Last year was kind of a breakout year for us. Last year we saw them in the spring, again, numerous times though, and they stuck around for the summer, just in various sightings. Then October 2nd, at the end of the grazing year, we had a death. We noticed a steer down that had a particular ear marking, and it was a steer that was very healthy the previous day. So we kind of wondered about it and saw that all his internal organs were gone. So we called John Muir, ODFW in Klamath Falls. He immediately came out, and we confirmed eventually it was a wolf kill. And then again, 2 days later, November 4th, we had another one. It was confirmed. A few days later, we had another one confirmed. And then on the 16th, within 2 weeks, we had the fourth confirmed death. So we had 4 confirmed kills in a 2-week period in the fall. And the only reason they stopped was because it was the end of the growing season and we were shipping cattle out at that time of year. So the death stopped. So during this winter, we've seen the wolves. We've seen a wolf, even in the dead of winter, running across the fields. And so they like that area up there. And here a couple weeks ago, informed that OR 25, which is here in this area and still have an active collar, was pinging in that same area. OR 25 was in our fields just 2 weeks ago. So it was I just don't believe in coincidences. I think OR 25 is probably paired up with one of OR 7's pups or females, and I think we have a real problem. And it's a phase 1 problem. We're under the ESA rules, so your management plan is very limited on what it can do as ESA takes precedent over all of your plans. My ask is that you give us more tools. We need Oregon ODFW to have more control in these situations to deal with it as you laid out. We need more of these non-lethal whatever to be able to manage these wolves. I'm not into the lethal taking. I'm not at all. But I want more tools in our tool bag to have non-lethal means of preventing additional kills. And I think as these cattle in another week or two are going to start, for 30,000 head will start going into the upper valley, I do think we're going to have a problem right away because OR 25 is already there.
You're out of time, sir.
Okay. And anyway, thank you for your time.
You bet. Okay, Mr. Randall.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for hearing us out today. My name is Jesse Randall. I live at 16799 Highway 66 out of Ashland at the Green Springs Boxar Ranch, which I own and operate. It's located in the heart of the Cascade National Monument, consists of 1,000 acres. My family has owned it for 50 years. We have a cattle and guest operation. We serve about 10,000 people a year. I want to speak today from a young cattle producer's perspective and business owner, how the introduction of the wolves into this area has effect on me and my livelihood. For the last 30 years, my family have housed thousands of kid groups out in the woods, like the YMCA, church groups, even ODFW's large event. I personally have seen 5 wolves pack cross through my campground where all the kids were playing, and it worries me as an owner and operator. Just this last week, my cattle herd was scared when I brought my dogs around them, and that's never happened before. I had 2 cows stomp their babies and were scared to death. I run a grass-fed beef company on the ranch that serves a wide variety of local restaurants, grocery stores, and they depend on my healthy, pure meat. I want my 4-year-old and my newborn son to not have to worry in the future that they can't provide for their family or their safety walking in through the woods. Finally, I believe it would be in the best interests of the wolf plan to work closely with livestock producers and businesses in the wolf-populated areas, sharing to the best of their knowledge information on wolf movements, setting up trail cameras or more collars, not only for data, but to confirm sightings, provide safety for guests and livestock, and an overall sense of security to the landowner and his patrons. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, coming. All right, Commissioners, any thoughts or questions? Okay. Next panel. Glenn Erie, Tim Barbolitis. Are you here, Tim? That was all phonetically spelled. Thank you.
Try to make it easy on you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Kat Stone and Peter Cotton. Okay. Mr. Erie, please state your name and address for the record.
Glenn Erie, 973 Ivern Drive, Central Point, 97502. I'm Glenn Erie. I'm the president of the Jackson County Stockmen's Association. In Jackson County, in a little more than 12 months, we've had 4 confirmed wolf depredations. The only way they were confirmed is because there was a wolf with a working collar in the area. If they wouldn't have been a collared wolf, I don't believe any of those would have been confirmed, because one was within just a couple, 2 or 3 miles of Ashland, and that's when OR 33, he made a pretty low loop, came down into Metford and into the edge of Ashland, and that's when his collar was going dead. And I'm pretty sure that they would not have confirmed those 3 depredations if they didn't have the GPS evidence. We right now in Jackson County, unless OR 25, he comes back and forth. If he's not in the county, we have no wolves with collars, working collars. And I believe that collaring is a tool, and it's been in the wolf plan, but it hasn't been able to be implemented, whether our people aren't funded correctly, have the funding or the manpower to get it. I know we're in a different area, to a little harder to collar them or to get them trapped or tranquilized, but we need to find out what we can do to get it done, because it's been in the wolf plan for all along, and they have not put a new collar on a wolf in Jackson County that I believe since they've been there. And on the note of having more wolves than I think they're counting, I know part of it is our county. A lot of our wolves might be in Klamath County part of the time, and I know our local ODFW people have areas, and he's stuck to Jackson County. Some of them go to Douglas County. So, but we need to find a way to get better counts and control on what we have, because I believe on the west side that we already are above the threshold that we could go to phase 2 if we had the data from the wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim.
Director Finley, or excuse me, Chairman Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. My name's Tim Barbletus, Post Office Box 1431. I think that's what they call a tiny house in Bend. I'm going to be merciful on you today. Most of the stuff I was going to say in these 7 pages have already been said. So what I'd like to do is just echo my testimony that I gave in LeGrand. The cost of wolf management, wolf monitoring, all of the surveying that you folks are doing, such a difficult task in doing, is costing money, and the cost is just going to continue to skyrocket. We all know of Oregon's budget crisis these days, a $1.6 billion shortfall. We have a hiring freeze now in Oregon. And your agency just reduced the number of some big game tags in some of the Northeast Oregon Union. It's due to winter kill, winter mortality. So the point is if folks are coming to this table and making requests and almost demands from your agency, they also need to come up with a way to pay for it. Because I gladly buy a hunting license every year. I will always do so. And that's my way of contributing. The average taxpayer in Oregon contributes minimal at best. The general fund contribution to the ODFW budget is 8%. So all the folks here at the table, no matter what side they're on, need to come up with a way to fund this, because I'll continue to contribute. I hope that they will too. Thank you.
Kat?
Kat Stone, a registered nurse from Douglas County, Roseburg, Oregon. And I originally came at the request of some students. I teach nutrition basics And I'm not going to talk about those today. I'm going to write you a letter and see you in Portland. Because the things that I've heard here today are kind of disturbing. It's my first chance to even look at the wolf thing. And I was pretty disturbed about the removal of Chapter 11, which talks about the purpose in having this congregation, and that I don't want us to forget why we have this wolf program. I also want to talk about, I've heard that these people want local control. And I think local control means they're going to succumb to local pressures. You need somebody who's from outside and who's, I don't know the word, I'm not used to talking about this. Also, I heard here that the cattle industry is strapped for dollars. And I drive a 1991 Chevy van with 400,000 miles on it. I'm strapped for dollars. I don't have a private helicopter. I don't have an F-350, either diesel or gas. I don't know, these people are running into a definite culture change in what the American citizens eat and their attitude towards wildlife. As far as the poaching goes, nobody's mentioned the poaching and how much effort we put into that. You had 7 mortalities. One person turned himself in, and he was fined $1,000, made restitution of $1,000, and gave up his gun. I think you need to have stricter, more stringent, and more painful penalties for poaching. You have 2 animals that were poached, and the OSP is still looking for information. We need to put more energy into that, and I'm sorry I'm sitting next to Tim, who wants to talk about dollars, but I would bet you that a lot of the environmental groups would give you money if you would put it into solving the problems with the poaching. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Peter.
Salutations. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm at 10,025 Dead Indian Memorial Road, Ashland, and I'm here more to learn than to say. I'm the founding director of the Way Foundation, which came into existence to create a 1,680-acre fire ecology demonstration forest and outdoor experiential education field site. It's called Earth Teach Forest Park. 1,680 acres, 2.5 square miles is not very big in the grand scheme of things, but we got a lot bigger a couple of months ago. That's to say, we are very happy to be one of the private ownerships included in the expansion of the Siskiyou Cascade Monument. And Earth Teach teaches a lot of kids and a fair number of adults. And what I am here to say is that we are ardent and undying supporters of the idea that wolves belong. I'm also the lecturer and chairman of the Legislative Committee of the Bellevue Grange, 579 in Ashland. You may not recall, but I think maybe staff would, that you received resolutions from the state Grange calling for delisting of wolves and free rein for farmers and ranchers to shoot livestock harassing wolves and coyotes. I hope it's worthy of note that the Bellevue Grange 579 is leading an effort to have those state resolutions rescinded as hasty and seriously ill-informed. With regard to the draft plan, my 3-minute focus is that we're particularly concerned about any downgrade in the new plan's language about wolf-caused losses. We object to the prospect of confirmed losses being diluted to probable caused losses. And I see I'm in the yellow zone. So with the time left, I was struck by the nervous lady's phrase, wolves as scapegoats. I would like to say, let's separate the scapes from the goats. Thank you.
Commissioners? Right panel, thank you very much. Next panel, Rick Vieira, Mark Wilcox, Diana Larson, Bill Kowalowski. Okay. We'll start with you, Mr. Vieira. You listed your name and address, so did Mr. Wilcox. Diana, you need to give that to us, and Bill when we get to you. Okay? Let's start with you, Rick.
Chairman, Director, Commissioners, and ladies at the end, appreciate you having us here. I'm going to talk with two hats today. First, I'm representing the Oregon chapter of Klamath Chapter, Oregon Hunter Association. We have about 450 members, but that equates to about 450 families, so it could be up to 2,000 people. The key to it is we are in Klamath County. We are in that zone, if you want to call it, where the wolf population is increasing. We have our concerns, and with that, we are people who deal with the wolves, see them day to day and throughout our lives. They affect our daily lives around here. Different thing than some folks we heard testify earlier today that live many miles away and may have never seen a wolf in the wild in their life. So what I'm trying to portray is this is local people talking, and I want to thank you folks for coming down and listening to us in our backyard, at home plate, if you will. So thank you for that. Overall, we think the wolf plan is good. Yes, it's a monster to get your arms around. I got to compliment Russ on his job. There's a lot of little variables, languages, and we can toy with it all day. But basically, it's a very good plan. I want to add two comments to it, and this is local control. Our biologists here, ODFW guys, are very good. They have the knowledge, experience, and expertise to deal with a problem at the moment on time without going through a process, if you will. The second is, as stated earlier, we need to reduce the impact on the elk and deer herds. We can't do that if we don't know how many is there. So I would encourage you to look into whatever it takes to count the number of elk, the deer, and any wildlife, game, big, small, doesn't matter, so we know what impacts the wolf we're having. We can't say they're decreasing the herd by 20% if we don't know what 100% is. So do that. I want to follow that with, I want to mention three names to a point. Tom Collin and John Muir, ODFW guys out here at Miller Island. Exceptional folks. The other one, Craig Foster, over in Lakeview. I've dealt with them, the chapter's dealt with them for many years, and have nothing but good to say about them. I want to follow that with, they have occasionally come to us for funding because we know the funding problem. They talk to us frequently. They come to our meetings, and they want to buy a collar. They want to buy a camera. Done. Our chapter spends about $20,000 a year for conservation of wildlife habitat, and lately we're getting more and more into youth education. So that's the biggie. We spend money. We're here at home, we spend money at home. And the last one I want to turn is back to myself personally. My family and my wife's family homesteaded here in the 1870s, many generations. Early on, we didn't have problems. There was no reported stories in the families about wolf this, cougar that. They dealt with it at the time. But as the population grew in the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years, as the game management plans came up, the more population, the more interactions, the more problems you have. I think you need to take a hard look at, we are not in a free-ranging Canada environment where wolves run free with the rest of the animals. We have people, and you're not going to stop the people. You can't tell them to go home. So you guys have a very difficult task of managing the increased population and limiting the range of wolves and conflicts. Thank you for your time.
Right on the button.
What's that?
You were right on the button.
Practice, sir.
Yes, I can tell. Okay, Mark.
My name is Mark Wilcox. I live at 921 Owen Street, Klamath Falls, Oregon.
I'm an avid outdoorsman, and first let me compliment the ladies and gentlemen of the Commission in the State of Oregon for Department of Fish and Wildlife of your past work. Love what you guys do. My concern is predation of wildlife, of game animals. I have personally seen 2 wolves in Logan Valley while muzzleloader hunting. I've encountered one up here at Cold Springs, and I don't know which ones they are. But my concern is predation. The state of Oregon has plenty of predators. That is evident by the amount of bear tags we're allowed to get, especially here in southern Oregon, and our cougar tags we're allowed to get throughout the course of the year. And it just concerns me about the predation. And that's what I wanted to state. And I think there should be a hunting season on the wolves.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Larson.
Diana Larson, 1301 Pioneer Way, Myrtle Creek. And I'm here, I'm not being paid by anybody. I do donate money to Oregon Wild Defenders of Wildlife, Cascadia Wildlands, and Center for Biodiversity, and I think they did a really fine job of representing and dissecting the draft amendment plan. My time is at a premium, and that is what I expected from them. And I can certainly understand these ranchers and their slim profit margins. I haven't fired up my private helicopter in so long I don't think I know how to drive one. It's horrifying to witness the way man is destroying the environment on so many levels and seems blind to it. Whole ecosystems being destroyed daily, ecosystems that will take years, if ever, to recover. After those ecosystems are destroyed, they are sprayed with poisons. All the life we can't see with the naked eye. Life that to some has no value. You see, I love nature more than humans. Nature and all her children that cannot speak for themselves, that are silently, slowly dying or being murdered by man. I scream inside for the ignorance and complacency of the people. I'm here to speak for nature and say, give back the wolves' rightful place in it. Look back just 200 years. The prairies were rich with bison. The hills and mountains were alive with the sound of wolves. The elk and deer and bison herds were strong and healthy, kept strong and healthy because of the wolves, the coyotes, and the cougars. They did their job well. Now we have civilization. Men go out with their high-powered rifles or compound bows, all with scopes. They kill the biggest and the best, and then call themselves sportsmen. The bison are few, and they must live on reservations. The cattle are allowed to roam free on open range lands that are rightfully the home of the wolves. To delist the wolves, it's as if we're painting them into a corner, essentially removing their natural food sources and then killing them for stepping on the paint. I hear your numbers. They're just numbers. They don't tell the real truth. You have some that promote the law of shoot, shovel, and shut up. The wolves are nowhere close to Douglas County, but the ranchers are already planning on how to kill them. I would like to ask you to repeal/get rid of open range, requiring the ranchers to be responsible livestock owners. Require that ranchers take all the non-lethal steps to protect their livestock. The environment has been suffering for the sake of the ranchers for decades. There are so many ignorant people that find killing/eliminating anything that gets between them and their bottom line so easy, effective. Bullets and poison are cheap. It takes motivation for people to do things the hard way. Make the penalties for compromising the packs stiffer and rewards for the help with prosecution, for lack of a better word, beefy. I'm afraid we may have passed the point of no return. But if not, we have an obligation to do everything in our power to restore the balance of nature. And right now, man is the imbalance, the elephant in the room, the most dangerous of predators, the one that kills not for the sake of survival, but often for greed and pleasure, the one that does not want to share this planet equally, and all will ultimately lose.
You're out of time.
I'm done.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Bill?
First of all, congratulations on pronouncing my name. I know it's a handful, but you did a wonderful job. My name is Bill Galowski. Excuse me. I live in Bend, Oregon at 18752 Choctaw Road. I wish to thank Chairman Finley, and members of the Commission for this opportunity to speak and for your time and efforts. I was fortunate enough in 2004 to serve on the original Wolf Advisory Committee that devised the wolf plan that we're talking about here today. I was chosen as a citizen at large, and in so doing, I was able to be part of an educational system that I never would have dreamed possible. They flew in wolf experts from Idaho, from Montana, from Yellowstone, and the bottom line is we learned an awful lot about wolves. We came away with what has been widely hailed as the best state plan for wolf management, and I think it's still continuing that way. In the plan, we addressed livestock concerns while allowing conservation of wolves, and that was our focus. Every side compromised to pass this plan. At the start of the plans, there was a federal Endangered Species Act protected the wolves. The state Endangered Species Act was there, and we had the state wolf plan. But like an onion that gradually gets peeled away, so did the protections of the wolf. The feds delisted the wolf in the eastern third of the state. That followed by the state delisting the wolf. When we had a banner year of wolf population up by 37%, we said the wolves are doing great. We can afford to do this. And we did, and it was fine. But this past year, there were 2 more wolves counted than there was the year before. In effect, 0 growth. So we need to be careful. So without the feds, we have them right now, but we have an administration in Washington that has expressed 0 interest in scientific data, 0 interest in environment, and they have no use for wildlife. What makes us think that they're going to protect the Endangered Species Act as we go forward? Assuming they're not going to, that leaves us with the wolf plan. So I'm just asking that we do not weaken this plan that we have before us today. Since the state protection is gone, the wolf plan is absolutely more critical than ever before. The wolf plan is important because the wolf population is not exploding out of control like we were fearing. It's maintaining itself, but it needs to have some help. One thing that has been apparent over here is that people have been asking more and more out of Fish and Wildlife to collar the wolves, to tell us where they are, to keep track of them. And as Russ Morgan said at the beginning, he says, hey, I don't have the resources for that. Well, up here today, there are 3 environmental groups. I roughly counted what they said the membership was. It was around 70,000 people in the state of Oregon. There's probably some overlap there, but 70,000 people. What if they got involved with the livestock groups to come up with funding to give specifically to Russ Morgan and his people to do the things that we all want to have done? There's a lot of people who are willing to put the money where the mouth is. We need a way to do it. Thank you.
Right. Commissioners? Questions? Thank you, panel. Next up, Emily Strauss. Yash? Burzink?
Josh Borzynski.
Okay. Come on up, take a seat.
Thank you very much.
Emily, is she here? Okay. Is there anyone else in this room that signed up who wanted to speak? All right, this is our last panel. Go ahead, sir. State your name and will you state your name and your address, please?
Okay, sir. My name is Yash Borzynski. I live up in Chiloquin. I'm now teaching at Chiloquin High School. I've retired. I've come out of retirement 10 years ago. I taught science. I'm a lifelong hunter. I grew up farming, had a ranch up in Bend, raised hay up there. What everybody says is all true, but you're missing something big. It's very important that you study chronic wasting disease. Take a look at what's happened all across the country where chronic wasting disease has spread. Because what's happening is it's on its way. Chronic wasting disease is a wild version of mad cow disease. Okay? I lived in Wyoming, and when I lived there, I hunted everywhere. I didn't worry about it. But now it's spreading. It's a prion-based disease. The only thing it does is spread and get worse. Midwest, Wisconsin, they tried wiping out like 400,000 deer. They didn't get rid of it. All it does is spread and get worse. Right now, there's a big epidemic of it. Started over in Cotton, where it usually starts is around these game farms where they have everybody condensed, and there's prions, which is a protein in the soil, can stay there for years and years and years and years, okay? Now here's the deal. everybody has got truth. But all chronic wasting disease is spread and get worse, and the only place it doesn't happen is where there's wolves. They're immune to it. They knock off the weak. So to the members of the commission, I mean, I see what's going on in Wyoming, where they're processing the elk herds, they're running them through, they're taking blood samples, they're numbering them, they're deciding to see which ones they got to kill. When I go hunt Utah now, I go to the Fish and Game Commission and I go, is there any chronic wasting disease here yet? Yet. Okay? Now, maybe a year, maybe 2, maybe 3, but it's going to hit that Jackson Hole elk refuge. It's going to hit those great big herds, and we're going to have epidemic. Now, I grew up on a dairy farm in Connecticut where I saw the whole world change with Lyme's disease, because there was a couple little, they weren't paying attention to this and didn't understand what was needed at the time. What was needed was really taking a lot more deer, but it's spread and it's huge. It's a huge disease. It's a major factor, and we have it here. Commission, please look at chronic wasting disease. The only thing that stops it are wolves. They take their toll. They're going to eat the elk. They're going to eat the deer. They're going to eat the cows. The devil gets his due. It's the only thing that will stop chronic wasting disease. And once you get that explosion of it in the Rockies, it's going up and down all over the place. And it might be 5 years, it might be 10 years. The only thing that stops it are wolves. That's it. So you got to plug that in, because we're not talking like next year, 2 years. We're talking 5 or 10. Look at the states. Look at Alberta. Look at Saskatchewan. Look at New York. Look at Colorado. Look what happened in Wyoming. It will eventually spread here. It's a biological certainty. The only thing that stops it are wolves. They eat them when they're weak. They don't let it spread. And they take their toll. They take their tolls on the cow.
Out of time, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. All right.
Russ back?
Yeah. Russ? All right, commissioners, I know you were taking notes. Commissioner Buckmaster.
Russ, on the original wolf plan, you had an appendix that included everybody that was involved in the wolf plan team. What's changed as far as who was involved in this rewrite? Did you have external people involved in it? Can you fill us in?
Yeah, Chair Finley, Commissioner Buckmaster, the list you're referring to in the appendix was really the documentation of the Wolf Advisory Group that was the original crafters of the plan. So it was a 14-member advisory committee, if I remember right. The names, backgrounds, their responsibility areas were in there. We didn't put that in there, of course, this time, as you know. So the groups that we talked about, a lot of the groups are the same. When I referred to stakeholder groups involved, a lot of those groups are the same, although many of the names and people associated with them that are different. I'm not sure if maybe I didn't understand your question.
Well, that does answer. I was looking for who all was involved. I mean, do we have I would like to know, did we miss anybody? Has everybody had a shot at contributing to the plan?
Certainly the input on the original plan was very, very carefully chosen, if you will. Members from the trapping community, hunting community, ranching community. One of the people that testified talked a citizen at large. So there was sort of a very systematic representation. A little less so on this one because we're not rewriting a plan or developing a plan. We're simply seeking input, and so we selected people that we didn't go out and recruit people. But remember, in the last especially 7 or 8 years, we've worked with virtually all of these people on a regular basis. So they were the folks that we're in touch with virtually every day. That's how we got to them.
Okay. Commissioner Atkinson.
I got a couple questions about clarification on the new draft plan. Originally, we had the phases, phase 1, 2, and 3, and those were automatic, that when wolf population reached a specific standard, then the next phase came along. Why are you looking at now requiring a population analysis before potentially going to phase 2 in Western Oregon, instead of continuing what has already been done and I presume has been successful?
Yeah, Commissioner Atkinson, Chair Finley, that's a great question, and I probably didn't do a very good job explaining it this morning. I want to use when we went to later phases in Eastern Oregon as an example. So we went from phase 1, then we met the criteria for phase 2. They were still listed at that time. And then, of course, we've recently gone to phase 3. Well, when we went to phase 2, that initiated the biological evaluation, and that evaluation then took our population and took a look at it. So really then, when Eastern Oregon went to phase 2, there was an automated look and evaluation of the population. And of course, the results of that evaluation was a very clear, given the population factors in our analysis that were very healthy, which was creating that growth curve. And of course, remember, we'd already surpassed many of those minimum population objectives. In other words, the factors that made up that population were healthy, and that showed in the level of population growth. What we're suggesting is that it is possible that we could have 4 breeding pairs 1 year, 4 breeding pairs the second year, 0 growth, 4 breeding pairs the third year, 0 growth, and still reach phase 2. But in that case, if we were to do the same analysis, I would bet that the population health factors might not be so positive. And so instead of deciding now whether that would be the case or not, we're sort of putting a caveat or a checkpoint into the plan that we need to make sure and take a look at that. Likely, once we get to that phase, I would expect the way wolves work, that we will see that same kind of increase, the same kind of population health factors, and wouldn't be a problem. But what we're trying to do is add an additional checkpoint, because remember, when we go from phase 1 to phase 2, and wolves are already delisted, when we go to phase 1 to phase 2, there really isn't any other evaluation. So it's I guess maybe a bit of a cautious checkpoint is what we're hoping to do with that.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't see any reason for it. I mean, it's not like there are any requirements between phase 1 and phase 2 that ODFW must kill wolves or must do anything.
And that is true.
So you still have full flexibility of management, of either managing at the phase 1 level or the phase 2 level, even if you're in phase 2.
Quite well taken. Yeah, thank you.
So I also had a concern about some ambiguous language related to non-lethals, and you had the language that said reasonable for the situation. Reasonable non-lethals for the situation will be used before lethal methods may be employed. But how does anybody know what a reasonable non-lethal is for a situation? I mean, if a rancher has done X, Y, and Z, it wouldn't be fair to come back to them and say, oh, well, those weren't reasonable ones that you did. So I don't like that language. I guess I'd rather not have that kind of thing in there. Either it needs to be specific or it needs to be omitted, it seems like to me.
Commissioner Atkinson, Chair Finley, if I might, granted, there's probably lots of ways to write that, and I do agree, and that may not be the best way. I want to be very clear that that language addition in there doesn't really change, well, not really, it doesn't at all change how we approach that in the field, because in fact, a person is supposed to document, if there's a request for lethal control, part of that request must have an accompanied documentation of the non-lethals used. In that, then, when we receive that, we still try to assess, are they reasonable non-lethal methods? And so that's a practice that we do. In other words, if somebody, and I want to be clear, people haven't done this, but take a hypothetical. Somebody could staple a piece of fladry between two trees and say, well, I'm using fladry. Well, we already have a process by which we sort of assess the validity or reasonability of that. We just thought, because we do that, it seems appropriate to put it in the plan. I agree. There is some ambiguity, and it still gives the agency, but it sort of, I think, implies an intent that we're trying to make sure that non-lethals are appropriate for the situation.
Well, it seems like you would need to do a training or have a written list to say, in open range, these are, whatever the terminology was, reasonable for the situation, these are not. So it's spelled out a little more, or that people can do other things besides that, but to give some guidance so somebody doesn't have to wonder about whether they did the right non-lethal. And I think, in Wallowa County, certainly everybody knows what's reasonable, but in a new county that's never had anything, they put up fladry in a place that they shouldn't have. Where is that learning curve as wolves move into new areas? Because people don't know exactly what might be the best technique.
Point well taken, and I think what you're prompting to do is maybe, I guess the question that's coming to me from that is we put in essentially our non-lethal handbook right into this plan. We have it on our webpage. So I guess the question would be, is that adequate to assess what's reasonable? And we'll take a look at that and see if there's a better way to.
I think that would be good, because then they can look at the techniques and say, fladry, this is best used in these scenarios, but not as effective in these scenarios. And so there's more knowledge for everybody can be shared.
Right.
I also would have liked to have seen, you've got the elk population numbers per year where wolves are present, and that's a real interesting graph that you had, or it's a table maybe, that basically showed that some populations of elk increased and some decreased since introduction of wolves. As a biologist, I guess I'd like to see what did the other populations that didn't have wolves do, so we can compare to a separate data set that's different from wolves present or not present, for additional understanding there. And maybe that could just be in a bar graph or something like that. That'd be an easy display. But it made me curious about, well, what about those other populations, since you only addressed the ones with wolves?
And are you referring to, Commissioner Atkinson, in sort of a comparative fashion, or just an overall comparing?
Well, I think you had like maybe 10 populations
right.
of, in different years relative to the, when wolves were present in each one of those units. But in my question when I looked at that was, well, what are populations doing overall?
Right.
Because like in Idaho, when we were involved with wolves, the populations were declining everywhere. So they were declining where there were wolves, but that didn't mean that it was because of wolves.
Right.
You've got some ups and downs, so there's no trend, but maybe there's a statewide trend. So I would just like to see a comparison.
It wouldn't be very difficult to summarize.
I mean, even just 8
more
more
general
units that are in the same Northeast region or something like that.
Right.
I was wondering if there is any plan to develop population monitoring protocols while we still have a high percent of wolves radio collared, where we could test a population monitoring protocol given that we already have a pretty good idea about the numbers of wolves?
Well, there's a number of, I guess I'm not sure if I'm understanding completely the question. There's a number of population monitoring techniques out there, some involving radio collars, some not.
That's what I meant. To do a comparison where you can test a model that in 5 years we're not going to have all these radio-collared wolves, and we're going to have to be looking at trying to understand what that wolf population is. Can we do a comparison now so we could model it in the future for whatever protocol we might use to monitor wolf populations?
Commissioner Atkinson, that's a very good point. We did add language into the research section about monitoring, so we kind of use it monitoring from at the research level, kind of to get at some of those answers. But I also think as part of going to phase 3, which we just did in Eastern Oregon, that calls for shifting from breeding pair counts to packs. And some of that is really about comparing, using data like what you're talking, comparing what we know so that we can establish the right indices for counting packs. I think we could do that at a number of different levels, and you're exactly right. Make no mistake, we're not proposing or recommending that we stop radio collaring wolves. So especially if, and even from a research standpoint, we specifically say in this draft plan that will continue, so we'd have those options.
Well, I was just thinking, like, say you were going to do a driving survey, a road survey of tracks. You could do a road survey of tracks of a pack that has radio collars, you know where they are. How many miles do you need to drive before you can say, yes, we know there are wolves in this area? Something like that.
Right.
That you could get the answer now, whereas if they weren't collared, you wouldn't know that.
Right.
I was also wondering if you foresee any future opportunities for volunteers or citizen science in assisting the department either in monitoring or management.
We have used, Commissioner Atkinson, a number of volunteers over the years. Not quite as much citizen science, but there is some good examples of citizen science in monitoring wolves at certain levels, especially in the Great Lakes region. There's some pretty active Minnesota, some pretty active monitoring using citizen science. So there's certainly possibilities, you know, in all reality, at least during this first time period, I guess, if you will, the initial time period where we've had wolves, you know, I just have to say that, you know, our noses have been to the grindstone with these issues that we're dealing with, and I see that type of use of volunteers or other folks out there. There's a lot of resources, I do realize, but I see that as expanding in the future. It's a little difficult sometimes. You know, I think you can probably imagine for many years I would get maybe 10 to 20 calls a week asking to volunteer about, you know, for wolves. That in itself becomes an incredible management burden, if you will. And so one of the things that we do, and I've learned over the years not to just use every time somebody says they'll volunteer, because I weigh it out. Will we get something out of it that is more than what we have to put into? And it's kind of a tricky line. That said, you know, volunteers, there's a lot of opportunities, and I think as wolves expand their distribution in this state, different parts of the state, there'll be more opportunities for volunteers, and say maybe some places where the wolves have been, you know, historically in Northeast Oregon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, I think that's all.
Commissioners? Commissioner Weber.
Russ, you heard, I think it was producers for the most part talking about looking at areas as opposed to east and west, and have you looked at that? And I mean, it seems in my mind it might be problematical, but is that something that is possible and something we should do?
Commissioner Weber, Chair Finley, the short answer is yes. That was one of the first places. That was one of the original asks at the commission meeting in March So we listed it, and that was one of the first things then we looked at. Quite frankly, there's no reason not to consider establishing areas, objectives, things like that. We do it with many of our managed wildlife species, so there's no opposition, and I made that very clear through our stakeholder process that there wasn't. What there was, however, on my part, was as we evaluated and just kept coming back to really you have to have information to get to that, is sort of trying to avoid arbitrary assignment, if you will, of zones. Zones are tricky. While they're not problematic to me as a biologist in any way, they're still sort of tricky because, for example, a couple of examples. No matter where you carve a line, there's going to be wolves that are going to use both sides of that line. So, that would be, and there'll be people probably not happy with which zone that they're in. Or the other issue that we have is based on the huge areas that wolves use themselves. So even within a zone, it's the size of the zone. Wolves can be anywhere. And so while there's a lot of advantage or a lot of opportunities, and I don't discount that in the future zones and objectives or target populations may very well be appropriate. I just don't think we're at that point yet. Some of the models that have been used in other areas and other states, some of those are very good models, but they often rely on data and science from other parts of the country. And so when we started looking at the potential for picking out geographical areas in the state and assigning some sort of numbers, we just felt very strongly it comes with some prerequisites. And the first prerequisite, we felt like we could do those models better using our data, our landscapes, and all that. Really, that was probably beyond the time scale that we have to do this review. So that was kind of why we ended up with the process. The proposal to do the spatial population model and all that, we're really doing it from the basis is that could get us to that point at some time in the future, but we're just not there yet.
In regard to, collars, I think I look at it, it seems like both sides are saying, gee, we want to know where they are, how many there are. We need collared wolves. You said one a pack. Is that just sort of a financial management kind of thing? If you had all the money you wanted, would you set a higher number?
Commissioner Weber, Chair Finley, that's a very tough question because there isn't an easy answer to it. How I look at it is there are some packs where we can collar. Sometimes it's a feasibility whether you can or can't. I want to make it very clear, and I hear the same kind of discussion a lot that's happened today in other forums as well. I think it's important to remember that we don't always get to collar all the wolves that we want to collar. We don't get to always choose whether we can capture a wolf or not. So we've done very well from a proportional standpoint in the state of Oregon on putting collars on wolves. Rob Lynn's broken records this year. We've collared more wolves this year than ever in any other year. So while that's happening, I think that if you asked Rob Lynn, do you have all the collars in packs exactly like you want them? The answer, of course, is no. We don't have both breeders collared in every pack and all that. Even with that tremendous dollar effort. Remember also that when we put these collars on wolves, there's a risk to it. There's a risk to us. There's a risk to the wolf. And so we're trying to balance out all of these. And one of the factors then when we do that is to look at a pack and say, do we really need 3 collars in that pack to know what the pack's doing? One thing we've learned over the years, if you have a pack of 8 animals and you put 3 collars in it, you still don't know what the other 5 are doing all the time. And we've learned that loud and clear because wolves are not always together. So it's sort of a feasibility, a reasonability factor, and then really comes down to what we potentially can do. We were trying to make our plan in this draft and the proposal before you, trying to make it so that it didn't set us up to fail as well. If I say that we're going to have both breeders of every pack in phase one areas, well, you heard from the testimony today, we've already failed at that. We can't, because we don't get to choose that. So some of it's a practicality, some of it's a feasibility, and some of it's a financial.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any final comments, Director?
No, we'll be back at this again on May 19th, I believe it is, in Portland, and Russ will be there in person. So appreciate everybody's diligence this afternoon. That goes for the staff. For the staff as well as the audience. I think I would like to say that this commission deals with some what we would consider fairly controversial issues where there's people firmly positioned on opposite ends of the spectrum in many cases. And I think as a testimony to those folks, though, we have these productive public meetings without interruption, without disruption, without largely without disrespectful behavior. And I just want to thank the participants here today and look forward to that being the same case in May.
Well said. We're adjourned.